Okay, we're in public session, and I'll just welcome everyone who is joining us online and inform you that this public session is being recorded and will be posted on the Waterfront Toronto website. So our first item of business is approval of the minutes from our January meeting. People have a chance to take a good look at them. They're very comprehensive as ever. Thanks, Leon. People are okay. Can I have someone move a motion to approve and a seconder, please?
Eric, I'll move.
Eric moves, a seconder. Chance of a lifetime. Somebody's got a second.
It's Matthew Hickey. I'll second it.
Thanks, Matthew. Okay. Okay. Today's agenda, only two items. Chris will elaborate as we go through. But first, do we have any declarations of conflict of interest from any panel members? None? Wonderful. Okay, record no conflicts. And over to Chris, report back on, I guess it's the January meeting and status of the various projects.
You know, wait, on the conflicts, I'm just thinking, Eric, I think USI is working on at least one development proposal right on Queens Quay, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably. That is probably the case. I don't know. I can't remember which one, but
well, there's 11. There's 11 Bay.
Yes, we are part of the team on 11 Bay. Do you want me to recuse myself on one of these things?
You might need to recuse yourself on the Area 1.
Okay.
Area 2 doesn't really touch that block, so it doesn't matter. But I think on Area 1, you might need to. I hadn't thought of that until just now, but I think since that's kind of there's a design proposal that's live, and there is a connection proposed between that building and the transit. Probably you should recuse yourself on that first item. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Okay, that's noted. Thanks, Eric. And
Thanks
last chance. Anyone else that thinks they might have a conflict? Obviously, we're covering all of Queens Quay here from.
So just for the clarification, do you want me to recuse myself for the entire item?
No, I don't. I think segment 2 is fine because it's not. It doesn't come up to that building. So.
Okay, so just not comment on that segment 1.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, not a problem.
Eric, that's the second review item of today.
Perfect.
Because we're doing Area 2 first, and then Area 1.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No one else.
Sorry.
As we're covering most of the waterfront, it's important to be careful on this. That's it, Chris.
Okay.
So note Eric's conflict on that portion. So over to you for a report on projects.
Okay. So 200 Queens Quay, you saw at our last meeting, and remember our last meeting was January because we didn't have any agenda items for February. So the proponent is taking on board all the feedback, and they're working with the city to try to refine the public realm proposal and also address those issues of separation from the Water Club condos. They are hoping to resubmit in the spring, and I guess they're tentatively scheduled to come back for schematic design in June. Okay, next slide, please. Leslie Street Lookout. The team is updating the design. They're going to attempt to address DRP comments. They also met with stakeholders and got some feedback there, and they're hoping to come back to DRP in April. Next slide, please. And Bathurst Quay. This came to the panel a while ago, but they have actually built the extension of the Water's Edge Promenade into the western gap. our promenade project that we did with the city earlier just went up to the corner that's in the distance there. They've now extended it all along past Ireland Park with the same materials and the same design. So it's actually great. Our promenade is getting delivered by others in some cases. They are also now going to work on that building. You saw the overall sort of master plan concepts that they had for this project. They have actually brought on a landscape architecture firm. It's Phillips Farvog Smolenberg to do the public realm design. And they're, I guess, getting started on that now and hoping to come to the panel in June with the schematic design work, mostly focused on the Silo Plaza, and hopefully engaging a little bit on the landscape around this building, which I think the panel had some comments on last time as well. So that project is moving along. I haven't even gotten out there to walk it yet, but I'm going to try to now that the weather seems to be warming up. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm just on Quayside. I think everyone is probably aware that we did issue the RFQ for Quayside. It's a two-stage process, so we're going to qualify a short list of teams, combination developer and designers, and ask them to develop a kind of high-level vision once we get to the RFP stage to help us make a selection. So we'll be choosing based on a number of factors. The RFQ went out on March 10th, and responses are due on May 12th. So they're getting 2 months to form their teams and submit their qualifications. And then we'll be doing a shortlisting in June. And then we hope to give them the RFP document by the end of June with the idea of selecting a preferred proponent sometime in the fall. So it's a fairly fast time frame, but I think there's enough time in there for them to pull some concepts together. And yeah, so that's where we stand. The Parliament Slip project you see in the foreground, that is not part of the Quayside project. That's actually going to be a Waterfront Toronto project, and we have already secured the use of the slip and are going to actually start a real design process for the slip. This was really a pretty high level concept of what the slip could look like. I think the uses that we've proposed have gotten a lot of strong support from the community. So the idea of integrating swimming pools that are comparable to the kind of harbor baths that you see in some places like Copenhagen, where you feel as if you're swimming in the lake, although you won't be, but you'll be very close to lake level in a pool. A robust sort of kayak, canoe, paddleboard launch area that could be run by some sort of an outfitter who could rent equipment to people. That's proven super popular on the waterfront this summer. And then a kind of marine pier that you see sticking out into the harbor that could be a stop for water taxis, for a future sea bus service if one happens. But that's a recommendation coming out of the marine strategy, is to study the sea bus as a means of transportation. And it could also be used for transient docking for other vessels. And then the floating pier, which is on the east side, would support a series of concessions, maybe some small food stands where people could grab a bite to eat on the waterfront. Maybe they'd even sell some other things to create a kind of mini market. And then at the south end, we're proposing a restaurant, a sort of full service restaurant that would have just amazing views of the waterfront. And so far, the reception to this has been really positive. I think everyone's enthusiastic. We have not yet started any sort of consultation on this, but we will be doing that We really pulled this idea together to show an intent to activate the slip. And this design work will have to come back through the design review panel as the design evolves. And we'll also be taking this out to the community for feedback as well. So I think that's probably it on Quayside. And I think that's it for the update. Was there anything else, Leon? That's the last slide. So I should just say, so we're in a blackout. Go back. We're in a blackout period on Quayside. So first of all, so I can't really get into a discussion about it with the panel, especially since there are probably members of the panel who are bidding, and I can't really say anything that hasn't been said publicly because the blackout period requires us to, to not have discussions around the content of the RFQ that aren't shared with every proponent, and every proponent is not going to be present for this. So, so I don't know. I can't discuss it very much, but if you have some questions, can certainly take those. I'll answer what I'm allowed to.
Chris, I don't have a question. I just want to go on the record to say that this is very exciting, especially the Parliament Slip Plaza is going to be an incredibly unique and exciting feature on our waterfront that is long overdue and very, very compelling kind of set of programs and design ideas that I'm very excited about, and I know many are too. So I just wanted to go and say that.
No, great. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think Waterfront Toronto's been more focused on the upland than we have on the water in the past. So this is really the beginning of a shift towards reorienting ourselves to the water and creating more opportunities for people to get out on the water. And it was really brought into pretty stark relief this past summer. I mean, the numbers of people using the downtown waterfront all along were just astounding. I mean, with COVID and with travel restrictions, it's just, I'd never seen so many people. Every nook and cranny, I cycle the waterfront a lot, and every nook and cranny that you could find had people in it. So there's a real desire on the part of the public to get out there and to get engaged with the water. So this also is a really sort of nice first step towards the larger marine strategy of, activating the whole waterfront more with better transit and expanded waterfront access. So yeah, we're excited.
It's so well timed. Very well timed release.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at this as kind of the city manager, Chris Murray, keeps talking about building back better, and that the city needs to build back better. We know what happens to the city in a pandemic, and we should be thinking about that as we go forward. And we're really saying this is a component of building back better. This allows everybody breathing room, room to even be socially distanced and be outside in ways that we know people just so much wanted to have during the pandemic.
Chris, this is Bridget. I just wondered what the status of that. There's always been shown a pedestrian bridge in sort of this area connecting over to Villiers Island. Is there a kind of is that kind of in the works or not even on the radar or?
Well, it's on the radar. It doesn't have any funding associated with it yet. So there's a kind of placeholder in our plans for it. Mm-hmm. I think the Parliament slip work will be the first thing we seek to get fully funded and implemented. Mm-hmm. And we think we can fund it. So we're pretty confident we'll be able to deliver it. Mm-hmm. And then, then we'll turn our attention to those connections out to Villiers Island. So we're still hoping to do it. Yeah. But it'll be a kind of phase 2 to this work.
Right. But what's great is, I mean, the work at, all of the kind of planning for all the parks just to the east is amazing. And I would say that the work on Parliament Slip and all of this work kind of foreshadows the next to come, right? So
Yeah.
it's really great that it's actually will be up and running and used, and then it'll kind of, it'll feather into all of the other great work that will just take a little bit longer. So it's really wonderful.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things you'll see here is that sort of free-form building is really kind of a placeholder idea about there being a cultural center there of some sort. And what that exactly is TBD, obviously. But we hope it's, either some sort of performing arts venue, art gallery, museum, could be a lot of things. But the idea is to have a kind of anchor at this end of the waterfront with a draw that'll bring, upwards of 500,000 people down here, which will really help animate the waterfront. And that's really the piece that's missing, is that kind of year-round magnet to keep all the retail store frontages busy and activated, have some customers down here year-round, and really just year-round animation. And there's another site held in Promontory Park North as part of the Villiers Island plan for another sort of catalytic use cultural center. And I think if we can find two institutions that are wanting to locate here, the bridge just becomes almost inevitable, because you'll want to have a connection between the two. And that would really start to create a bit of a cultural cluster on the east end of the waterfront. And, when you look at the great waterfronts around the world, many of them have just that. They don't just have one, they have a group, and they're usually in good proximity to one another, and it creates a real additional layer of dynamism and animation, and creates options of things for people to do. So my guess is that bridge gets implemented as plans for a cultural cluster here really come to life, and we'll find the funding as part of that effort.
Great. I just think it's such a critical linking piece. So I think that's great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions for Chris? Okay, thanks, Chris. It's going to be a very interesting process, and I think this summer, if people get those vaccinations, I think the waterfront will really, really be busy. So well timed. Okay,
so just to go through the agenda as it looks for next month, It looks like the Leslie Slip Lookout project will be coming back for schematic design. The second item is the Bentway Bridge, which you've reviewed several times in the past. It was proposed as a suspended bridge from the Gardner columns. That approach has not proven feasible for a variety of operational reasons. So they're having to completely redesign the bridge as a land-supported bridge. So they'll be bringing that revised design back. West Donlands Block 20, which I think you saw in Issues ID, will be coming back for schematic design. And then we thought we should show you the 5-year plan, Waterfront Toronto's 5-year plan. It's really become much more of a kind of inspirational or aspirational document, and it's received a lot of good feedback too. So it encapsulates kind of what it is we actually plan to start delivering and when. So we're going to have our CFO, who's in charge of producing this thing, present that to you guys next month as well. And then we have 11 Bay Street on the wait list to come back and redo issues identification. They have added a new design partner to their team to help rethink the podium and the relationships to the public realm. So we'll see what their thinking is on that, hopefully next month.
okay, looks like a pretty full agenda.
Pretty full agenda. And I think with that, I think I'm finished. Am I finished, Leon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
I have an opportunity to make some remarks, and this is actually, not sure everybody is aware of, but it's kind of a special day and a special meeting. Lorna Day has announced that she's retiring from the City of Toronto. And I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge all her contributions to the city and to the waterfront, and especially our panel as the prime liaison person. Lorna joined the city planning in 1989, so she's just about at the 32-year mark. And I think she can be pretty proud of all the city building contributions she's made all throughout the city over those years. And I'll highlight some of the key ones for members of the panel. As I said, she joined in 1989, ironically, when I was the director of community and neighborhood planning for the old city of Toronto. And at that point in time, we wanted to bring an urban design lens into the neighborhoods. So we actually had an urban designer embedded into each of the geographic north, south, east, west, and west central portions of the city. And Lorna started off in the west section of the neighborhoods division, where she cut her teeth and got involved in a whole series of development applications for the West. She was there for a few years and then moved when the Urban Design Division was created as a centralized division, and got heavily involved in developing urban design guidelines for a wide variety of both large and small neighborhoods. She obviously focused on the public realm in a big way, and added many additions and value to various private sector developments. After amalgamation, she actually became the urban design manager for the West District of Etobicoke and assumed responsibilities for that entire portion of the city. She then got involved in transportation planning, and as she told me the other day, was assigned to do and take carriage of the mother of all avenue studies for the Eglinton Crosstown, to develop a public realm strategy for the entire Eglinton Crosstown corridor from Mount Dennis all the way out to Kennedy in the east. Huge, huge undertaking, and that took 3 years out of her working life, and probably a lot of energy in the process, but she did a fabulous job. And I think when that project is finally finished, my guess is another 1.5 to 2 years, and it's put back together and the transit is running, we'll see the evidence of her hard work in the public realm throughout the Eglinton corridor. She from there went briefly for about a year to Metrolinx and thought that that was a logical progression. But then the dream job she always wanted became open, Director of Urban Design for City Planning. And she applied and got that job in 2016, and for the last 5 years has devoted all her attention to that responsibility. Her chief accomplishments in those 5 years about building up the Urban Design Awards, the Urban Design staff team, Toronto Design Review Panel, and of course, a wonderful representative for our Waterfront Design Review Panel. So I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate Lorna for 32 years of city building contributions. I asked her what she's going to do next, and she said take a rest for a little bit, but she's going to celebrate the birth of a new grandchild soon. She made it clear that she's always available to be involved in the waterfront in any way, shape, or form. And she, you may not know, but her mother originally is from Iceland, and Lorna did a trip back to Iceland to rediscover her connections back there. So I think that might be in the cards in the future as well. So I just want to, on behalf of the panel, wish her all the best, much health, much happiness, and don't be a stranger to the waterfront.
So much, Paul.
I think Lauren is there if you want to
Yeah,
share
I don't
your
know,
own thoughts.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, good. Okay. Thanks so much for those remarks, Paul. I'm quite touched to have you speak about my career. It really has been an honor for me to have this job, but to sit at this table with all of you and witness the talent the level of discourse and the dedication that you all have to the city and to the waterfront. It has been a tremendous experience for me, and you as a panel really represent not only the best of Toronto, but the best in Canada when it comes to these conversations. You know, in terms of looking back, I mean, my number one goal has always been to represent the public interest for the citizens of the city of Toronto. And that's really, in my mind, about building a city that inspires people and aspires beyond the mundane when it comes to everyday lived experiences. And the way to do that, from my perspective, is to provide a generous public realm that supports our life and beautiful buildings and spaces. And of course, that can't be done without these kinds of respectful conversations. So I really, again, want to thank you all for your contribution to that, but also to thank Chris and his team, because again, it can't be done without the collaboration of our staff. And to me, that's something that has been important to me, and I think I'm quite proud of the way our staff works together, and as well the process that we set out to follow. And that's, you know, in terms of the Urban Design Handbook, sorry, the Design Review Panel Handbook that Leon and Paul and Chris and others have worked so hard to get together with members of the city team. So those are things that I leave behind that I'm really proud of. And I look forward to continuing to hear about the work of this panel. And I won't finish before putting a plug for the Toronto Urban Design Awards, because we are open for submissions. Anybody who's listening should go to the website, look at the categories, because submissions will close on April the 26th. So thank you again, Paul, Chris, and everybody around the table.
Well, I just wanted to echo everything Paul said. I could say it all again, but it probably isn't strictly necessary. But Lorna, you've been just a great partner in all of this over this time. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and I feel like the panel's never been better, and you deserve some of the credit for that. Particularly Design Review Handbook, you know, you were just so helpful on that and clarifying all those processes. It's really manifested itself, and I think enabled us to work better with the city, and that's really due to you. So I'm going to miss you. I'm sorry you're leaving, but retirement does sound better and better the older I get. So and somehow you've managed to become a grandmother in all of this, which I still find really hard to believe, but that will be fun too. So thank you.
Yep.
My
Thanks
pleasure.
a lot, Chris.
Thanks,
And
Lorna.
thanks, Lorna, for everything. All the best. Don't be a stranger. We value your input, and I'm sure you'll be involved in some capacity in some way in the future. So much success and happiness to you.
Thanks again.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Okay, I guess 9:30. So I think we're ready for the first item, Queens Quay East Revitalization. It's here for schematic design. Is everyone ready, Leon? Do you know?
Yeah, hi, Paul. I think Sonia is here, and I see Westate present as well. Sonia, would you like to maybe start the introduction slides?
Sure. Thanks, Leon.
It's great.
Give me one moment. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all again. So my name is Sonia Vangeli. I'm a design project manager at Waterfront Toronto. I'll be introducing the Queens Quay East Streetscape and LRT project, along with my co-PM, Alex Mariou, who will be providing a transit update on the transit planning process for the project. Before we dive in, I also want to introduce the project team. We have Pina Malozzi, obviously, a VP of Design from Waterfront Toronto on this project, and also from the city, Nigel Taher from Transportation Planning, and Jane Naiman, who may be joining in a little bit, from Waterfront Secretariat, Deanne Mighton from Urban Design, and we also have our partners from TTC, Suma Aparodas. The design team is led by West State and DTAH. So we have on the call Shelley Long from West State. I believe Adrian Guz is also joining from West State. And we have Yvonne Lamb, Brent Raymond, and Corinne Latimer from DTAH. I think that's everyone, if I'm reading the list correctly. Okay, so jumping right in. The Queens Quay East project is being advanced to 30% design as part of the larger East Waterfront LRT program. This is a priority project, a priority transit project for the City of Toronto. And so in order to apply for implementation funding, we're tasked with delivering 30% design and costing to inform a business case to report back to council at the end of this fall. The overall program is coordinated by the City of Toronto with TTC and Waterfront Toronto as delivery agents for the different project components. So Area 1, which you see in red here, is the underground Queens Quay station to Union Station link, which is primarily underground platform expansions and is led by TTC, complete with a portal to facilitate the easterly extension of the LRT. And Waterfront Toronto is leading the surface transit portion from the portal east to Cherry Street and connecting to the Distillery Loop. So that's split into two different projects. Area 2A, which is the focus of this review, extends from Bay Street to the silos on the east, and includes two small areas of lake fill at Young Slip and Parliament Slip as enabling works to extend the LRT and the street, as well as the realignment of Parliament Street, that junction there. Area 2B, which is in darker blue, is the easterly extension of Queens Quay past its terminus, past its existing terminus, and the extension of the transit right-of-way, the LRT, up Cherry Street to connect with the Distillery Loop. We have just procured a new design team for this section, and we're just kicking off design. We've just started design, so we should be coming back to DRP with that later this year. The focus of this review, though, is Area 2A, which you see here in the light blue, and the design team for that is led by West State and DTH, as I mentioned. So these three parallel streams, these three projects, are progressing in parallel with slightly different schedules, but all aiming toward delivering 30% design and costing by this fall to inform an updated business case to report to council in order to be considered for implementation funding. My colleague Alex Merieux is leading this process, the business case, and also a transit project assessment process to update the environmental approvals. So I'll pass it over to him for an overview of that process.
Thanks,
Alex?
Sonia. I'm just going to do an audio check.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so in the bottom line here, that's the schedule for the environmental assessment process, which is, in this context, the transit project assessment process, which is the environmental assessment specifically for transit infrastructure projects, which has a tighter timeline than and different review process than standard Class EAs. So if you can move on to the next slide, please. So right now we're in what's called the pre-planning stage of the environmental assessment and the TPAT process, and it's gathering background information, including on the two environmental assessments that were previously done that cover this corridor, which I'll speak to in a second. And then once this pre-planning work is done, which is also informed by the design work, we will go back to the public with an environmental project report, which is a summary report of all of the investigations and design work. And that will be towards the end of spring, which will also kickstart with a notice of commencement, a 120-day review period by the public and stakeholders, which will then end with a notice of completion in the fall and the publishing of the final EPR. And then there will be a 30-day review and objection period of that final report. And then finally a 35-day minister's review period. That's the Ministry of Environment. Next slide, please. So just a bit of background, the East Bayfront Transit Environmental Assessment, which is shown in the blue swath here, which goes from Union Station down Bay and along Queens Quay east to Parliament Street. That was completed in 2010, and those EAs have a 10-year shelf life, so it is currently expired. And then the portion of the corridor for this transit expansion project east of there is covered by the Lower Donlands Environmental Assessment Master Plan in the orange swath. So as opposed to doing addendums to multiple EAs, the recommendation by the MECP is that we do this TPAP, which I mentioned previously, which is a new environmental assessment specifically for transit projects that would cover the whole corridor and would cover changes to both EAs along the corridor. So I'm going to focus on number 3 here today. I think that's the portal location, which is most relevant in terms of what the design team will be presenting today, because the portal location has an impact on the young slip fill, which will be a focus of the presentation. So next slide, please. So in that 2010 EA, the East Bayfront Transit EA, that EA looked at several different options for a portal. That's where the streetcar comes from below grade to grade, similar to the portal you see on Queens Quay west of Bay Street. So they concluded, or in the 2010 EA, they concluded that the preferred portal location should be located east of Yonge Street. So everything west of that portal to Bay Street would be underground. And of course, it would be underground all the way up Bay Street to Union. And after that EA, some preliminary design work was completed by the TTC, and it was noted that, well, after further investigation, that there's currently a combined sewer overflow that comes down Yonge Street and outfalls into the Yonge Slip. So this portal would require reconstruction, because we would be underground at Yonge Street, would require reconstruction of that CSO and the creation of a siphon tunnel, which has significant cost implications associated with this option. So that prompted a review of an alternative location where the portal would come west of Yonge Street. So in 2020, we completed a portal location study, which evaluated these two portal locations against each other using criteria from the original EA. So next slide, please. Actually, if you could go back, please, Leon, one slide. Yeah, so I think it's important to recognize here that there are currently 2 driveways, which you see west of Yonge Street between Bay and Yonge on the south side, yet where the cursors are. One driveway to access the Westin Hotel Motor Court, and the driveway to the east of that is to access hotel loading, as well as vehicular access to the ferry terminal for fuel trucks and vehicles accessing the island. So both those driveways are currently unsignalized. So trucks and vehicles entering the hotel are coming to these driveways without a signal, a traffic signal, and that represents some conflicts for trail users and pedestrians in that location. And those driveways would be, oh, sorry, one back, yeah, thank you. And those driveways would be maintained as part of this east portal option. But when we go to the west portal option, so the portal west of Yonge on the lower part of the screen, the portal would be located directly in front of those 2 driveways. preventing access to them. So to mitigate that, all those access points would be integrated into the Queens Quay and Yonge Street intersection. So a new south leg of that intersection would be created, and access to the hotel would be provided via a new entrance on the east side of the hotel, and access to the ferry docks and loading for the hotel would also be accessed via this Yonge slip fill to provide the fourth leg of the Queens Quay and Yonge intersection. So this slip fill is going to be a focus of the design team's presentation, so I won't go into it too much, but the next slide takes a first look at. Oh, yeah, this next slide. I think it's also important to note that currently between Bay and Yonge, there are 5 bus bays and 3 taxi stands. 4 bus bays in front of the hotel, which provide coach bus. This isn't TTC bus. This is coach bus access for tourists along the waterfront, and those tourists also accessing the hotel, and loading for those buses happen right in front of the hotel. So sometimes we see people loading those coach buses lined up across the Martin Goodman Trail. So there's some conflicts associated with those loading areas. So since the west portal option has the portal right in front of the hotel, these bus bays and taxi stands need to be replaced and located on the proposed Yonge slip fill. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So this proposed Yonge slip fill, it not only does it provide access to the hotel and to the Jack Layton ferry terminal, but it also provides those bus loading and taxi loading and pickup and drop off facility required, as they would be replaced with this portal option. So although this is our technically preferred option through the evaluation, it's still not a done deal, so to speak. We still are having discussions with the residents across the street, as one of their concerns were sight lines to the lake being disrupted. And so we continue to meet with those residents. And we also, another outstanding item is to define the ownership of this facility in terms of public ownership, who would own it and who would maintain it, which is also related to discussions with the hotel and what their responsibilities might be for operations. I think that's it for me. Is there next slide? I think that's it. Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. So just very briefly on the streetscape design vision, our intention with this design update, as you may remember, there was previous work done by this team in 2012 for Queens Quay East. So the vision for the design refresh of Queens Quay East was to build on the success of the revitalization of Queens Quay West, but also learn from its performance so far in terms of the trail and pedestrian interactions to inform a further enhanced design in the East. And so to that end, at the beginning of the process, we put together a design brief to establish the vision for a strong cohesive character, a unified waterfront boulevard from west to east, but that also pushes the agenda a little bit on integrating urban ecology, promoting active transportation and placemaking. And I won't go through these in detail, but these are some of the design considerations that we asked the team to consider. So really designing for ecological performance, enhancing the diversity of the tree canopy and planting, integrating green infrastructure, and thinking about a low maintenance landscape that uses passive irrigation, and a naturalistic design to promote a healthy, thriving landscape. In terms of mobility, looking at the intersections in particular, and aiming to clarify interactions between users along the Martin Goodman Trail. Also making refinements to the trail itself in order to promote active transportation, and fitting in flexibility for new trends in mobility and new forms of micromobility, and improving accessibility along the promenade and trail. And last but not least, building a destination. So thinking about continuing building on the established design language of Queens Quay West, while further enhancing the idea of Queens Quay as a destination at the water's edge, particularly at the intersections and the heads of slips that have the views over the water. As I mentioned, the core team is the same from Queens Quay West and from 2012. So it's led by the joint venture of West State DTH with ARUP and WSP and DPM for engineering, and supplemented with a subconsultant team of specialists in these areas of ecology and mobility to further innovate in these directions. Just as a recap from Issues ID, some of the major, the key attributes of the design updates are maintaining primarily a consistent section, but introducing open planters, so understory planting at the ground level, and really amplifying the diversity of the trees and optimizing the health of the trees in this design. Really having a close look at the intersections to clarify how the trail navigates through them, and to make it clearer to pedestrians that they are crossing a cycling trail, and moving from a kind of mixing zone approach to a more delineated approach. And really thinking about the arrival experience to the waterfront through these north-south streets, particularly as they terminate at the slips with open views to the lake. We've had one round of public engagement so far. Back in February, we did a public information center, as well as a series of online videos and a survey to seek public input. And so far, the response has been generally positive, but interest has been shown in clearly differentiating the cycle track, the Martin Goodman Trail, to mitigate some of the perceived conflict between people riding bikes and other visitors to the waterfront. So a strong preference was shown for delineation versus shared space, and also interest in providing more amenities, seating areas, lighting, vegetation, unique trees and planting, and preserving sightlines to Lake Ontario to better amplify the sense of arrival to the waterfront at these head of slip spaces. So the project came to DRP in July of last year for the Stage 1 Issues ID review. We're back for schematic design. And just as a recap, some of the comments that we got at the last review, there was generally support for the overall project and the approach to continuity with Queens Quay West and the team continuity, interest in sharing more of the lessons learned from Queens Quay West in terms of informing the East, support for the urban ecology principles and the additional ground cover planting and continuity in the public realm design language, and interest in hearing a little bit more about the foot of Yonge Street, the Yonge slip that Alex just talked about, as well as emphasizing the importance of Queens Quay East as a great urban retail street, and looking at the intersections in more detail to resolve some of the conflicts there. For this review, we'd like the panel to consider if this updated design that you'll see from the team today adequately addresses our objectives for a continuous design language for the entire Queens Quay East Boulevard as a cohesive street, our aspirations for enhanced ecological performance, active transportation and placemaking, and the enhanced arrival experience at the intersections and heads of slips, the resilient planting approach and integration of ecological infrastructure, and the refinements to the trail, delineated intersections, and enhancements to accessibility. Okay, so with that, I will hand it over to Shelley Long from West 8 for the design presentation.
Thank you, Sonia. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's our pleasure to be back to bring Queens Quay East at our 30% or schematic design to the panel again today. I would like to start with a kind of thank you, because we are proud to be here to continue the 15-year vision that we've collectively been working on, West State DETA, ARUP, WSP, with the feedback and support of the design review panel to this day. In 2012, we did take this project to detailed design, and so the 30% or schematic design that you'll see today is, we think, way beyond that. And so we're ready to get into the details to talk to you about all the different aspects of the project, but we want to make sure that everyone understands all of the existing conditions that we're working with in the schematic design. We think today that we will be successful if the images and the concepts that we show you feel consistent with Queens Quay West and look and feel like one continuous boulevard. There are a few research-based modifications and exceptions that we are seeking your input on today, namely the vision to separate bikes and pedestrians and create more delineation and separation throughout the street, both at crossings, intersections, arrivals, and mid-block areas. There is a research that we have done about the rising lake level and climate change, what the impacts there are on waterfront infrastructure that this may have on Queens Quay East and the greater waterfront, that we would like your feedback on, as well as focus on Yonge Street, which we see as a transformation from a cluttered, ambiguous space into an integrated, functional place that's much needed on the waterfront. So I will spend the first half of our presentation going through the 5 individual principles that our design team has used to guide us through the schematic design. And secondly, we will go through a walkthrough west to east of a roll plan with views, renderings, and photos of existing site conditions to summarize the schematic design to date. So starting with the principles, we introduced these at our Issues ID area. The overarching one is to maintain a continuous identity, improve the arrival experience, enhance the Martin Goodman Trail, create a green and climate resilient street, and lastly, an open and accessible street that's future-proof. When we talk about consistency, there are 5 main elements that the design team feels is sacred to the identity and the existence of Queens Quay Boulevard, beyond, of course, the street section itself. We feel that Queens Quay is the queen, and she has a hierarchy over top of other waterfront spaces that she encounters, for example, parks, plazas, and alternative building faces. The paving palette with the iconic pink cobblestone granite with the maple leaf pattern on the south side, as well as all of the materials we use for granite curbs, paleotech in our driveways, and asphalt on the Martin Goodman Trail and the roadway. The ambition of our design team for mature shade trees remains a goal with the layout that you see in front of you today. The MGT markings are an identity placemaking item that must be held continuous, and the furnishing zone south of the Martin Goodman Trail as a place for benches, for trash cans, for poles, signs, bike parking, you name it. There needs to be a place on the street for this, and as an organizing feature, we've maintained this throughout the design. One of the kind of, to get right into the details, other optimizations we've been working with Waterfront Toronto is to kind of optimize the signature Waterfront Toronto light fixture that we developed for Queens Quay West and for the Water's Edge Promenade 10 years ago into a kind of catalog off-the-shelf version that you see on the right, with a streamlined procurement process and a different LED fixture that maintains the kind of organic connection to the existing streetscape. There are 25 intersections with 11 quote-unquote arrival zones on Queens Quay. Within our project, exactly half of those 12 intersections with 5 arrival zones are in the east. So this mapping shows the kind of 2 hearts, Harbourfront Centre and Parliament Plaza, west and east, along with all the different intersections. These 5 intersections, Bay, Yonge, Jarvis, Sherbourne, and Parliament, we've put a bigger focus on pedestrian and cycling experience and the sense of arrival on if we've done that well today. There's a kind of language that talks about the arrival to the waterfront underneath the Gardiner Expressway. This is cut through Parliament Slip, the new kind of vision for the slip, and arriving at the waterfront with views of the lake and crossing, 3 different modes of traffic, vehicles, the streetcar, and cyclists using MGT to arrive at the waterfront, which is the main destination south of Queens Quay Boulevard. In addition, we talked about Young Slip. In the western half of the project, there is a need for functional working horse areas, and that will manifest in the Young Slip lay-by zone and a new entrance for the Westin Hotel. In the east, where we have more space, because these are all new buildings with greater setbacks and in some cases no plans yet at all, we have been able to integrate 2 bus focus and 2 vehicular lay-bys with a flexible seasonal use, like in Market Street in Toronto, where a bollard could be moved out to the roadside in order to accommodate potential summer programming like patios, which would support a retail environment that we don't have in Queens Quay West. For principle number 3, we've separated and enhanced the Martin Goodman Trail with a small 5-centimeter grade change, and we've also widened the amount of asphalt that is compared to the west. This is for a number of reasons. We anticipate that in the future that cycling is only going to become more popular, and as a multi-use trail, other forms of mobility, users on any kinds of wheels, e-scooters, e-bikes, will all start to kind of compete for the same space, and this is also an anticipation of that. And the separation is in response to the client brief and also feedback that we've received from the public. And of course, we have a lot of experience in this as a Dutch office dealing with the kind of separation of bicycles and pedestrians. One major change that we would also like your feedback on today is the new approach to the intersections. So in these 2 small circle photos up here, you can see that there in Queens Quay West and in Queens Quay East, there's 2 types of intersections. On the left, where the Martin Goodman Trail crosses an automobile driveway, and on the right, a T intersection where the Martin Goodman Trail continues through, for instance, a head of slip condition, and also has to create circulation areas for new bicycle lanes that are coming north and south along connector streets. In the west, we had a vision for a shared space. This was a mixing zone at the head of every single intersection where pedestrians are given the right of way and cyclists would yield. And this created some conflicts with the introduction of the cycling green light, and has resulted in a lot of feedback to pressure for change at these intersections. So the design team proposal is to extend the asphalt of the Martin Goodman Trail all the way to the edge of the vehicular roadway, and thereby also bring the beginning of the pedestrian crosswalk, for instance, the pedestrian push button, south of the MGT. Right now, it's at the TTC guideway up here. Where there are TTC stops, we also have to introduce extra accessibility features, for instance, a tactile warning strip to indicate to blind users that there is something else here, that there's a TTC stop that they can board at that instance. This creates a bit of a delay on the traffic signals because the crosswalks have gotten, in effect, 7 meters longer at every intersection, but provides clarity and for pedestrians who are stepping onto asphalt associated with the Martin Goodman Trail. For consistency, what we've done is also continued this asphalt and will be introducing new bicycle signals at the head of slip. This is not the current setup. For example, if you bike today down the Martin Goodman Trail and you end up at Spadina, there are no bicycle signals. It's simply a yield zone and is in effect a bit of a shared space as well. So for consistency and clarity, we've also introduced new bike signals, separated the Martin Goodman Trail, and introduced new bicycle waiting areas for those wishing to go north and south. When it comes to green and climate resilient street, we have a number of different details that we've introduced and also research that we'd like to share with you. So Sonia already mentioned the open planters with our mixed allée, and I also want to talk to the design panel today about the impacts of rising water on our street, but also the waterfront as a whole. So, sorry, its diagram's a bit messed up on that, but in the last 4 years, the 100-year high water level has been changed twice, revised to a higher level. And the number that we are working with today is 76.2 meters. Whereas the number that we were working with 10 years ago had a record high related to 1952, which was 75.82, and that was the lake. As the design review panel knows, the high lake levels have severe impacts on the usability of public space and infrastructure along the waterfront, as evidenced in this photo on the right. And we took really seriously your question from the last DRP, what impact does this have on Queens Quay as a low point in the city? And how is it affecting, namely, the green infrastructure on the street? Now, I won't give the full academic lecture, but I'm happy to talk offline with anyone who's interested after the panel. But the design team conducted a lot of research and to provide answers to these questions. So can the water be regulated? Short answer, no. There is no high level that the International Joint Commission will be setting, and the response is design resiliency into the cities on Lake Ontario. These new high water events are happening in April or May and lasting until July and August. We know that Lake Ontario right now is currently in a period of high water levels that last about 65 to 75 days. If we look at the two high water events in 17 and 19. And we know the groundwater typically relates to surface water in that it is higher or equal to the lake water level. So we started really worrying about the health of our trees, and we asked ourselves, can we pick flood resistant species? There are some unique issues with the high water level in Lake Ontario in that no trees are naturally adapted to seasonal high groundwater in the summer months. Floodplains are used, species are used to the spring freshet. And it's a potentially more dangerous situation because the warmer the water is, the less oxygen it can hold, microbial activity is high in the summer, and if we have waterlogged soils, we get anaerobic soils and ecosystem decline. Queens Quay East, if you look at this diagram on the upper left, is lower than Queens Quay West. It is lower on average than the Portland Slip Water's Edge Promenade, and it is about a meter lower almost than the East Bayfront Water's Edge Promenade. Why is this? It's because it's acting as an overland flow route, the roadway specifically, in the local watershed. In the diagram on the upper right, you can see that the pink area of the watershed is flowing directly into the CSO at Young Slip, and the three areas to the right are intended to flow to new, recently built stormwater treatment facilities. So one thing we also want to avoid is unnecessarily overloading our new stormwater facilities with lake water that might be entering our system, for example, through the passive irrigation. We can't really raise the entire district like we did in the Portlands 2 meters because there are a lot of existing buildings that we have to respect, existing infrastructure. However, there's opportunity on the east end of our project to do so. And from our existing data analysis, the groundwater level is equal or greater to the lake water level. And because of the existing subsurface composition, the presence of low sand, we can assume that the parameter of the hydraulic connection between the lake and the groundwater is equal. We also double checked our work with other people who are working on the waterfront, namely with Michael Ormston Holloway's experiences in the Distillery District and the Cherry Loop, which have similar grades to the low points on Queens Quay East, and experienced a 100% mortality rate in a flood event in 2013. Now, it's also worth noting that in Queens Quay West, we did also experience a high death rate with the platanus trees, which were diagnosed with sycamore anthracnose. This is a fungal disease. They were replaced in 2018 and have since experienced the high water level of 2019, and we are still kind of waiting to see what the kind of canary in the coal mine effect is. Notably, the Portland Slip Water's Edge Promenade and the East Bayfront Water's Edge Promenade so far have no recorded signs of death or disease. And so we are the design team at this point is making the recommendation to raise grades wherever possible, and we will monitor the groundwater along in a couple points on Queens Quay East and Queens Quay West to confirm the scientific parameter that the groundwater is in fact following the lake, and will look at other opportunities for research to support the health of the trees, because the trees is really an indicator for, the accessibility of Queens Quay East as a place, as also an arm of infrastructure. So the proposed approach here you see is we will raise the areas indicated in green. So that includes the TTC track, which we have to raise, and then at the head of Slip Young and Jarvis, in order to try and at a Parliament, and all the way up in the east end where we hook up with Area 2B. And where that gets us is the vast majority of our trees are still in a risk zone, where their root zone will be within 30 to 90 centimeters of the high water level, but with opportunistic areas in the east where they will be over 90 centimeters above the design groundwater level. And for those of you who are not tree people, just so you know, the silva cell that we support our trees with is 1.2 meters deep. So in addition to all of that research, the conclusion for the character of the trees is to plant, of course, robust deciduous shade trees that are suited to a street tree environment, and to mark the kind of heads of slips and park areas with a different textured canopy than the mid-block areas. And this is similar to the approach that we had in the West, but further to that, we will be mixing in bio and genetic diversity, multiple cultivars, and really trying to make sure we're sourcing trees that are genetically diverse, which will help with their resiliency. There's also, as a result, 2 different understory planting concepts. One where we feel safe to kind of allow stormwater to enter the system, for example, at the high points in our project, and another that looks at how can we focus on the health of the tree and gain 5, 10, 15 centimeters through the grading of this new open planter between the TTC and the Martin Goodman Trail. We will be testing a pilot in Queens Quay West this summer of the understory approach to test for ease of maintenance and public perception, and to see how well this actually functions as a potential jaywalking prevention barrier between the TTC and the Martin Goodman Trail. And lastly, for our open and accessible principle, this is an overview of where the bike share and bike share parking will be located next to or near to Queens Quay East. We want to make sure that we also reserve some extra space here for future forms of mobility, like e-scooters that inevitably will pop up. They're not legal right now in Ontario, but if we look at where other places in the world are headed, then they will inevitably end up in Toronto. We've also done a lot of research of different heated paving examples in the world, with the intent to create a more accessible public realm in the wintertime by automatically heating the underlayer of the paving between key building entrances and TTC stops, and also to pilot it within the Quayside district. Our initial conversations with Enwave, who could be a potential waste heat provider, and on the technical feasibility show us that this is technically feasible, and we would like to do more development in the detailed design phase. And lastly, the integration of wayfinding areas, again, at our arrival zones, which could be integrated with existing structures to reduce clutter, such as a TTC station, a bike share, and the CNIB beacon, which is, that's the Canadian National Institute for the Blind beacon that ties into an app so that blind users of the waterfront have more access to the amenities and know where to go. We think this is a great initiative. So I'll walk through the project now. We have sort of 8 slides or 8 areas of the project to break it into. And each of them starts with a series of principles. Bay to Yonge we see as one big arrival area, with Bay connecting from Union Station and Yonge being the longest street in the world. We want to preserve the views to the lake, maximize the amount of pedestrian space that's for circulation, for users of the ferry terminal, people getting on and off buses, pick up, drop off, etc. and turn this disconnected back of house space into one integrated place that contributes to the quality of the public realm. These are some existing site photos walking from Bay across the western frontage, looking down the existing Young slip. You can see there's a lot. This is the loading entry for the Westin Hotel. There's a lot of parking right now on the slip, and there's some of these uncontrolled potential conflict zones that Alex mentioned between Martin Goodman Trail users and pickup and drop off. There's a very narrow sort of metal wave deck and water taxi stands, which are a little bit isolated from the rest of Queens Quay. Here you see this in plan, all of the different existing conditions. I wanted to note that all of the access points right now to the Westin are non-signalized, and they result in some conflicts, and we have some existing taxi, bus, and lay-by parking. And again, the access to the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal is also non-signalized. The proposal for this area, as a result of the new portal location, which also results in massive savings, in cost savings, as Alex mentioned, is to introduce a new signalized controlled intersection at the bottom leg of Yonge Street, fill in part of the foot of Yonge to create a plaza and a functional integrated lay-by zone, and also to minimize the amount of the CSO that we have to extend here. This coupling of expanding the foot of Yonge also allows us to create an integrated water taxi and boat access at the end with a wave deck that serves as the destination point for the end of Yonge Street, and also accommodates the aquatic habitat underneath the wave deck. So that's Yonge. On Bay Street, we're looking to optimize the pedestrian area here by not providing a dedicated right turn lane, which we think would be supported by traffic analysis, and conveniently locating any new stairs to the Queens Quay station to align with views to the lake, and as you can see here, bump out the Martin Goodman Trail to slow down bike users with a chicane and maximize the amount of pedestrian space on the south side of the Martin Goodman Trail. You can see here the design for the head of Yonge Slip accommodates an integrated bus lay-by on the north side and an integrated vehicular lay-by on the south side, with a central landscaped area that could deal with the runoff from the area. And when people arrive here by bus, they're unloading directly onto Queens Quay and they arrive at the waterfront. This wave deck here, you can see, integrates also potential for a future public art piece and celebrates the beginning and end of Yonge Street. So this is a typical section throughout the Westin frontage and the 10 Queens Quay East building, and some imagery of the integrated head of slip vision with the concept for the wave deck on the right-hand side. Moving further east to the head of Yonge, or sorry, between Yonge Slip and the Redpath factory, you can see at the mid-block conditions between our arrival zones, we have more typical layouts of Queens Quay East. We have our first TTC stop at Freeland, and then the track for the streetcar will come down to the roadway grade to accommodate the turning path for Redpath trucks as we approach the factory. Redpath frontage is a bit of a pinch point in the Queens Quay East street section. The existing conditions you can see here on the west block, there's a kind of grassy area in front of the building. And then on the east block, there is a functional driveway area for the vehicles that are servicing the Redpath factory. And these are all within a 29-meter right-of-way, and the kind of future full built-out Queens Quay East has a 38-meter right-of-way to accommodate all of the changes. Our proposed solution is where we can on the west block extend the paving of the Queens Quay Boulevard sidewalk up to the building face, and on the east block we have kind of a compromised public realm minimum dimensions in order to maintain the maximum full red path operation. So you can see how that plays out in plan here below with a zoom in of the dimensions for those of you who are interested on the upper right hand side of the screen. So after coming around the red path factory, we arrive at the head of Jarvis. I would just like to also note that discussions right now are ongoing between Redpath and the city. We welcome your feedback on this design approach. So Jarvis Street, which is the connection to the St. Lawrence Market in the north. Again, we want to preserve the views to the lake, delineate and assert Queens Quay's identity consistently, and create a permeable movement to destinations south of Queens Quay, namely Sugar Beach, the Water's Edge Promenade, and a wave deck and seating area, and the lake herself. Right now, the whole head of Jarvis Slip is a bit lower than the rest of the Water's Edge Promenade. And the first thing that we'd like to, and you can see that that difference here with this concrete wall that was installed in the dock wall improvements that were carried out in 2015. Another key component is that there is an international security zone border that relates to the operations of the Redpath sugar boats that come in here, which is kind of a no-build area. And we have, as you see, integrated it already with a very transparent fence that allows views to the lake that we would maintain. What we'll do is remove the wall that separates the grades between these two areas and raise the whole head of slip about half a meter. And in order to well, achieve some of our infrastructure resiliency goals, but also to make a kind of flush playing field, so to speak. So here you can see the fully delineated Martin Goodman Trail at the kind of T intersection formation with new bicycle signals and an integrated land/water wave deck that will help bridge this desire line between the intersection and the Water's Edge Promenade towards Sugar Beach. And we have a TTC stop here at Richardson Street. The addition of seating also in the furnishing zone on Queens in the South Boulevard also creates a kind of social conversation back and forth between these two areas. And this is the concept design for the wave deck at Jarvis, which we would also welcome your feedback on this arrival experience. Between Jarvis to Sherbourne, again, we have a more typical playing out of the Queens Quay East section. You can see here that there are some laybys on the north side with the integrated bollards. And as we arrive at Sherbourne Street, oh, sorry, this is a break from AutoCAD for our eyes, showing the vision looking southwest towards Redpath in the background with the Waterfront Innovation Center in the foreground, the mixed multi-use street. At Sherbourne, we have yet another arrival zone. It's a very important cycling connection, is entrenched in the knowledge of Torontonians as the original kind of separated cycle track street. So here we want to make sure there's clear connections between the Martin Goodman Trail and Sherbourne Street, the consistent delineation and assertion of Queens Quay, and that we've considered the relocation of the bike share in this area. It's noted that right now this is the alignment of Sherbourne Street. In the future, it will have to be realigned by others to the alignment that leads down to the waterfront. We are again proposing a consolidated right and turn and through lane, which is likely supported by traffic analysis similar to Bloor Street, and relocating the bike share along Queens Quay to mark this as a arrival zone. One thing I forgot to mention about Jarvis Bay and Yonge, is that also at Sherbourne, is a new design feature, which is the paving of the center of the intersection with the concrete unit paver, Paleotech, which is what we use at all our south driveways. And this is to also enhance the sense of welcome and arrival for drivers and pedestrians on the north side of Queens Quay. Moving east between Bayside and Quayside, again, we have two flexible laybys We have 2 TTC stops, one at Bonnycastle and one at Small. And then we arrive at the newly aligned Parliament Street. So this is kind of a section perspective showing also the underground geotechnical buildup at the above ground conditions. The Parliament arrival will be the second heart of the central waterfront, which will complement the amenities at Harbourfront Centre. Here we also want to preserve the views of the lake, maintain consistent continuation and delineation of Queens Quay, and ensure that the head of slip is functioning as a permeable movement zone to destinations south of the Queens Quay, including the new wave deck, the new vision for Parliament Slip south of Queens Quay, and Silo Park, which will create a new heart. Currently, Parliament Street is aligned at an angle, as you know, and the head of the slip actually has a bit of a party hat on top. And the first thing that we'll have to do in phase 1 of this project is fill in this part of the lake in order to accommodate the Queens Quay East project and also to help normalize the development blocks to the north of the project. So Parliament has been realigned according actually to the alignment of the grid north of Lakeshore Boulevard, and this creates, with the setbacks of the buildings towards the lake, 2 mini plazas on each side that will be also framing the head of Parliament arrival zone. So here you can see we have sort of concept designs shown for the plaza and the slip and Silo Park, but these are kind of placeholders and not part of the Queens Quay scope of work. And the fully delineated Martin Goodman Trail, again, independent from whatever is going to be happening south at Parliament Slip. And the vision for Parliament Street, this south leg, is to have a kind of slow zone, which the best reference I can give you is Front Street in Toronto, which has a higher level finish than asphalt, concrete pavers in the roadway, bollards on both sides to protect cars from driving into the plaza, which would have a lower kind of 5 centimeter curb to create a sense of permeability and connectivity between these 2 halves of the plaza that the street is cutting in half. And this is a concept design, again, for Parliament Street. It's also worth noting here that Parliament, Yonge, and Jarvis, we have the introduction of new bicycle lanes on the north-south legs, and that Queens Quay will have to accommodate at these intersections in the new bike waiting areas. On the edge of our scope of work is Street A, or Silo Street, we're informally calling it, and that is where the 2B team will be taking over. We're excited to be working with Mark and Adam, who are part of the old West ADTH joint venture team, who will carry on the rest of Queens Quay East toward Cherry Street. This team, I just wanted to note, also carried out the alignment of we set the alignment for the 2B team, and this is the envisioned Queens Quay East that terminates at Cherry Street on the right-hand side here. So in conclusion, we have tried our best to maintain consistency of the character of the street. We will continue to monitor the groundwater levels and adapt to the best practices in resiliency with your support. And we are very excited to carry on the vision that we shared with you today since we first came to you 12, 15 years ago, and proud to continue collaborating with the design review panel to keep, our research and our vision sharp and in line with all of the visions for the waterfront. Thank you.
I think, Paul, you're on mute.
Do the share screen.
Paul, I don't think we can hear you.
I can't hear anybody.
Paul, you're muted.
Yeah, we can see you speaking, but we can't hear you.
All right, how's that?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's good.
Great, success.
Thank you.
Okay,
Excellent.
thanks very much, Shelley. That was a very comprehensive presentation, so I'm sure you're gonna look forward to questions and comments from the panel. So let me just start off, and I think it might be appropriate. I believe Claude is with us today. He hasn't been with us for a while, and I wondered, Claude, if you want to kick it off with any questions.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a lot of no, I don't have specific questions. There's a lot of stuff here that to comments.
Yeah,
yes,
okay, no problem.
I would focus on that. Thank you.
Okay, how about Fatty?
Yeah, I just have maybe it's not a question, more as a confirmation question. Can you please confirm? I think it was in one of your earliest slides about there was a kind of like sub-watershed drainage map that you had, and it was on the top right-hand corner of one of the slides that described how Queens Quay East might have a different flooding drainage pattern than the rest of the area. I think you described that the East Bayfront Promenade was actually higher than Queens Quay East. Can you, I know there was quite a lot of content, but I think this is really, really important to understand and describe because I think a lot of your questions will follow through from having a much clearer understanding of how the drainage and water table condition works in that area. So can you just quickly reconfirm how much lower, I think we're on slide 17 out of 63 on our end, and the diagram's on the top right hand side. Can you just confirm to us again, what is the water, how far is the water table from there? How much lower is it than East Bayfront Promenade? And why would it what's the main kind of thrust for the questions regarding the separation of grades and future-proofing the roots of the trees in that region?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. Thanks, Fatty. So I have my screen on slide 17. On the very left-hand side, you can see this kind of cartoony diagram that shows the existing grades of Queens Quay East, and that's the lowest point is, sorry, I'm trying to read my own work here, 75.32, and the highest point was 75.53. The East Bayfront Water's Edge Promenade is this diagram on the right. The lowest grade there is 77.2, and the highest grade is 77.5. And the high 100-year level that the TRCA issued to us last year is 76.2. So we are within a dangerously close range, not just for the trees, but also for the kind of infrastructure. If the lake is to reach the 100-year level, which if, based on our understanding of climate change, doesn't mean it's going to happen in 100 years. It might happen next year, might happen in 5 years, might happen in 30 years. And the reason for that is, if you look at the diagram on the right, the dock walls along the East Bayfront Promenade are actually higher than Queens Quay East, because Queens Quay East, the roadway, is serving as an overland flow route and this is not just in the east, but also in the west. And the difference between the east and the west is that in the west, all of the drainage from our project was going straight into the lake. And this diagram is just to explain that most of our street actually now is also going to be treated in a stormwater facility, the runoff. And that's because Waterfront has been very ambitious about their stormwater goals, which is fantastic, and have built these state-of-the-art facilities to treat the water.
Okay, thank you. Let's keep on questions. So let's go down the list here. How about Nina Marie? Are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. Just keeping with the same thread of conversation for the moment. Thank you very much for this incredibly informative presentation that really touched on some timely issues with the project of this scale. Fadi's already asked you to reiterate, I think that was very important, the question about why this specific site is at risk. And I wondered if you could let me know or just clarify, in your calculations and considerations of the water levels, which are super thorough and frankly spot on, Were you able to incorporate some of the recent decision-making at the International Joint Commission around the lake level management plan to address flooding? I mean, I guess it's hard for me to phrase this question helpfully other than to say it adds that extra variable of uncertainty, which I think you're emphasizing and planning and designing for. And I just wondered if you could maybe say a few words about how or if that factored in, or maybe your response to it.
Yeah, Nina Marie, thank you. The conclusion from the International Joint Commission is that we have to design resiliently for an uncertain future, which is really, well, helpful in one way, which just says, you know, we're not going to set a water level, which is just to say that 76.2 is what we're working with today. It could get higher. It could, we might experience extreme lows as well. Not much research has been done. Actually, a lot of people in the world are talking about sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, cities on the coast. Fadi, of course, your research. But the Great Lakes are also, you know, sort of at threat of the impacts of climate change. And these water levels are informed by big watersheds along the St. Lawrence region. And Toronto is not, you know, the most important player. So I think we just have to try and design our project and the rest of the waterfront as resiliently as possible, whatever that means, and try to build in sort of redundancy into the system, which we're not sort of there yet, but I think that's the approach that we'd like to discuss today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Just
sorry.
We'll come back to that comments because there are
right.
some follow-ups
Let's
to that.
run through questions. How about Jeff? Any comments from your perspective on this so far? Are there any questions? I'm sorry. Are you there, Jeff?
Can you hear me, Paul?
Yep.
Great. So I just had one sort of specific question. There wasn't really a sort of a topographical view of the intersections focused sort of on the bike and pedestrian crossing and that sort of that point, other than I think slide 36 was maybe the closest. And I'm just wondering if those, you know, really to get a sense of the materials, and is that sort of consistent across the whole waterfront, that look and feel? And I'm really thinking about just where the pedestrians cross the bike path. And can you
so your question, Jeff, is about grades?
Yeah, just describing the materials of the different sort of intersection points.
Yeah, so I would say this photo on the upper left-hand corner shows the material composition in the west. And the main change that we're introducing is that this area where my mouse is will be instead paved with asphalt. And that pedestrians will also have a small 5-centimeter curb between the boulevard and the Martin Goodman Trail, which in the west is, which in the west was an open curved profile trench drain. But otherwise, all the materials are the same.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
And the grading is the same.
Yeah.
It is consistent. We kept it.
Okay. Let's keep going with questions. Betsy, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. I just have two questions. One would be for the next round, could you do the perspective or view looking down Yonge Street as the corridor view towards the water? I think we can maybe then use that view to talk about the design of the layering of the landscape between Queens Quay and the water to make sure that it is a good kind of welcome moment, because that view I think is missing from the presentation. We've got the oblique one. And the second one is just could you just explain one more time why Parliament, that little stretch doesn't have separated bike lanes? Because there was a lot of information, which I love, and it was fast. So I don't know if I didn't catch it or what.
No, that's right, Betsy. We are not showing separated bike lanes on Parliament right now, just because there's no kind of official plan guidance from the city or from cycling that explains that these will be separated bike lanes. I think that the ambition is to have, we showed, sorry, I'll go to the slide. We've showed for now what's called a super sharrow, which is not a separated bike lane in a kind of slow zone environment, but we're currently discussing that with our design team.
Okay, thank you. No more
Hi,
questions.
it's Nigel Tahir. I'd just like to add to that answer on the separated bike lanes. There is a couple of concepts for including bike facilities in the underpass at the rail corridor, and stemming from that, we'd like to look at opportunities to put in bike facilities both north and south of the rail corridor, including this stretch. And a big part of that is the future Ontario Line station further up on Parliament at King Street. And this will be a natural connection, especially for cyclists and others connecting to that location.
Yep. Thanks,
Thank you.
Nigel. Okay, George, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Any questions?
But I don't know. I don't have any questions. I'm happy to leave. Well, my landscape colleagues have been asking questions and commenting, and this ball is largely in their court.
Great. Peter? Any
Yeah,
questions?
I have one question. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
One question. Foot of Yonge Street. Could you go to that image? This is simply because I don't have background knowledge, but why do vehicles carry on through that square? Or and where are they going? Why is the plaza area given over to cars?
Yeah, so Peter, this is actually a requirement because we are moving the portal to in front of the Westin. Then currently,
right? Yes, that's
there
right.
are taxis and buses. So that area used to be on Queens Quay, and since we moved the portal to that area, in effect, they need a new home. And the Westin access also has to be relocated, and these coach buses and taxis largely service the Westin, so it makes sense to locate them next to the entrance.
So why do they? Where's the legal footing for this? Why are they in that space at all?
Maybe I can jump in here. It's the actual driveway to the Westin, Peter, that needs to be closed. So that is the only entrance into the Westin Hotel. So we would, in addition to the driveway, there are also some on-street uses that don't fit into the way that the driveway has been designed at the Westin, because you know the canopy is pretty low. So those are the uses we're looking to replace at the foot of Yonge. So that's what you're seeing in the rendering. But we have to replace the driveway. That is the only, you can sort of see it in the photo that Shelley's pointing at. That's the only driveway into the hotel right now.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, and that driveway also provides access to the ferry terminal. It is the only way of getting vehicles over to the island, so that those vehicles also use that driveway.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thanks. Bridget?
Yes, I had one question on the east side of the Yonge Street slip. Is that a new park? Who's doing it? How does that feather into all of the work that you guys are doing? And what is the timing for that?
Maybe I can jump in again. It's Pina.
Yeah.
So that site to the east of Yonge Slip is owned by Waterfront Toronto. It's currently operated as a parking lot. We intend for it to one day become a park. It is unfunded at this time. So that's the status of it. And until such time that we have funding, you know, it is likely to remain largely parking and maybe some interim activation as well. I think this past summer, for example, there were some food trucks along the edge there. We've also leased the dock wall for water taxis. So we are trying to activate that edge, but parking will be the use until such time that we have funding for a park.
And then there were presentations quite a while ago about the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal and the kind of issue of this east side of the hotel was one of the kind of points of discussion. So I guess I understand from some of the other people that this is all of the cars that go onto the ferry, and a lot of the employees that use the ferry actually go down this driveway and they park like almost right at the water's edge. And then the cars go on and off using the sort of east side passage of the hotel as the primary and only access point for vehicles. So that's all emergency vehicles and cars that go onto the island. Is that correct?
Yeah, why don't I jump in one more time? Yes, so that driveway there, so there are two driveways that get closed with the portal. The one that goes down to the ferry is used for a few different functions.
Yeah.
The first of which is to get into the Weston loading zone. And then the second of which is to go all the way down into the Marsac zone. So that's the gated zone of the ferry terminal to get onto the ferry. There are existing parking on the water's edge for some of the essential workers for the ferry or for the island. In the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal Master Plan, we are working together with the city, that doesn't stay in that location as part of the master plan. It's there today, but when we evolve the master plan, that parking also will evolve.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, let's keep going. Eric, any questions?
Yes. If you go back to slide 34. Yes. So just from a pedestrian perspective, cyclist perspective, if you are going eastbound and then right after the hotel, you want to go down to the slip. Yeah. So how does on the east side of the hotel, where it says integrate, yes, that part. If you're a pedestrian, so I'm just looking at a whole pedestrian movement and how you get down. So there is no pedestrian facility on the east side that's adjacent to the hotel for people who would come from the sidewalk coming down, correct? Or I'm just trying to see, if you're a pedestrian walking along Quay on the sidewalk and then wants to come down, how do you get there? You have to cross, I guess, all the buses and the cars. There's no sidewalk, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and there isn't an existing condition. It's similar to the existing condition today, which you can see here. There's no kind of sidewalk or building skirt for pedestrians. So I think the ambition is to make this area feel like a plaza, so that cars are driving really slow, but there's no kind of controlled crossing of the driveway.
And what kind of improvement are you doing south then? So as you go down with that, is it maybe just, yes, or that area? Is there any improvement? Are there any work that's being done, or what is the part of this project?
Yeah, this project you can see sort of ends at the red line. What we're showing south of the red line is actually future ambition, which is to carry through the Water's Edge Promenade and the double row of trees through this area. But there's an existing building here, for example, that we don't have a plan for currently. And the ambition is eventually that there will also be a pedestrian connection here. You can see between the ferry terminal and the Weston that is plugging into for a continuous waterfront walk, but that's not part of the Queens Quay East project.
And I'll just jump in to say that, well, there's clearly a need to replace some access to the Weston Hotel. Shelley, if you want to go back to the rendering for 1 sec, there's an opportunity as well. And the opportunity is to really get this Water's Edge Promenade stitched through the south end of the parking, the pickup and drop off area. The second thing I want to point out, which is to Betsy's question about the views to the water, that's a really important piece of what we do here. And I think, as we continue feedback and as we continue to evolve the design, some of the feedback we're hearing is to really look to make sure that, we're honoring that view corridor as it comes to the waterfront and really making an opportunity out of this access to the hotel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure you're going to get comments about that in a minute. Jana, are you there?
I am, Paul. Thank you. And
Yeah.
thank you, Shelley.
Any questions?
Yes, I do. I have two questions. Thank you, Shelley. Like Nina Marie, I really appreciate the detailed presentation. My first question is about the arrivals experience at the intersections and the heads of the slip. So, you know, you've talked a lot, you have a lot of information and slides about strategies and families of elements. But what I'm wondering about is if you could articulate, and maybe there's so much information I missed it, the actual arrival experience, and is that similar in all cases, i.e., no matter where you come at all these intersections, there is a view of the water, there is, you know, trees, there's whatever, but is there an overarching, if we do a powers of 10, is there an overarching experience that's the same all at the points?
Yeah, I would say absolutely, Jenna. I think the points that you made is, well, we can use this one at Parliament as an example. For sure, sorry. Let me go to a better slide. So the ambition is that when you're on the north side of Queens Quay, the first thing you experience is stepping onto the paving of Queens Quay Boulevard, which is a higher quality and has a placemaking character. And then you're crossing this intersection, which has sort of wider zebra crossings than the rest of the city. And you have a view of the water the entire time. We were really focused, and we've studied everything in 3D, and of course we'll be happy to share the Young View study at our next meeting, that every pedestrian crosswalk has a view of the water that's not obstructed by a pole or a tree or a bicycle for that matter. And then when you arrive at the south of the Martin Goodman Trail, this is purely for pedestrians coming from the north, that you're pulled towards the water with some kind of element like a wave deck that encourages you to come out and sit at the water's edge and experience the place. And so at Jarvis and Young, it's a wave deck. At Parliament Slip, it is kind of we have a new sort of vision for a wave deck, and also the ability to come into a park over here. So we've kept this kind of area clear. And for the cyclists, we also studied the fact that in our kind of wave deck design, that there's always a high point. There's something organic and sexy that attracts the view of the cyclist toward the water while they're approaching the head of slip, and that helps slow them down and think, oh, I'm getting somewhere special. And by the way, there might be more people crossing the trail unexpectedly in this area.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Just one other question. Yeah,
Yep.
just briefly. I'm just curious, have you looked at the implications of the energy consumption of the heated sidewalks at all? And if it's a benign, you know, amount of energy or it's justified? Yeah. I'm just curious.
We haven't done a full feasibility study. What we do know is that the feasibility studies in Montreal and St. John's in Canada were carried out, and that the operational and installation costs were deemed too high, and they therefore didn't pursue it, which is why we started talking to Enwave, because we think that in order to make this energy conscious choice, that to identify waste heat sources and work on a district scale. But no, we haven't done any calculations. No.
Thanks.
Okay, sounds like more to come. Thank you. Pat, are you there?
Yes, two questions. The first, I must have missed something, but Westin Hotel, the existing drop-off, which is accessed from Queens Quay, has a very steep ramp to the drop-off at the upper level of the hotel. How are you accommodating for that as you come in along the east side of the building? I must have missed it.
So we're maintaining the existing grade at the building entrance, and the rest is up to the Westin because it's in their building. Short answer. So, sorry, what does that mean? Does that mean that the Westin has to kind of completely, so you're hitting grade 76.5, which is that their main lobby doors? Like the street is
maybe I'll just jump in here, Pat. All we're doing is, instead of the driveway entering from the north face into the little area where the ramp touches down, they're entering on the east face. They're entering into the exact same space.
So you've got enough ramping distance to maintain.
Yeah, it has no impact on the ramp. They enter right where they enter now, just round the corner into a little pad that then goes up the ramp.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay.
And then
there is also an advantage in the future that the West End has now a dead facade, a plinth, which doesn't contribute to Queen's Quay. The expectation is by rotating the entrance a little bit around the corner, that they will activate the facade into positive functions for the street. Yeah. That is the promise. So it is a collateral benefit of this operation. Theoretically, we can gain quality.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll get into that in comments. You have another question, Pat?
Oh, no, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay. And I think we just have Kevin left. Any questions?
No, my questions on water management were answered. I'll have lots of comments on heated sidewalks later. Thanks.
Thank you. And Matthew is not available until after 11, so maybe he'll come in with comments later. So let's move to comments. And I just remind everybody it's 5 to 11, and obviously we're way behind, but this is very important, and there's a lot here to chew on. So let me start with Claude again in terms of comments, Claude.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, Shelley. You're a very good presenter, I have to say. You brought us to this extremely complex process with a great level of understanding. I have a series of comments, so they're going to be one after the other. Sonja, I would say there's one thing I would say that within the earlier introduction, when we say that Queens Quay East is a great urban retail street, I would probably change the word retail for more like an urban active, because retail is not really happening on that street, but all the ground floor needs to be urban in that sense and activate the level of energy. So I think in that sense, it's a place that people are going to come down, walk, not for shopping, but to do things. So I think it's the word retail maybe is, I would say, misleading. And I think it will help to start creating and informing the character that what Westate and Dita are trying to do. Great sequence in the presentation. I would say that I was in a jury in 2006 for this design competition. And I think you're still very much on the wagon. I love seeing this because it shows that the clarity of a vision and being able to build character is important. And this, you have been carrying this for the last 15 years, and this concept is able to grow and evolve. So I think it's great. Toronto Waterfront made a great decision, and I love to see that you're still on board. The scale of the site is very hard, and it's hard to sometimes follow all the issue that is presented and comes across. And I think that the flooding and the water level is one of those. It's great that it is addressed, and my understanding is that you're trying to lead towards wherever you can, well, take that into consideration, and maybe trying to raise at a certain level wherever you can, and maybe that's feasible towards the Parliament slip, which would make a lot of sense, because that may become a very important node on the waterfront as a kind of a destination per se. Species selected, are they the best resistant species? Question mark. And do we have too many trees sometime when we have a high sensibility zone? Question. I like the fact that you're going to do some testing in the planting in this very harsh, urban, difficult environment. Is great. Make sure that you pick a great, difficult spot to make sure that the result will be helpful. I want to come back maybe at the page 36 at the Yonge Street Plaza. We understand it's all problem driven, right? Constraint, 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 constraint. I am not convinced by the solution. It's not an easy thing to do. I think the principle of having the view preserve the water is great. Can we put the image at page 36, or the one where we have the rendering of the 3D view? I think the solution, it's all driven by the problem of the car, and I think maybe I just see layers of wall blocking east and west, and it's very much fragmented. I think you guys, you should remember the image that you brought us in 2006 with the cottage country of North Ontario, right? The rocks. This is going to be a hardscape. I think that the trees that you're proposing is working against you. And I think of those rocks image that you showed about the Northern Territory. And I start thinking about your park that you did at Trillium Park. I'm thinking of the rock of Martha at Yorkville. I'm thinking of the rock at Ryerson. I'm thinking the rock at Sugar Beach. Is there somewhere in there that we could reintroduce this vision that you had about the cottage country, because we are at Yonge Street? I think it's probably the most important place that talks about Toronto in a very kind of a very regional aspect of that as a destination and also the beginning. I think this should be totally open. And I think trees, if they're in the way, get rid of them. Because if we have flooding, let's not fight it. And I'm sure you guys can create something phenomenal with the vision that you had earlier on. So that brings me to page 45 at the Jarvis slip. The plan, I think, do we need the few trees at the end or Jarvis Street so we could see the water? Could we just open it up? And I would say I like the wave deck as you propose, but I think there's a little wedge of that 10 or 19 meter width of the promenade that connects with the east and west. So maybe there's a little wedge to complete the figure in front of the, yes, in the front of the Innovation Center that could be brought in so there's no pinch point and get the fluidity within all those systems that you're proposing. I think it's great. Going towards Parliament, I'm reading that this notion of raising the ground slightly is a good solution. I am not convinced yet about the overall tree space that is there, which is the Parliament Plaza with the Parliament Slip and Silo Park. I would say these three spaces should somehow work more into one big idea, that these three spaces could talk to each other and maybe start talking about with Sugar Beach and talking with Yonge Street, and having a kind of a vocabulary and strategy into which this thing could be a little bit more coherent, and maybe we could ease in a little bit on the tree spacing so the view of the lake is stronger with one of your principles that you had earlier on. So I'm just, as a kind of an outsider, I think this will gain in clarity. It would gain in feasibility, and it could gain also in resiliency. Thank you. It's always great to see what you're coming up with. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Claude. I'm going to stick with landscape architecture next. Fatty next, and then Nina Marie.
Hey, Paul, could I ask Nina Marie to go first, and I'll go second because I also got some comments from Matt that he sent me that I would like to share.
Oh, all right. Okay, Nina Marie, are you ready?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Fadi. I think that's nice, Fadi. I know you'll comment also on some urban design aspects, which I think is super helpful. Some of our comments no doubt align well. First, thank you very much. This is an incredibly thorough presentation. I would just like to say for the record, I really appreciate the concerted and clear effort to bring in secondary research into this, along with a plan for primary research. In other words, doing your own. Just to say publicly and on the record again, this is a huge investment. It is a capital investment in green infrastructure as much as built infrastructure. And with the long-term lifespan of living infrastructure, I think we want to know that our plans will succeed and succeed safely. And so the embedded quality of monitoring, adaptation, and research is so critical, not only for the success of the project and the strength of this design team to do that, but also, frankly, in really putting forward Waterfront Toronto's ambition to lead with landscape. This is a huge opportunity and, frankly, a necessity to set a new standard. So not only to observe and to lead, to set that standard, but to lead with what it looks like to design for urban ecological resilience. We don't know what this looks like. We have lots of good ideas from research, but here is an actual set of interventions that take us in that direction responsibly and frankly safely. So just that really needs to be said. It's not just an extra here. The exceptional research on flood resilience here allows us really an opportunity to plan for extremes. I know that you've really emphasized the low point physically, that you've talked about the importance of raising this low point to invest in the tree canopy and a very diverse tree canopy at that. I think that's essential. And also in that, without becoming too complicated, you still need to pay heed to the complexity that relates to the uncertainty. My comment about the International Joint Commission and the lake level plan for 2014, which was recently deviated from to deal with these high water levels, has another side to it, which is that there are swings between high and low, and that really complicates your task. I think you've done an incredibly careful job of outlining ways in which we can hedge against those extremes, and they're absolutely essential. So raising the planting bed, key point. The selection of species for diversity, while for some people will read as a deviation from original ideas about what tree LAs are supposed to look like, are absolutely appropriate and offer a new opportunity to experience the continuity of Queens Quay that's, it's got these zones that you've outlined really clearly, and I think reads very legibly and frankly offers a kind of very exciting, responsible way to deal with the landscape in a very fulsome and rich experience. I really appreciate that there is species diversity as well as genetic. So in other words, not just the genotypes are different, but the species as well. The two are important. That's probably lost on a lot of people, but it's critical to the resilience. The species mix, I think, is really fascinating, interesting. I don't think you need, I'm saying this publicly, but I think the City of Toronto can use help here with adjusting our planting lists under resilience. I haven't actually seen a Maclura palmifera on a City of Toronto list, but hey, we know it exists here, and it has this crazy characteristic of being adaptable in strange ranges. So we know that there is hedging our bets with this diversity. So just to quickly wrap my comments, I think the continuity of design excellence is really important. I really encourage strong connections to the monitoring and research data so that we know some species won't do well, others will really do well, and you've got both understory and overstory to do that. I really appreciate that there are species adapted to the spring freshet. That's critical. It's the only way we're really going to be able to cope with wet conditions, and we've got lots of good choices. The fact that you're choosing locally adapted cultivars to get that genetic diversity is really another key point. That's all. These are really detailed comments, I realize, but it just shows the robustness and the quality of thinking about how this will land in a way that values the investment. It's also, frankly, a kind of new language for urban resilient design. I just, again, want to mention that so that I can lead off to other colleagues who will talk about how this design offers these kind of windows of vitality along the continuity of Queens Quay. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to carry on a conversation offline if that's useful.
Thanks, Dana Marie. Okay, I'll go to Fadi next, and I see Matthew is now back. So Fadi, why don't you go next, and then we'll follow.
We'll let Matthew give his comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I'm blown away by the extent of the research you did, and obviously the clarity of your presentation and vision cannot be understated. I was actually quite amazed that Queens Quay East is lower than the East Bayfront Promenade. That's pretty fascinating condition that even in a place as flat and as soupy as, filled reclaimed land, that, half centimeter sorry, half meter would make a huge difference. Even, you know, five centimeters would make a huge difference. So I really appreciate that. Again, your research on green and climate resilience in the public realm, to echo Nina Marie, should really be a standard working method for the city at large. So thank you for that. Again, you know, as you mentioned, you know, there's really not much precedence for urban waterfront shoreline redevelopments along the Great Lakes or along freshwater bodies at this scale. So you're really in pioneering precedent-making territory here. So thank you for this. I think the challenge, obviously, you come to us with a Dutch experience on both cycling and hydrological infrastructure. So I feel like we're in really good hands in that regard. So I really trust your decision-making process. And I'm in support of strategies that you've put on the table to help sort of increase the resilience at different scales. So that's really something that is, you know, worth, you know, giving you the big kudos for doing that. As Nina Marie also mentioned, the extreme fluctuations of the water levels in the lake and the ground table is your real challenge here. You know, unlike the kind of chronic sea level rise, you're dealing with a huge range of shifting water levels. That's the main vulnerability. So we might have areas of extreme drought at some years and extreme water levels in others. So how that impacts both the trees and eventually Parliament slip, the wave decks and other public realm investments is part and parcel of the issue. So the trees are kind of the canary in the coal mine. You know, they're the indicator of that. So your challenge is sort of pretty immense. And I think there's quite a lot of lessons to be learned here. In terms of some of the comments about the head of slip experience, I agree. I feel like they could be amplified more. One of the things that made me think about was that many people will be crossing right under your new Gardner Lakeshore West realignment and then arriving at Queens Quay. So I'm wondering, 5 minutes before arriving to Queens Quay, they would have walked right under the Gardner and on Lakeshore that you have just redesigned. So is there a way to think about a legibility and a continuity of the public realm experience coming north, south along these streets? And what is it like to first cross Lakeshore under the Gardner and then arrive to Queens Quay? Is there something that we could think about that not necessarily echoes that experience, but extends it in one way or another, right? So that they don't look like two extremely different strategies, but somehow, somewhere related. And you're the same team working on both streets, so I think you've got leverage in that regard. I love that Claude reminded us of the rock outcropping. I think that is a really fantastic way to think about these sort of granite outcrops that might play a role in the streetscape. For example, they could take the place of the bollards, right? They could do some things with traffic separation in some instances, possibly. You might even think of them as seating where it needs to be, and they could even be a way to direct flooding, right? So maybe they somehow, you know, if water is running down the street along the hardscape, could they somehow be positioned in locations where the water, the stormwater on the streets could be then taken into grates and other kind of street stormwater infrastructure. So I think the utility and bringing back these rocky outcrops, these erratics along the street, could really become part of a language specifically at the head of the slips. Lastly, I'm also interested in the kind of winter and seasonal experience of this street. I know you talked about heated sidewalks, but all of your renderings, again, are showing us this amazing summery day. And I'm wondering, as we move forward to the Queens Quay East experience, what would be the kind of snow melt, salt, mushy, muddy, gray, brown experience of Queens Quay East that might be further ameliorated than what we've experienced in Queens Quay West? All right, that's all I got, but thank you so much. A lot of amazing work, and I'm really so happy and proud to have you guys working on our waterfront.
Thanks, Fatty. Thanks, especially for that vivid description of winter mess there. Let's go. Matthew, I think you're back now. Do you want to weigh in with some comments?
Sure, and I apologize. I had to step out, but I did have a chance to review the deck, and I mean, I'm going to echo everyone's thoughts here, or at least what I've heard so far. after stepping back in. There's some great work that's going on. I'm very excited as this is kind of the part of town that I exist in and live in. So some excitement there. Echoing these ideas of thinking about the Gardner Expressway as a bit of a barrier, and how do we start to treat that as a continuity or connection between what's going on the north side of that and then down as a connection towards the waterfront. And I know there's some work with the Bentway Conservatory going on about those pieces, but I think there's some conversations that could be had to help to align or realign the thoughts there. Focusing in, I think a lot of great work going on about biodiversity, the multitude and diverse species of trees and plantings, which is really exciting to see. Thinking about further how those help to support our relations, whether it be the birds or the bees or other animals that exist within the landscape that we've taken over. And even through how you guys are thinking about the collection of rainwater and rain as a gift and dealing with that is really exciting to see. So thank you for that. My one concern that I had is on the Parliament Street connection, and that's to do with the line of bollards on either side of the street. And Fadi just kind of hit on this as well. Is there opportunities for us to take, or for you to take a look at different ways of mitigating traffic leaving the street that aligns with some of the landscaping ideals that you're looking at there? So I'll leave it with that, but thank you for the work.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. Go to Betsy. Are you there next?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I just wanted to thank the team for continuing on with the presentation of this area. We all know that the Queens Quay public realm is exceptional. Where it's completed, it's used thoroughly, and it has transformed the waterfront. So thank you kind of from the top. Reverse engineering this public realm while negotiating all of these problem areas along the entire length of street is such a difficult problem. So just to start at the Yonge Street piece, which is a really tough area, I very much appreciate the work that's been done to actually continue the continuity of the public realm on Queens Quay, because I think that is primary. And then the work to make the slip, as you've heard from other people, have that exuberance that you displayed in the public presentations about all of the slips. I'm not going to say which way you should go with it because I really trust your instincts, but I think that having this terminus to Yonge Street, even with the negotiation of the reconfigured entry to the Westin, could be really exceptional. So I'm supportive of your work there and of the continuity of Queens Quay kind of overall. I agree that the Jarvis Bridge, as Claude said, could be slightly improved. Again, I don't know what, but it just seems slightly baked relative to the other pieces that you've done before. I support the Red Path initiative to get whatever we can to separate bikes from pedestrians. So if this is all you can get, I'd say take it and run with it. And as much as those can kind of have the same continuity, I'm really in support of. And then I think the last piece is just on the, like we haven't heard too much about heated bike paths. It's a big equation because you've got salt in the winter, which we know is not good. You've got the plows, which are gas fired. They're not electric. Even if they were electric, that would take energy. So I don't know if the energy equation is about installing it or about running it, but there must be a way that if you could get it to balance out, it could work in our favor to eliminate the plows and the salt. Those are my only comments. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. Can't wait till it's implemented.
Yeah, thanks very much, Betsy. George next, then Peter.
Okay, Paul, thank you. I have three remarks. Number one is to just echo my colleagues' admiration for the team and for the thoroughness of their work, much of which is beyond the edges of my professional expertise. The second thing I want to say is more for the benefit of my colleagues on the team. Some of you will remember several panel sessions back when we were looking at 11 Bay. I made a remark about the terrible urban design decisions that were made in the 1970s that produced the Harbour Castle Westin and the dreadful condo buildings to the west of it, as well as the miserable entrance into the ferry terminal. Now, of course, it's coming back to haunt us one more time on the east side of the Weston. So just a reminder to you all that bad urban design can cause problems a half a century later. Food for thought. And my last comment is more specific, and it actually follows Claude. I agree with him that the view corridors down the north-south streets need to be opened up a bit more to the water. I think you should. Shelley referred to leaving out trees where the pedestrian crosswalks arrive, and while there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think that's nearly sufficient. I mean, first of all, the motorists coming southbound on those streets are going to be interested in seeing the water along with the pedestrians, and also even pedestrians that are farther north, up, you know, by Lakeshore or the Gardner, or even north of the Gardner, will appreciate having a wide enough view cone to the water that they can, you know, understand the, you know, the relationship of the form of the city to the harbor. So I think you need to, I mean, I think the tree patterns generally are quite positive, notwithstanding all the technical issues which have been raised. But I would delete a significant number, further number of trees at the slip heads, so that your view corridors south down those streets become tapering view cones that widen out as they get to Queens Quay, and that would entail more substantial interruptions to the pattern of continuity of the trees than you're proposing so far. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks, George. Peter?
Well, I'd like to spend the next 20 minutes telling you how good your plan is, but my partners have done it already. It's a great presentation, and I'm really appreciative of the immense knowledge and experience you've got. I only have two comments, and one is that the foot of Yonge Street is still a mess. That plaza is not successfully resolved. I think you need to do further work to remove any standing vehicles that are there, such as taxis and so on, and make sort of a hardscape that's indeterminate in terms of where the pedestrians are allowed and where vehicles are allowed, so that any cars accessing the ferry have to crawl over a hardscape that really is reserved for pedestrians. And I think the temporary fix on the access to the Weston is not resolved either. I don't have the answer. I just want some more work done on it. The other comment I had was on the landscape north of Queens Quay, either side of Parliament. So Parliament is a really important street, and the arrival of Parliament Street at the waterfront is really important, and the work that's been done recently with the proposal for waterfront uses and treatment where the quay is right now is great. But the area north of it, north of Queens Quay, should be put in suspension for now and await the arrival of a concept for Quayside, because the two buildings either side of Parliament and the space in between them is the arrival experience after you come from underneath the tracks. So to quote forest it, I think is simply being proposed because we don't know what the design solution for the two buildings and that space are going to be. So put it in suspension and wait to work with the successful proponent and come up with something that really celebrates the arrival from under the tracks and the connection north to the distillery district. That's my comment.
Okay, thanks a lot, Peter. Bridget?
Yeah, I just want to say, like Claude, I was actually on the jury in 2006 for the competition for Queens Quay East, and it's so wonderful to see the same firm continuing their work and research. And I just think that the continued research is also really appreciated. I want to focus on the foot of Yonge Street because in a way this committee has seen presentations on the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal, and we also recently saw work done by Pinnacle for the north side of Queens Quay and the kind of east side of Yonge Street. So those are two really close properties to this work that you're doing. I just think this whole issue of the portal and the shifting it is a really great opportunity to improve what is a really nasty part of Queens Quay that was kind of always unresolvable. All the buses and the taxis and the kind of drop off all commingling. So I just see it as a really great opportunity to kind of make a huge difference in a piece that's always been really dark and dingy and really not successful. I would love to see, is there a kind of blow up of the plan at the foot of Yonge Street? So I guess I didn't realize that the park on the east side of Yonge, where the parking lot is currently, is actually, I think there's a better blow up that shows us this whole area. So the existing parking lot on the east side of the Yonge Street slip, I actually didn't realize that was owned by Waterfront Toronto. And then I would say my memory of the discussions about the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal was the kind of the knot because of the city functions and the servicing on the east side of the Westin Hotel, as well as the need for all of the city parking related to the ferry terminal. And I guess I was wondering whether there was a possibility of actually having a bridge at the very end of the slip that would also be able to bring you to this new park. And if Waterfront Toronto owns it, I understand it's not funded at this point, but wouldn't you think that it's logical that as you're developing this kind of head of the slip, that you would also do the park on the east side of the slip, and you would actually address this huge development that's happening to the north? You would deal with kind of major public events that are happening on the island and the dispersal of all of the crowds to be able to go west of the ferry terminal as well as east of the ferry terminal, as the eastern part is actually now evolving and becoming more populated. I just see it as like a huge opportunity to see the two go hand in hand, whether it's a competition for this park, whether it's, West 8, I think that's something that would need to be figured out. But the fact that this parking lot, which is actually quite a long property, it goes right to the water's edge, it would connect you to the kind of waterfront, it would allow the foot of Yonge Street to be a real opportunity to be something special. And with just filling in the head of the slip and adding a little tiny wave deck at the end, I just don't think it's enough for the significance of Yonge Street, the length of the street, the importance of the street, and then also all of these factors happening directly to the north and the ferry terminal directly to the southwest. I just feel like it's a way of unlocking a kind of problem that I think could be amazing if it's all done at the right time, and then a bit kind of lackluster if you do this first and then 10 years later you do the future park, given the scale of development of the Pinnacle that we've seen already and the kind of movement from Gardner right to the foot of Yonge. And I guess I saw in the kind of dotted line that for me this portion of Yonge from the Gardner right to the water's edge needs to be kind of understood as one spatial sequence. And so far I've seen it in your presentation, but I've also seen it in the urban design proponents for Pinnacle and the landscape people for Pinnacle. So I feel like it kind of needs to be read as one cohesive thing, understood as both a Yonge Street streetscape that terminates in the Yonge Street slip. So I just feel like there's a lot of stuff going on. There's so much amazing work that West 8 has done. And I guess I would just want to make sure that after all of this effort, we have a phenomenal foot of Yonge Street that is deserving of its importance in the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. Eric, please.
Thank you, Paul. I just echo my colleagues in terms of the quality of the design, the great evolution, and I think that Waterfront Toronto and the team here is really shown as as being a leader and really creating a great legacy. I think that also it it shows like it's a legacy too that is meant to last. So I actually really appreciate the work that's being done to make the landscaping, the whole project more resilient and have a lasting effect and be a precedent setting, frankly, for a lot of other cities. I think that they are. There's a few things I'll echo my colleague in terms of the Quay North-South Street, looking at maintaining the some sightline in terms of that Claude and Claude and Peter and George mentioned. I think those are actually quite key. I think that is something that maintaining key sightline for ensuring a great connectivities and view wayfinding, because for us the way we see the lake and how we navigate here helps to orient the user across the city. So I think that's a critical piece. I'll echo my colleague on the young slip. I think that there's a lot of technical issue to be solved. I don't think it's there yet. I think that what I would really want to do is something also comprehensively looked at in terms of, I think that if we look at this slide here, the north-south, the eastern portion of the Western Hotel, that east-south should be included as part of the rethinking about, I understand you need to continue to maintain some car access there, but I think that promenade, the way it's designed, all needs to be looked at comprehensively from Queens Quay all the way to the water. I think that also there's, and like how is that future link just south of the Western is going to be integrated. So there's a whole way about understanding how pedestrian, how cars, how cyclists are moving through that area. I don't think it's actually quite well understood. I would actually, if I was a pedestrian and it's going to happen, how does a pedestrian goes from on the east side of the hotel and walk from Queens Quay all the way to the water? So it needs to be a stronger piece. I agree with my colleague that this needs to be a phenomenal piece of landscape architecture, of integration. It needs to be more cohesive, and while also and naturally responding to some of the technical constraint that needs to be addressed. I think I completely agree with what's going. Peter mentioned my comment in terms of, I think that the two parks on the each side of Parliament, north of Queens Quay. This I think is something that, I just hope it's a placeholder. I don't think it's quite right at this point, but I think it's something that needs to be thought comprehensively in relationship with the future development that's going to happen there, but as well as with the other parks that are, with the slip, as well as the future park just to the east. Also, and this is just a minor comment. I think it will all be resolved in time. Is on page 25. We're showing that there's I agree that there will be. It's all about the needs to consolidate the bike share, or the future e-scooter and so on. All great stuff. The way it's being shown, though, and I think it's just conceptual, they shouldn't be acting as a barrier between the public realm, between the Queens Quay and the parks. I think we just need to be just more subtle about how they are integrating, that they should not, right now you could see they're almost like a fence to these parks. I think it's just a question of like, let's be sensitive about, and think about how people access these parks, how these facility gets accessed, and how they're integrated in the design of existing park or future park as it might be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Jana?
Thanks, Paul. In the interest of time, I'll just echo all of my colleagues' appreciation and also in particular my landscape colleagues' observations and questions about flooding and resiliency. The research is fantastic.
Yeah, thanks very much. Pat?
Yeah, I echo everybody. I just like to say I appreciate how you started the presentation, kind of reviewing the work and kind of trying to understand what we've accomplished on Queens Quay. And as part of that time through the presentation, I did some street view Googles on Queens Quay. I'm looking at it right now, and I think the street is still really a work in progress. It's still, you know, the reading of it is there's so many different buildings. The street edge is very broken at random. So we are really relying on this vision for the street in its maturity to kind of give a real sense of place to Queens Quay. And it's not quite there yet. So to the degree to which you've articulated the main principles and the components that we have to hang on to, that being the granite paving, that being the research about trees being able to deal with inundation as well as drought is key, because the fact that we need mature trees on this street to make it fabulous, because it's a pretty wide right of way, is absolutely key. So I appreciate that, and I think that's still, I feel that's still kind of behind your presentations, is this kind of critique of the work as it evolves. So I appreciate that. And then lastly, I think, you know, Canadian Shield rocks aside, I think one of the things that's super cool about the work that you've done so far is the wave deck. And I think it is unique to Toronto. And I think there should be more wave deck. So I think there should be more of the sameness of some of these things. So I would say that the timid sort of wave deck at Jarvis, that needs to be more robust, more there in our face. I think at Yonge Street, it's the key for how you terminate Yonge Street. It is the cottage country deck that comes from cottage country down to the city. So yeah, I would do more of the same, and I'd really invest in wave deck more. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Pat. We have Jeff and Kevin left. Jeff, are you there?
Yeah. Hey, Paul. You know, I'll echo the sentiment. I think there's a lot of great work, and frankly, I almost just want to jump right into some of the little tiny details, because I think the big moves have been well addressed, and I think that, you know, along Queens Quay, where the problems arise tend to be on some of the little, you know, the little details, and I sort of called out the bike and pedestrian intersection points. You know, places like at York Street in particular can be a bit of a mess, and I think some of those have been resolved. And we went through the presentation pretty fast, and so I think the next round, even just looking at some of those little details, I think would be valuable. And I agree with Pat. The wave decks are great. I was, you know, curious to sort of, again, get into the details of the one, particularly at Sugar Beach. I didn't really see that, didn't get a great read on how that was designed or proposed, but I'm almost envisioning that as potentially a bit of an outdoor amphitheater to sort of watch, as I think Paul said earlier, you know, the activity at Red Path at the sugar factory. You know, is that a design feature that could be incorporated into that wave deck? But overall, I think it's really interesting, and I'll have to defer to my landscape colleagues, you know, about trees and all of that. And I'm looking forward to hearing sort of Kevin's take on the heated bike paths and snow melt, because it's actually something that I've been looking at for a while. Obviously, energy use is a big concern, but as Betsy emphasized, you know, salt is a big issue down on the waterfront. Having worked down there, there's a ton of salt that gets used. You know, plows are not environmentally unfriendly, and obviously, you know, there's going to be impacts on the you know, the deterioration of the road surfaces and path surfaces with all that salt and plowing. So from a life cycle impact, I'd be curious to see what the sort of cost benefit around that would be. Thanks.
Okay, and last, Kevin.
Thanks. Great work. Yeah, I just want to address quickly the heated sidewalks, and I think to kind of corroborate the benefits of that, for me, it has to have a quick study done on the carbon intensity that is associated with that energy consumption. So somebody could look at N-Wave, and if N-Wave is running a chilled water loop through the winter, then this could become a low-grade heat sink, and you could pre-treat that chilled water loop, and you could say, well, N-Wave is burning less electricity to run the chillers to keep that chilled water loop going. So you could, I think, quite easily say that this heat sink could reduce the carbon intensity of that district system. So that, I think that's an essential study that needs to be done. So that's the extent of my comments. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Jeff, and thanks everyone for all your comments. I'm going to try and summarize. There's a lot there. I'm going to start off with just saying that the panel certainly wants to express its appreciation for the detailed knowledge that Weststate has in their expertise. I feel like this is an ongoing partnership that is really going to, benefit our waterfront, and I'm so glad that you're still on board and will be contributing to this. There's a lot here, so I would just say on the larger big picture, we all appreciate, I think, seeing the big picture from Bay Street all the way over to Cherry, and the importance of the slip heads, where the lake meets the city, the opportunities to achieve a unique experience, not only at each of those nodes, but also, as many people have said, we'd like to see more in terms of the whole experience as you come south, say from the Gardner all the way down to the lake. What's that entire experience feel like and look like? I'm going to focus on 3 or 4 basic areas here. And the first one is, I think you've heard from many members, the strong appreciation of the research that you've done and the expertise about the high water levels, the rising lake levels, the fluctuation over time. It could be low, it could be high, it could be anywhere in between, and to design for that, for urban ecological resilience. You're anticipating the future that nobody can predict, and I think that's reflected in the care that you're going to take to select the diverse species of trees and landscaping throughout. Very impressed by that research, and continue to do that, because it'll benefit us all greatly. I guess in terms of some of the slip headings or the heads of the slip, I'm going to focus first on what I think received a lot of attention, Yonge Street. And I think, without going into all the details, we're saying, I think we like the approach and the solution to, move the access point to the hotel into this new location, but that the actual concept needs further work. It needs to be redesigned. And it feels now like there's too much pavement, too much area devoted to cars, vehicles, buses, taxis, et cetera, et cetera. The pedestrian, I think, should be given the priority at the foot of Yonge Street as a first principle. Second, in terms of the unique place that it is, in terms of the analogy that Claude made to cottage country and the rock outcroppings of Northern Ontario. For so many Torontonians who go down to the waterfront, that's their cottage experience, is going to our waterfront. And it would be so powerful to have the foot of Yonge Street pick up the imagery and the geography and all of the landscape features that one finds in Northern Ontario. As members of the panel may recall, a couple of meetings ago, I circulated an article that I wrote for the Ontario Planning Journal about my experience of driving every inch of Yonge Street from the foot of Yonge to where it ends 1,900 kilometers later in Rainy River, Ontario, at the border with Baudette, Minnesota. That's how long it is. And I can tell you, I still have the pictures of what Little Rainy River has done at the other end of Yonge Street for a small little village. They've commemorated it from their end. And I think this would be so important to really redesign this whole area and take advantage of this unique opportunity. Also, the proposed future park on the east side of the Young Slip, which is, as Chris reminded us, is owned by Waterfront Toronto. There's an opportunity to, at least in the design concept, to incorporate that future park with the foot of Yonge Street, extensive landscaping, rock outcroppings, selection of the appropriate vegetation, etc., with priority to pedestrians. The other commentary I have to make is that, boy, where do we get a chance to redo the Queens Quay frontage of Weston's Hotel? As George said, from the 1970s, we've had to live with that ever since. And I think this is that opportunity, but it has to be done right. And obviously the hotel has to be part and parcel of this whole exercise. And I think for the hotel, I would position it this way: they're going to lose a Queens Quay address, but for God's sake, they're going to have a Yonge Street address in the future. Pretty special, pretty unique, and what a fabulous entrance area that could be. So I think what we've all said in so many words is a lot more emphasis is needed, a redesign, a rethink. But I think we're on board with the concept. Because it does free up so many different opportunities. So we can go on, but I'll go on to other slips. The Jarvis slip, I think the general comment there was to good, but amplify the experience, more robust, perhaps more extensive wave deck. Look at, again, that unique north-south experience as you come on south from the Gardner all the way down. And I'm going to use the analogies of windows to the lake, I think is a good one. What we need to see right from as far north as possible, ideally, just when you come under the Gardner, you can immediately get this fabulous vista of the water and the unique treatment that we're going to see in each of these slips. Parliament Street, again, stronger view of the lake, many people have said, and I think there's a general consensus that, yeah, I understand it's a placeholder for the so-called landscape park areas on either side of Parliament north of Queens Quay, but that will all be designed in detail when the RFP process unfolds. And there's a sense that maybe we just sort of use that as a placeholder, what we've seen in the scheme today, and wait for the details to come. But the direction has got to be a very wide and strong view of the water. Leading with landscape, again, the sort of the Bible for Waterfront Toronto. I think this is the opportunity to deliver that over and over and over, and I'm quite confident that this will unfold that way. I think it's also important to recognize, and I think it was Claude who first mentioned it, that Queens Quay is a very long street, and it should be primarily an urban street with lots of vitality. It doesn't have to be considered as a retail continuous strip like many streets are in Toronto. Perhaps pockets of retail where there's a critical mass at certain points is the right strategy. Don't know, but I think it's a good comment to follow. And the last thing I think I wanted to pick up on is someone said the winter experience, which of course we can't forget. And that vivid description of the brown snow and mess that is there far too long on our waterfront, we should not forget. So that's where I believe the potential of the heated sidewalk, the bike trail, et cetera, really needs to be worked out in detail and look at the cost benefit situation associated with that. So in summary, lots more I could say, but I think those are the main issues. Obviously, great work, very supportive. Can't wait to see the next iteration. But Yonge Street is special, and it's got to receive a lot of attention and further work. And very finally, the Weston Hotel has got to be part and parcel of this. The last thing I would want to see is we figure this all out, and it's great, and then that frontage on Queens Quay of the Weston Hotel remains with no retrofit. So that's got to be addressed as part and parcel of this. So I hope that's a comprehensive summary, and as our custom, this is schematic design. We will take a panel vote, and I'm happy to move. I think there's a motion of full support with anticipation of what comes back to us in a few months down the road. So is there any disagreement on a vote of full support? Sounds like it's unanimous. So thank you very much. And I would now give the proponent an opportunity to respond to what we have all said this morning. I don't know, Shelley, if that's you or Adrian.
Sure.
Or...
Adrian had to step out, so I'll just say again, thank you for all of your feedback. We will work on it.
Yeah, we look forward to it. And you know, don't be afraid to push the envelope. Be bold.
Thank you.
Okay.
We look forward to seeing you in Toronto, hopefully this year or next.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. I just want to go back. Obviously, we're long over our scheduled time, but it was really important because this is, you know, a major initiative. We were scheduled for a short break now, and I'm willing to do that for essential bodily purposes. And I want to get a read whether or not after a short break we plow right into item number 2. I think while we're all here, that would be my suggestion. And then perhaps we'll have a very short lunch break after that. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's, I have now 10 to 12. How about we resume at 12 o'clock? Okay, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Paul. Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And Leon, I'll come back at, and Paul, I'll come back at for the following item after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what guidance.
1:30.
What it's planned to be at the next one is that it's at 2 o'clock or?
Yeah, the next, well, I think.
Well, we're behind, obviously, Eric. So
yeah,
if we start this one at 12, and you know, it'll go an hour and a half, something like that. But you're only conflicted for the 11 Bay Street discussion, I believe, right?
Well, this is the question. I think what Chris was suggesting is maybe I excuse myself for the entire session because it's maybe a little bit hard to dislocate all of these things.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean,
Leon, that's your understanding as well?
Yeah, that's my understanding that you would unfortunately have to be recused for the entire.
That's the safest approach. Then.
So I'll try to sign back in maybe around 1:30 or 2.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
because you want to see
lunch,
you want to see item 3. It's a great presentation.
Yeah, I saw it, and I've been in the Portland and driving around, and it's absolutely just mind-boggling and stunning.
Okay, I need to take that break myself.
We'll see you in a bit, Eric.
Perfect.
No. Okay. Yeah, no rain. I don't know what happened to the forecast. Great. Great. Don't forget to leave your custom photo. Well, I'll get it out now. And I gotta be tied up, you know, right through. And then we were supposed to end this thing around 3:30 would be my guess, and then Jane Jacobs thing starts at 4. And I'm just listening to that. So I've got a grant application due tomorrow, so. Okay. And then I may have to cancel my lunch with Susan if I don't get it done. Yeah. Right. And then tonight at 6 o'clock is the Anna Palau neighborhood planning conference thing she's running. So we'll just have to listen. I'll listen to it, and then after that is the at 8 o'clock. Varnishing or not. So, quite the day. I sent the article to Anna. Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to offer you my advice if you want to.
Yeah. Well,
Well, they're getting advice from everybody.
oh, of course they are. I mean, the reality is that article was so right on, it wasn't funny, right? It's like, you know, hey guys, it's not gonna change. And the vision of a detached house in the city ain't real. Now it's like middle of the road.
Yeah, but you can still get better houses there.
Oh, sure.
For less money.
Drink here, then we'll break for lunch later. So. Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. 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 I had a breeze out here today. It's a breeze. I couldn't believe that. Wow. I mean, you know, it's reality. It is reality. Leon, can you hear me?
I can, Paul.
Whoops. Oh, okay. I'm just wondering, after this, you and Chris, I assume maybe we break for a shorter period of time for lunch after this next item?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably good.
Maybe just half an hour or something?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't know.
Yeah. I will follow up with David Stern and just let him know if we finish the session at 1:30 and we have a half an hour lunch. Maybe we can start the third presentation at 2.
Yeah.
What time was it supposed to start, Leon?
1:30.
So you just better make sure David's free.
Right.
Yeah.
Just tell him we're running behind.
Yeah.
And if he's not, then maybe everyone needs to we just need a 15-minute break for people to get food.
Mhm.
Yeah,
then
I mean, I'm
people can
happy
eat
with
well.
just 15 minutes for a quick lunch break if people want. I don't know.
I'm eating my lunch now.
Yeah, I figured.
We just ran to get something.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check with David and his team.
Yeah, see if he's there. Yeah.
If he's okay with 2 o'clock. If not, we'll just start basically as soon as we finish this. So we'll have a very
Yeah.
short one.
Okay.
Oh, I should let you know, I've been having a lot of internet problems, and I've got somebody to come look at my internet today.
Oh, yeah?
It's possible I may get disconnected at some point this afternoon during David's thing.
Okay.
So I can try to phone in, but if I disappear, that's why.
Okay.
Paul, how's the mood in Toronto?
What's that?
How's the mood in Toronto?
Well, it's sunny today. That helps. It's been warm. I'm sure you've had similar weather, right?
Oh, just for the last 3 days, fantastic.
Amazing. I can't believe it. We went out on a sidewalk cafe a couple of days ago to have an early dinner around 4:30. I couldn't believe it. It's March.
Oh, you can have dinner. You're right. We're not allowed to yet.
Well, only outside. Only outside.
It's going to make it that much better, Claude.
My God, right? No, but I hope they're gonna keep it like this. We just wanna.
No, I know. We gotta
to the
beat
end.
this.
I'm concerned about you guys a little
Yeah,
bit.
no, the numbers are high,
Yeah, not
Yeah.
good.
Well, I'm booked to get my shot this Friday.
Same here.
Yeah?
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, I hope everything goes well. I'm sure it will, but
Yeah. No, it's great. Oh boy, take it. Run
just
for
wanna
it.
take advantage of getting it,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Montreal now they do 60 and up. They started
yeah.
this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite the.
Yeah, you can
For
do that
once,
here
they're
at
organized.
drugstores, apparently. But
Yes.
I just booked with the city site, and I'll see whatever comes first.
Yeah, boy, yeah. Usually Ontario is always better, and then for once we got a bit ahead because we were being bad all the time. So,
Oh yeah, God. Oh, it's
Wow.
terrible. I think the prospects for a somewhat normal summer look reasonable.
Midsummer.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Canada
Yeah.
Day, Yeah.
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 Yep.
Okay, super.
Okay, Leon, is everybody back or not?
I'm just taking a look at the list right now. I think Sonia is here, and she will introduce the second
Yeah.
project
Well, we
again.
can.
And I think the core of the design team members are here as well. I see TTC. I see
Okay.
Jim Wood. I think we can get started. Sonia,
Good.
are you ready?
Okay.
Yep.
I'm just going to
everyone,
interrupt quickly.
let's-
Just a quick sec. Peter, you and I can talk after the meeting is over about the issue that you raised. Okay.
Yes, but I'm going to request again that there be that Paul be invited to join.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The
Yeah,
three of us
okay.
can talk.
I'm
Okay.
available if it happens after the meeting. So, okay. All right.
Okay,
Welcome
great.
back, everyone. Item 2, Waterfront East LRT Area 1. Very important Union Station to the Queens Quay link. This is issues ID, so there will not be a vote at the end of our discussion. So, Sonia, I think you're going to introduce it.
Yep.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Hi again, everyone. My name is Sonia Vangeli. I'm here to introduce this time Area 1 of the East Waterfront LRT project. So this is, as I said, a component of the larger program to extend waterfront transit to the eastern waterfront. And this portion of the design is led by TTC, and it's focused on the underground link between Union Station and Queens Quay Station with an east portal on Queens Quay to facilitate the LRT extension. Before diving into the intro, and I'll provide just a brief intro, the scope will be introduced by TTC's project manager, Vincent Tang, who's on the line.
Hello.
And I just want to also introduce the rest of the TTC team that's on the line: Suma Parodas, Steve Stewart, Scott Haskell, all from TTC, and Nigel Taher, program manager from the City of Toronto Transportation Planning, and Deanne Mighton, City of Toronto. So I will let Vincent get into the details of the scope of the project and introduce the design team, but I just wanted to kind of provide a little bit of the project context and the site context and adjacent project integration that is part of the coordination effort. So as you can see in this graphic, Area 1 extends from along Bay Street from Union Station to Queens Quay and basically to the Young Slip, the location of the portal that you saw in the last review. There is an area of overlap between Queens Quay East and the TTC scope of work around the portal between Bay and Young Street. And we have been coordinating that closely with this team, both working towards 30% design and costing to inform a business case for implementation funding, as I said earlier, for the overall waterfront project. I won't get into the details of the scope, but just to point out that the primary focus is the expansion of the stations and platforms at Union Station and Queens Quay, the tunnel that connects them, and the tunnel to the east portal. So because of the major underground works that need to be done along Bay Street, an important consideration is that a significant portion of Bay Street will be torn up and need to be reinstated as part of this project. So there is an opportunity to potentially put back a condition that is somewhat better than the existing. And you can see, just from photos along the stretch of Bay Street, from front through the rail underpass, through Lakeshore and the Gardner and Harbor Street, all the way down to Queens Quay, that there's plenty of room for improvements. This is such a major key connector to the waterfront, and it's got lots of pedestrian volumes that are only growing with the major development that's to come. So we have been discussing potential for consideration for potential lane consolidations to facilitate road diet and expanded public realm in some of these stretches closer to the waterfront. There are obviously limitations and traffic impacts that need to be studied, and also curbside lay-by demands in the lower stretch, but there are some opportunities for improving the public realm along Bay Street. And obviously, I don't need to remind you that this is such a key corridor for connecting the city to the waterfront, all the way from City Hall to Union Station and to the ferry terminal, which is kind of a gateway to the islands. But there isn't yet a kind of coordinated vision for Bay Street, even though, it's the site of so many active projects and developments. 141 and 45 to 81 Bay, the CIBC Square, development, the 30 Bay development further down, and 11 Bay that you've seen recently in recent reviews. So the scope of this project kind of bridges all of these together, and it's also adjacent to the Lower Yonge precinct and street network that you've also seen for Issues ID. So there are a few areas of overlap and a few opportunity moments, such as the removal of the on-ramp to the Gardner at Bay, the kind of reconfiguration of Harbour Street to two-way, and the implications for the intersection, and the intersection with Queens Quay and this area of overlap where the two projects need to closely coordinate and integrate. Just picking up from the Lower Yonge plan, this is kind of the basic section for Yonge Street as a promenade street, and one consideration could be to look at this as a precedent for a vision for Bay Street with potentially a promenade on one side and reduced road width where possible. Integration with adjacent developments is not only for the streetscape at the surface level, but also in terms of the station exits and entrances. So some of these buildings and the teamways closer to Union Station, the team is coordinating those exits with. So we've just seen recent presentations. You can see here a little bit of the public realm as well. At 30 Bay, there's already a precedent for lane reduction to expand the promenade on the west side, and obviously enhanced materials that could be used as precedent. And 11 Bay, obviously there's opportunity for coordinating the public realm vision for that development with this project. There's also a direct TTC entrance that's to be integrated in the development. So that is being closely coordinated as well. And last but not least, obviously it's really important to very closely integrate with the vision for Queens Quay East that we've just been discussing. So this is the area of overlap between Bay Street and Yonge Street, where the portal comes to the surface and the LRT continues on the surface. So it'll be really critical to ensure that the public realm consistency is carried through here and that the design language of all the components is maintained. You can see some of the previous views from the 2012 design, which show the canopy structures that were previously designed by West DTH. Those are now being developed further by TTC, by TTC's consultant team. And last but not least, at the ferry terminal, there is a station exit on the south side of Queens Quay, which needs to be integrated with the promenade to the ferry terminal. And so maintaining views to the water is critical there, as per our discussions on the continuity of north-south streets and arrival experience to the waterfront. So that just provides a little bit of the context. This team is coming for the first time to DRP for the stage 1 review, issues ID. So these are some of the areas for panel consideration that we would like you to consider. I think obviously the focus of the scope is primarily the station design, the underground design. So the integration of the station entrances and exits to the streets with adjacent developments, and also the kind of design approach for integration with the surface and the portals and canopies as iconic gateways, and the overall consistency with the design language of Queens Quay and the wider waterfront. As a secondary consideration, opportunities for enhancing Bay Street as a key connection to the waterfront, both in terms of integration with the contexts and future developments, but also the street section, planting materiality, and public realm continuity. Okay, so without taking up more time, I will hand it over to Vincent Tang from TTC to take you through the detailed scope of the project and introduce you to the team.
Great. Thank you, Sonia, for the overview. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, but there's quite an echo. Try that.
Okay, I'll try that again. Is that better?
Oh, that's good.
It's good.
Okay,
It's good.
perfect. Again, so I'm just mindful of the time here, so I'll try to go over my 5 slide decks as soon as possible to get right into the meat of the presentation. So again, thank you, Sonia, for the overview. My name is Vincent Tang. I'm the TTC project manager for Area 1 for this project. For the remainder of the staff introduction, I will speak to the project team for TTC, subsequently on the design consultant team, then a bit of the high-level context in terms of the project objective. After that, I'll go into the existing TTC underground infrastructure in Area 1 to give the panel a sort of a more detailed overview of what's currently buried underground and the proposed scope of work associated with this project. And lastly, a high-level project status. The success of this project really relies on a good collaboration amongst key project partners, which includes the city, TTC, and Waterfront Toronto. So in terms of design management responsibilities, as Sonia mentioned before, we are specifically responsible for managing the design work for the underground sections from Union to Queens Quay, whereas Waterfront is managing the design work for the aggregate section from Queens Quay all the way to Cherry, and the city is providing overall program oversight. So working with the TTC, we have Wood as a prime design consultant for this project. Wood is responsible for the overall design project management, structural, civil roads and utilities, track design, and Wood is supported, as you can see on this high-level work chart, by several key design sub-consultants, 2 of which will be presenting today. They include SAI, which is an experienced Canadian architecture interior design firm founded in 1976. Am I right, Jim?
That's right.
And based in Toronto.
Yep.
SAI is recognized Canadian leader in the design for transit projects, but they also, as I understand, focus on other technically complex projects across all sectors, including industrial, municipal, academic, and healthcare, and residential. Another key design partner is PMA, which is a award-winning design studio located in Toronto. They specialize in landscape architecture and planning projects. They were founded in 1982, and they're a firm known for its creativity and environmental sensitivity and technical knowledge. And the studio, similar to SAI, has experience extensively in small to large scale projects in both the public and private sectors. So of course, as Sonia mentioned before, we're working closely with the City and Waterfront Toronto teams in coordinating the project requirements and interfaces, especially in the overlap areas down along Queens Quay. Some of these design elements that Sonia highlighted earlier include the public realm improvements to the Bay Street corridor impacted by this project, and really to try to achieve what did she say, coordinated vision and explore opportunities for enhancing the street as a key connection to the waterfront. Before we go to the next one, integration of the entrance connections is important to the existing and new developments, for example, 11 Bay. A couple more points to note there. The sizing and location of new station entrances, especially the proposed new entrance at the southeast corner of Bay and Queens Quay intersection to maintain, I guess, very important as we understand the sideline to the ferry docks, and at the same time account for the high volume pedestrian flows, especially in summer. And lastly, the design approach for the portal canopies as iconic gateways, which at the same time really need to consider, very importantly, TTC maintenance requirements for these unique structures that ultimately will be installed over live running TTC tracks. Next slide, please. So overall project scope, again, involves sizable expansion of the underground streetcar station, building new tunnel portals, and upgrade the streetcar extension to the East Bayfront area. We are also asked to explore potential phasing option that would be implemented through streetcar service on Queens Quay to the East Bayfront. This is in advance of the completion of the construction works at the underground stations. the underground works in Area 1 is really a critical enabling link to unlock the transit service potential to the eastern side of the city's waterfront, really connecting the major transit hub at Union Station to the East Bayfront area and beyond. Next slide, please. Now, this slide and the next one is similar to what Sonia showed briefly at the beginning, but I just speak to these a bit more detail in terms of the existing TTC infrastructure on this slide. If you can, yeah, go back to that. Yeah, perfect. And the proposed work on the next one. So in general, again, the existing streetcar infrastructure is made out of 2 underground stations, one at Union and the other at Queens Quay. The stations are connected by a running tunnel underneath Bay Street. Streetcar access to the underground section is provided by the existing portal on the west side of Bay Street, where streetcar essentially will descend down in the tunnel, turn north, reaching the first station at Queens Quay, and then ultimately head to Union Station and back. Next slide, please. Just 2 more slides. So to accommodate the new streetcar service to the East Bayfront area, the waterfront, the overall scope, as I mentioned before, we got very sizable expansion of the 2 underground stations. Again, we got new running tunnel and portal structure along Queens Quay between Bay and Yonge, not to mention the track works inside the tunnel. And finally, we'll be putting back whatever we rip up, and ultimately just at a high level, by the time this is built, each station will have 4 streetcar platforms. And the final slide. So lastly, in terms of the design status for the Area 1, so we're well into the preliminary design phase, and we're on target to deliver the draft 30% together with updated coordinated construction cost estimate later in the summer, and which will inform the development of business case and the budget cycle. If this project receives additional funding beyond our current phase, we expect rough construction start will be in 2025, and with 5 years of construction, we'll basically head to 2030 for the opening of new service. Okay, so that's all I have, Leon and Sonia, and I think we will have the proponent, my design team, present the main deck.
Thanks, Vincent. I'll stop sharing.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's Jim Strassman from Strassman Architects. Just to touch on the agenda, we will be briefly touching on each one of these subjects: the site and the context, station and tunnel design review, design investigations, the portal canopy, Bay Street public realm, innovation and sustainability. The photograph that you see on the right was taken in 1950. The difference that you can expect on Bay Street once construction starts will be like this. The only difference, it'll be in color. Next slide. Context, I don't have to dwell on the context at all because you're all very familiar with it. I just caught the tail end of the original or the earlier presentation, and I think everything is in extremely good hands. The thing that caught my eye about this particular photograph are the precious green spaces. And I was really encouraged to hear and see that that is what is proposed for the eastern push on Queens Quay. Next. This is what you, oops. I just wanted to touch on this briefly. This is the Union Station platform. It's about as basic as you can get. Next. These are the main access sort of areas for Union Station. Next. This is what exists today. Everything in that picture on the left, upper left, will be demolished, and the tracks will be lowered 1.4 meters. The round, or the loop as we call it, will be rebuilt in 2 levels to accommodate all the mechanical and the services. and the circulation to and fro with Union Station will be vastly improved. That photograph on the lower left. Next. This is a very simple diagram of what exists today. The yellow indicates the existing platform and one connection to Union Station. Next. This is the proposed plan. There are 4 platforms in total, 2 on the northbound track, 2 on the southbound. Northbound will be alighting and the southbound will be boarding. There will be the possibility that streetcars can bypass streetcars in the alighting and continue around the loop over to the boarding. We have connections planned to Union Station, subway station, into the Union concourse, into the Union retail concourse, and we're working on a vital connection at the southwest corner that will rework the entrance into Scotiabank Arena and Union Station. On the east platform, or the bottom of the image, we have a possible connection to 141 Bay, to the East Teamway, and then at the south end of the east platform, a connection to the new bus terminal. Next. Cross-section through the station that you are all familiar with. You've got the Bay Street, you've got the GO platform, and the connection to the Union Station retail concourse. Next. This is the 2-level loop that I was talking about earlier for the mechanical. The little rectangle on the left is a way of circumnavigating around some columns supporting the east facade of Union Station. And on the right, you can see we are in fact within the 141 and Bay Street property. Next. A axonometric view on the right, which shows the new layout. What is important to us is that in the center of the station, these columns that you see were encased with 2 concrete walls. We have gotten rid of the concrete walls and open up space between the columns so that you have a visual connection from east platform to west platform and vice versa to make wayfinding and intuitive circumnavigation around the loop work. And to the left on the upper is a view looking north on the west platform, and on the lower one is the view that you would have coming from Union Station, subway station, looking towards a new station. The platforms will be terrazzo. The ceiling will be a linear metal ceiling with varying widths and depths. The columns will be perforated stainless steel, and all, of course, on the left, on the wall, is a continuous band that will contain graphic signage, wayfinding, passenger information. Next. This is the existing condition at Queens Quay Station. The arrows point to the existing stair, and then the existing elevator at 10 Bay Street. On the east side, the arrow points to an existing stairway. Next. Views of the existing station. It is again like the Union Station today is pretty basic, but it functions. the stair down to the platform on the lower right, and the elevator in the middle on the lower section. Next. This is the image of the existing station. Again, it's a very, very fundamental station. The entrances I was pointing out earlier in the upper left-hand corner to the street with a stair and an elevator, and a level crossing at the south end of the 2 platforms. Next. This is what is being proposed. We have 4 platforms, 2 north, 2 south, a level crossing between the 2 streetcars. The pink areas are mechanical and electrical. We have a big substation, a big electrical room, and the other pink areas will be devoted to station services. The gray squares that you see in the upper, on the east platform or west platform, are the smoke exhaust vents. In the upper left, you see the stair and the elevator, and a stair down to the pedestrian tunnel that goes under Queens Quay. And we are, and have had some discussions with 11 Bay Street regarding incorporating and integrating the stair and elevator into the southern lobby of 11 Bay Street. Those discussions are ongoing, and we continue to develop those. Next. This is the current below grade pedestrian connection to the south side of Queens Quay, where we have an elevator proposed and a stair. In the west platform, in the upper part, there's an elevator, the existing elevator, and we have a stair there as well that connects to the pedestrian tunnel. Next. Sections, 2 sections that we have through the station and its relationship to 20 Bay Street and 11 Bay Street. Next. The critical thing here is the smoke exhaust shafts that are being proposed. The pink again is the mechanical, and the station, of course, it's pretty obvious. Next. The axonometric view of the station in the lower right, you can see the pedestrian tunnel that will go under the tunnel for the streetcars, the new one heading east and the existing one heading west. The two views are of the upper one is the west platform looking north, and the lower one is the east platform looking north. Next. This is a cross section that shows the pedestrian tunnel which connects the south side of Queens Quay under the streetcar tunnel. You can see the elevator and the stair that is proposed. And the yellow that you see on the image to the left is where that stair and elevator enclosure, which we are proposing to be an entirely clad in glass. I know there's been some discussion about the location of this, and some overtures have been made to the Westin Hotel to move it closer to the hotel. The reception, unfortunately, is not being terribly cordial. Next. You're all familiar with these slides. That is what's existing. and everything I've seen sees big improvement to all of this. Next. This is where the portals terminate, or the line terminates at Queens Quay, and then the portals are to the west. We have the existing portal, which we are proposing would be finished identically to the east portal. That's number one. The west is number two, to basically create the gateway from the water to the city and vice versa from the city to the water. Next. We worked quite hard to cover the entire portal structure, but also to have it align with 10 Yonge Street, so that the 10 Yonge Street Plaza and the Yonge Street slip form a space uninterrupted. And I think you will see that this, I think, has been fairly successful. We did not want to disturb or interfere or filter in any way the view from the 10 Yonge Street Plaza to the water and to the Yonge Street slip. Next.
So good afternoon, Richard Shaw with Strassman Architects. So for the urban design, we recognize that the canopy obviously forms a key component part and component aspect of the public realm. So we're looking at some of the iconic site contexts and precedents, both existing and future and proposed by West 8 and Tita, specifically the wave deck and the ferry terminal, two structures and buildings that sort of bring the sort of curvilinear form and cottage experience, I think, down to the city at an urban scale. And I think we wanted to continue that language as much as we could within the portal design. Next. Some of the other elements as well that we were looking at, the Portland's Bridge, which again in steel and the use of color in relation to a bold structural form is as a significant gateway marker and place-making device. And so we wanted to look to that as well as part of that context. And then we were looking abroad to some other international examples where portal and station entrances have been integrated into existing plazas successfully, especially the interface at the base, how that direct connection could actually benefit the streetscape. Next. So in terms of the portal, the form that we're working with, and it is very preliminary, is a derivative from the actual profile of the tunnel level. So it's serving some key functions here. One is to make that transition from the OCS, from the tunnel level, which is a compressed height, to the higher street level OCS system. And so make that smooth transition so the canopy supports that change in elevation for the pantograph. The other aspect is to deal with some of the stormwater issues, to lessen the load at the tunnel level for stormwater retention and storage. And then, of course, to serve as a gateway and an urban marker for the Harbor Square down at Queens Quay as well. Next. So that translates into the cross-section we're looking at on the right, where you've got the OCS starting at a higher line, 5.8, and even higher at the street level, and needing to make that transition down to a tunnel level of about 4.7 meters, where it enters into the underground. So the structure, the proposed structure needs to accommodate that and lessen in a compressed manner, so the OCS can actually drop in a smooth transition down in line with the track itself. When you look at the cross sections there, as Jim mentioned, one of the things that we were trying to do was address the size and scale of the portal, such that we were maximizing the impact relative to the stormwater, and also potentially diverting stormwater into the adjacent planting as well. So using that canopy enclosure to achieve some benefits for the landscape. But at the same time, trying to keep that impact less as it moves into that tight corridor between the western and proposed 11 Bay. So trying to keep that lower end down to a minimum as we move westward. So four key elements to the design of the portal canopy. One is the base, the actual tunnel structure extending up, and then forming that immediate interface at grade with the structure, again offering protection from vehicle impacts and again trying to dissuade entry into the portal itself. The ribs doing the primary heavy lifting for the vertical loads, the web tying back for lateral bracing, and also the web supporting a skin element that encloses the full portal itself. And I think we understand the development of all of those elements as we move forward, akin to materiality and form as well. So a couple of perspective views showing the form and scale in context. Again, initial steps, we're endeavoring to keep the skin as transparent as possible, recognizing the scale of this in the landscape and maintaining that view from north to south as much as possible. And then again, also the notion that the canopy itself can integrate some strategic lighting as well to highlight the structure, to animate and again, bring a little life to that portal throughout all times of day. And looking eastward along Queens Quay, just in front of the Westin Hotel, where the canopy structure meets the grade, we looking and acknowledging that there's a lot of opportunity here for that interface between the landscape and how that actually works in conjunction with the proposed development of that little plaza area and pause along the Martin Goodman Trail, so that there is a lot of potential for, again, the transition and what that material could be on the skin itself, and potential for integration of street furniture, seating, or even occupancy at that end of the portal. Next, again, facing the opposite direction facing westward along the Martin Goodman Trail. Again, you can see the opportunity for rainwater collecting and how that can actually discharge and potentially be used for irrigation on some of the proposed planting along that side, along the south side. And also, again, sort of marking that entry into Harbor Square, that threshold, as you continue westward. And then a broader context, and as Jim mentioned earlier, the relationship between the east portal and a proposed west portal that can form a bit of a bookend at that arrival moment where the interface of Bay and Queens Quay transitions into that Harbor Square Park and access to the ferry terminal, so that the two structures could form that that sort of bookended gateway, as well as start to make thresholds traveling eastward and westward into the Harbor Square Plaza.
Okay, thanks. And I'll take you through some sort of early investigations with the Bay Street Public Realm. Next slide. And so in terms of, just to clarify scope anyway, so the current scope is obviously a restoration of the roadworks and of the pedestrian realm works, and looking at, of course, any improvements as we can with AODA, certainly in this diagram here with Union Station. So the Union Station surface restoration from Front Street to Lakeshore, essentially, and including the Teamway area. Next slide. And as you can see, this is a section through the unionization. As you can see, we're challenged certainly, of course, with the slab and a deluge of utilities, which we're working through together. Our, the landscape team with the roads and utilities team to see how this, we can kind of work together to still create a great public realm surface space. Next slide. And then the other part of the scope is certainly, of course, the restoration of all surface works at our Queens Quay expansion. And so that would entail the block between Harbor Street and Queens Quay with, as Jim already mentioned, our pavilion and daylighting of the underground stairwell to the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal south of Queens Quay. But of course, critical to note, of course, is in this block, certainly there's this interface with the Queens Quay East team, as you already was presented to, and how do we kind of marry this Bay Street vision with that vision, and certainly again in this restoration, looking at how we can kind of improve things in general, and look at this cohesive vision for Bay Street certainly. And in section at the Union Station section, the slab is a little bit lower, thankfully, but also still, again, challenged with a lot of utilities that we're working through, and how that, we can work together to still achieve some kind of tree alley. Next slide. And so very, very quickly, I'll just go through some of the kind of general challenges and opportunities, if anything. And so starting from, if you recall some of those site photos that Sonia presented to you, starting from Front Street south along Bay Street towards Lakeshore. I mean, immediately anyways, the biggest challenge is these narrow sidewalks. I mean, they're even narrow to current city standards, which is a 2.1 minimum clearance, but knowing the pedestrian volumes that we're dealing with here as it is anyways, we're very challenged in that way. That experience within the teamway right now, I mean, we're challenged in the sidewalk realm, but also in the vehicularly as well. And so it's a really unpleasant experience as it is now, and a lot of kind of access, just technical access issues. Within this stretch of our Union Station from Front to Lakeshore, we talked about these adjacent developments as well. And so, this station construction going in, later on, so that condition when stations are in works like these developments, 4581 and 141, will be long established. And right now, currently, we understand like they have their own kind of unique streetscape treatments. And so we're kind of looking at what those are. And then going further south anyways towards Queens Quay, and that block between Harbor and Queens Quay, the sidewalk areas are wider certainly, but we're still kind of looking at, and challenged with some of these functional items related to the station, but we're also, for sure looking at those opportunities for access from the adjacent buildings themselves to minimize any kind of clutter on the street. We also recognize in this block that the current bus lay-by and drop-off demand is very high. And so we're certainly literally in the middle of kind of investigations and seeing if there's other opportunities or options for alternate locations for those bus lay-by areas within this block certainly. And then also looking at the opportunity, as Richard just mentioned, of like what can these portals also do and contribute to this threshold or this transition from this pedestrian realm and public realm transition from the city to the water. So next slide. And so, we don't have to flog this too much. I think, as you all well know, this connection, this shoreline stitch, and this is a diagram from the Toronto Parks Public Realm Plan. Next slide. And then certainly very much, we're at the beginning stages here, looking at this cohesive vision for Bay. And so referencing, while Bay is not included in this plan, planning document, this Lower Yonge Precinct plan, certainly I think we are taking very direct cues in terms of this Promenade Street and the Promenade Street for the major arterials of Young, Cooper, and Lower Jarvis, anyways, as these north-south streets that we will apply to also to Bay Street. Next slide. And so you've seen this slide already. So very much looking at this palette, looking at this building face to curb unit paved palette, the idea of an alley or double alley of street trees and paving, and looking at if there are opportunities for road reductions are things that we still are in the middle of investigating. Next slide. And so knowing that, these pedestrian volumes are high, here we're definitely looking at connections to the underground pass system as well, and certainly, again, connections to the building and looking at how to manage those high pedestrian volumes. Next slide. And so on a very high level, very high level, looking at this kind of elevated treatment for Bay Street anyways, and this kind of north-south connection. And so very much taking this promenade street as a whole from Front to Queens Quay. And if we were to kind of start, if anything, from the Queens Quay intersection, so what we are looking at, and for sure the experience being that as you approach Queens Quay, of course, that, and that in conjunction with this development at 11 Bay, this new architectural landmark there as this kind of gateway threshold from the city to the water, that we want to also equally kind of emphasize that ground plane and kind of create this, I guess, this kind of waterfront gateway plaza, if you will. And so most certainly, we're looking at, this promenade treatment, this kind of carrying over of the material palette that's already been established for Queens Quay, and wrapping that up for that entire block, and ideally between building face to building face, but obviously not without some investigations in terms of can we look at road reduction, can we look at alternate locations for the bus lay-by, can we look at a flexible street here so that it is very much a pedestrian priority, expanding the sidewalk and public realm, establishing some great street trees here, and really as the landscape being also equally in this kind of intuitive wayfinding experience, I guess, of the landscape to the water anyways, that we really want this plaza to be that that welcome mat to the water, and then of course from the water out towards the city. And so saying that, like, in terms of the high elevated treatment, for sure at that last block. And so then from Harbor North to Front Street would still be this elevated cohesive treatment, this promenade treatment, a unit paved treatment anyways, that would extend up to Front Street. And just to note anyways that the restoration therefore for those adjacent developments would be cohesive with this new consolidated vision. Oh, I better speed this up. And that we would restore this to this new cohesive vision, and that at 30 Bay anyways, that while it's not in our scope, that we have the ability right now anyways to advise, and that is up for influence in terms of what this new vision for Bay Street is. So I'll just quickly go through this section elevation would be at the intersection of Queens Quay and Bay, looking towards the Jack Layton Harbor, Jack Layton Ferry Terminal, Harbor Park. Obviously, you would never experience it quite like this, but I think we could say safely that at that intersection that you would, that those portals would contribute to that experience of that gateway threshold or that gateway experience. Next slide. And some precedent images, certainly in the area anyways, the upper three being, what we're kind of seeing a little bit for Harbor Street North to Front Street would be this promenade, this unit paved treatment, an alley of trees. The bottom three being these examples, these great examples of flexible streets, of integrating the bus lay-by with the kind of, pedestrian realm areas, this treatment of unit paving through the road, flush conditions with bollards, and that's working very well. And next slide. And then certainly I brought this up, it's shelved right now, but I thought it was a great precedent as well for that Harbor to Queens Quay a block anyways in terms of a flexible street and kind of allocating, kind of service vehicles within these lay-bys within the public realm. Next slide. And then very quickly, we're still kind of very early days, but looking at, are there opportunities for public art, opportunities for integrated heritage referencing, be they Indigenous or ecological, cultural, architectural heritage references. Certainly, we've made mention of some, stormwater management. How can we, passively use, as Richard mentioned, how can we passively use stormwater to passively irrigate, the adjacent planting and street trees, and then certainly carrying over a lot of the materiality. And we mentioned the wave deck and the future Jack Layton, canopy, and how can we carry over that materiality, that wood, certainly, and creatively in this framing of the underside of the portal, with the catenary system, and how can we kind of carry over that wonderful established materiality, anyways, from the Queens Quay. And so I think that's a wrap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is the end, I guess, of the presentation. So we're going to move to questions from the panel. And I think I'll start off maybe with Betsy. Go through the top of the list. Do you want to lead off, Betsy?
I actually don't have, I have a lot of comments, and we're just in issues ID, so I'm going to hold off on my questions.
Hold off, that's fine, no
let
problem.
other people ask.
Yeah, George, any questions? George, you're muted, I think.
Oh, apologies. Can we go to the plan at the Union Station end at platform level? It was very close to the beginning.
There you go.
Right. Okay, my question is, where your red route for pedestrians going from the platform on the east side to the Union subway station, at the where you're sort of passing by the loop?
Yeah,
like,
the 141. What's happening there?
No, beyond that, north of that. I'm just wondering what the minimum width dimension for that pedestrian route between the angled foundation wall and the edge of the loop, where your red line runs through.
Yeah, basically, the minimum clearance is 4 meters. And in cases where the angle opens up, it's greater than that, but we've set a minimum of 4 meters.
Okay, and what about on the other side? It's the equivalent location, but to the north west as opposed to the northeast edge of the loop, where it looks as though it might be similarly narrow.
Well, again, we have 4 meters, and quite frankly, we'd prefer not to have those 3 columns where you see the wall around those 3 columns, but structurally, those 3 columns are holding up a good portion of the east facade of Union Station. Right. So it's a bit of a sort of ripple in the stream, but that's what we have to deal with.
Right. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Claude? Any questions?
No, I don't have any question. Thank you.
Okay. Peter?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. First question, I assume it's cut and cover construction underneath or down Bay Street. Second question, did you consider wood for the portal structures? Third question, what is your resilience approach to lake water flooding? I notice all the electrical equipment's at the lowest level, and I do recall that one of the biggest problems they had in the subway system in New York after the hurricane was replacing burned out electrical equipment at the lowest level, and they replaced them all with electrical equipment which was inaccessible to floodwaters. Those are my 3 questions.
Okay.
I can certainly speak to question number 2. Yes, we are considering wood for the portal structure. One of the aspects for it is specifically the rib structure and whether or not we can actually do the tiebacks in wood as well. What we're looking at is the combination of compliance with fire code, and really this is going to be a much larger discussion with TTC for maintenance and operations as how they're going to be able to maintain that, and whether there's any sort of protections that need to happen in place for the catenary system relative to that heavy timber. But that is absolutely an option that we're looking at. Again, it's sort of speaking back to what that sort of defining character of waterfront is, of those wood structures. So we thought that would be able to be incorporated into this setting as well.
Okay. I don't know who wants. Jim, do you want to take the cut and cover?
So,
or
regarding the first question, Peter, which one was the first question? Sorry.
Cut and cover. I just
on Bay Street area, considering you're assuming it's cut and cover construction on Bay Street. I think that was the question.
Yeah, we do consider cut and cover. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
with shoring system, yeah, which will be sealed, especially on the Quay area, due to question number 3, the hydro G challenges that we have with the underground water. So in regards to the equipment that we'll be having in the ground due to the hydrogeology and the water, underground water, that's going to be looked into it to make sure it's properly sealed and the equipment will be all safe.
The portal is open to lake water when it floods, and the rainwater then just goes down there. You can't seal the portal, can you?
The top from the rain water we're going to provide.
No, I'm talking about lake water, flooding.
The lake water, yes, we need to make sure that's sealed as well.
But Peter, to your question, no, we can't seal the portal itself. There would be flooding coming down there. I will say from a planning perspective, what we have looked is any other opportunities to elevate the electrical equipment. Excuse me, bring it up. And this is a condition that we're also experiencing at Union as well. Is that there's just no real estate above grade. That the reality is to find the actual area and provide it accessibly within the TTC dominion would be it's just going down below the station.
Okay. Okay. Other questions? Move to Bridget.
Yep, I had 2 questions. One, the portal that is to the west of Bay Street is existing, and it does not have a kind of canopy or covering. And I think so does that mean that the canopies are the canopies for the portals are more about identity, or are they functional? I guess I just not. So that's my first question. And my second question is related to the Bay and Queens Quay intersection. And you showed us an elevator and an exit stair. Are there other locations that you looked at for that? You showed us one location, but I didn't know whether there were any other. You had mentioned the hotel, and that wasn't a kind of received well by the hotel, but are there other locations in that area that you considered?
So
okay.
The first question, Richard, regarding the portal.
Certainly. So
yeah, we can answer both. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, I can take that one. And you're correct. I mean, the west portal is open and does deal with all the stormwater down at tunnel level. The difference is what we've been looking at and what we've been asked to accomplish by the civil was to lessen that load as much as possible, simply because there were constraints around what would have to happen for management of that water now versus what it was done when that was first installed are greater. So they wanted to lessen that. And then the second one was just the opportunity again to capture some of that rainwater and use that for landscaping purposes. But by all functional purposes, there is going to have to be stormwater management at the tunnel level regardless. It's just a matter of the quantities and the ratio between the two. And again, that's the size and the extent of the canopy, and also just how much of that is going to be covered. So I think finding that balance between the two, it's not an absolute at this point, and can be further refined. And then to your last question on the elevator and exit stair location, we have looked at a number of options. One was moving it eastward to the property line adjacent to Weston. And although there's nothing below grade that, maybe we can actually flip the slide to it. Yeah, so it would be sliding the whole assembly, excuse me, eastward up until that property line. There's a couple of constraints around that. Obviously limiting distance between the structures and also the exiting requirements and the clearances that would have to happen at Weston for that, which may result in them having to adjust their own fire rating on the edge of the building. And then I think the other aspect for that location is some of the discussions that TTC have had with Weston, which we thought were encouraging, that the intent was potentially to open up that facade and make it more permeable for potential retail. So that was something that we thought we would actually want to work with and support. We did look at locating that portal, or sorry, that stair and elevator to the west side of the stair ramp. Again, taking it out. The issue with that is what that does to the pedestrian tunnel circulation. It makes it an extremely circuitous route. If you're going to construct it, or B, it would have to be tunneled under the existing portal. So it became a constructability issue if we were moving it westward. Again, mostly to do with, I think, the combination of real constructability and whether it actually is serving the correct connection points.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, Fadi.
Just a really quick question. This might be to Waterfront. How does this public realm plan work with or coordinated with the WSP public realm plan that we saw a couple of months ago? If I recall, there was a similar presentation strategy for this part of Queens Quay and the north-south streets and circulation plan. Is this something that piggybacks on it or builds on it, or how do we read the two together?
I think maybe, Fadi, I can answer half that question, and then we can leave half for PMA to respond to. The Lower Yonge Public Realm Plan comes up to Yonge Street. It does not include Bay Street. However, there's some amazing lessons we can learn from the Lower Yonge Public Realm Plan in terms of how it treats some of these north-south streets, particularly how it proposes to treat Yonge Street. And then maybe I'll let Fung pick up from there in terms of how she sees that playing into her concept.
Yeah. I mean, it is. Yeah, it's it's a really good question, frankly, it's a surprise that there hasn't been a direct kind of study for Bay Street proper. But certainly, yeah, for sure, I think. But saying that, no, absolutely, this Lower Yonge Public Realm Plan, I think, has some very direct, applicable treatments, and that as I mentioned, yeah, we're taking kind of the major north-south corridors from that study, anyways, and applying that to Bay Street. And from what I understand so far, in some very, very early reviews of 11 Bay, that the city is also adopting that as a method to kind of apply those kind of elevated treatments, or this promenade street, anyways, to Bay Street. And even from that plan, even Harbor Street, the south side, anyways, is also a very similar kind of it might be a different, called a different type of typology, but it's also very similar to this promenade kind of concept as well, of this like kind of unit pavers from building face out type of thing. So that whole interface of also of harbor meeting bay and Queens Quay meeting bay and this kind of promenade street that we're establishing as far as these north-south corridors, I think, yeah, that study, I think, even though it's not, you know, exactly in that plan, but very much has applicability, and that's what we're starting with, honestly. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Can we go to Nina Marie? Any questions?
No, Peter asked a sort of version of the question I had around water, so thank you. That's good.
Okay, Jana, any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Two questions. The first is, are there any design standards that TTC has that you're having to knit the design of your stations into and then start the, you know, the basic palette design decision making for the two stations? And the second question is, on slide 16, you indicate a level crossing, and I'm just curious what the purpose of that is. Is that really for pedestrians to cross in the middle of the platforms from side to side?
Well, answer number 2 first. That's a part of it. It's also there for the maintenance crews to go from one side to the other. We have scrubbers and machines that you can't be providing large rooms on each platform, and you have to get them back and forth. So it is a part of the circulation, but more importantly, it's really more to do with maintenance than anything.
Hi, Jim. Vincent here. Can I add to the level crossing response, just in addition
sure.
to what you said? So, Vincent here from TDC. So, the intent for the design concept to maintain the level crossing is really a big part of it is also TTC customer convenience. So, maintaining the crossing is acceptable to TTC, and particularly during regular day-to-day service when passenger volumes are lower. And also it provides for redundancies for accessibility in the event that if one elevator is on one side is out of service, so there's that option for people to get across. And the crossing would also make transfers between the streetcars on each side simpler if the through service is not readily provided or not available at the time. One thing you'll note that from this graphic compared to the existing crossing, which is at the south side, is we to minimize the delays at the intersection, the very busy intersections where streetcars, a lot of streetcars will be coming in. So to minimize delays, the crossing really needs to be relocated further north, and our choice is located between the two streetcar platforms to be as close to the, I guess, the envisioned main station accesses on the south side of the station. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Keep going down the list.
Oh, no, sorry, Paul, but I wanted to find out if there's TTC design standards that they're using in terms of the architectural components and the user experience.
There are, of course, design standards for almost everything, from the width of corridors, the width of platforms, the size of various rooms. In terms of the passenger experience, I can't, Vincent, maybe you can tell me, but I'm not aware of any standards that generally target customer experience. I think the whole design exercise is to make the customer experience as good as possible. For example, if you look at the rendering in the upper left and in the lower left, having the view from one panel or one side of the platform to the other, that's a part of customer experience. The constant wayfinding, intuitive wayfinding through the design, through graphics, through passenger information systems, that's a part of the customer experience. And of course, you know, possibly and hopefully somewhere down the line, you know, the integration of art, that always becomes a very touchy subject at times, but we're hopeful that art will find its way into these stations.
Sorry, Jim, I'm just going to add one last piece. Or sorry, Vincent, did you want to go ahead?
No, Richard, you go ahead first and see what I can supplement.
Sorry, I was going to say that it's also part of the design standards focused on accessibility and safety as driving a lot of the passenger experience. So much of the layout is derived by those very stringent requirements. Again, line of sight, no dead ends, no blind corners, SEPTED lighting, designated waiting areas, and things of that nature are all built into that. In terms of the aesthetic, it doesn't have that same sort of like you consider like a Metrolinx design excellence standard, but it does pick up durability and performance of interior finishes as well. So there are maintainability and durability and resiliency built into the actual finishes palette. So that's just what I was going to add.
Oh, I think you covered it well, Jim and Richard. Nothing to add.
Jana, does that answer your questions?
It does. Thanks a lot, Paul.
Yeah, okay. All right, Jeff.
Hey, Paul. Thanks. Two questions. The first, looking at the Queens Quay station, was there an evaluation done about putting an exit at the north end, particularly like at the corner of Harbor Street, particularly thinking about when 30 Bay goes in, that's going to be a huge destination. And then,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. And then the rest of my questions are really more about mechanicals. And I'm just wondering if the stations are heated at all. I saw, you know, there's fresh air shafts, and you've got the exhaust shafts. Are they heated? Are the fire exhaust shafts powered? Like, are there fans in there, or are they just sort of passive ventilation shafts? And have you thought at all about mechanical systems in the space?
Well, to answer number 2 first, yes, we have 2 huge fans to exhaust any smoke during a fire. We have also separated with glass panels the 2 platforms. We have a smoke barrier extending from the ceiling to just above the platform to, again, contain the smoke. The stations are not heated. The fans also, we have those at Union Station as well. So both are bringing in fresh air and exhausting smoke when required. The other question was, just remind me what the first question was.
About the opportunity for an entrance at the corner of Harbor Street.
Right. Both on the east platform and the west platform, we have developed, for example, an exit on the west platform at the north end. At the moment, if you look at our plan, you can see a red arrow and a yellow patch leading into 1020 Bay Street. That has since been moved further north to the end of the platform. We have also integrated an emergency exit. And these are emergency exits. They're not entry exits, but emergency exits at the north end. One of the things we ran into at 11 Bay is the code is pretty strict on if you're entering or exiting through a building, you're only allowed 1 and not 2. But these issues, we're in not constant contact with the developers of 11 Bay, but we have contact, and they are continuing and continually evolving. 30 Bay, that's a little further up the line, and we haven't, we're not privy to any of those plans yet or negotiations. So if they want to talk to us and the TDC, then, you know, we'll gladly do it.
I think I can add one more piece to that as well. Just in terms of the connection to 10 and 20 Bay, we are looking at seeing whether we could strengthen that connection to the atrium and make that a much more robust pedestrian flow back to the atrium, which again, in turn, would assume to connect to the escalators and up to the path system, which would extend it to 30 Bay. So I think that's probably the route that would actually be developed in concert with the interfaces at this location. So we haven't done anything north of where we're looking at the station right now.
Yeah, no, we have developed a couple schemes actually, and we're of the same opinion. We think it would be highly desirable to connect to the atrium at between 10 and 20 Bay. We have developed a scheme. But unfortunately, we can dream and plan and propose these things, but it's really going to get down to what sort of reception we get when we discuss these with the developers, who I think is Oxford, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Oxford?
Yes, that's correct. So prior to discussing with the developers, one thing just want to make sure, you know, is we will need to reach alignment with City of Toronto and the related staff just to make sure before we approach them on the preferred connection options. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Paul, can I just ask one real quick question?
Other questions, Jeff?
Yeah, just really quickly, on the portal ramps, is there snow melt? Is that a requirement?
No, that's not currently a requirement. Nope.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I have Kevin and Matthew left. So Kevin?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew.
Thanks, Paul, and thank you for the presentation. I've got two questions. One is understanding that these platforms and tunnels are fairly close to the surface. Has there been any consideration of strategies for bringing daylight either into the entrances and exits or even down to the platforms themselves? And my second question is, has there been a wind study done on the east or west portal, and has that affected, if yes, has that affected your design for those portals?
I can answer, to date, we have not done a wind study. We personally feel that that the cross ventilation there is to the benefit of the station and not to the detriment. To answer, and the first question, just remind me again what that was.
Sorry, just about opportunities for bringing daylight deeper into
the daylight, yes.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, we have not looked at daylight because basically we're under Bay Street and we're under Queens Quay. There is no boulevard on Bay Street or any median where, you know, the possibility of even simple slivers of light could be introduced. I agree with you. It would be marvelous to have, and if it were possible, you can count on it being there. But we just don't see it as being possible.
Okay. Okay, Matthew.
Yep. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. I have a couple of quick questions myself, and then we'll move quickly to comments. I noticed on one of the earlier slides, this is a 5-year construction project at the current estimate. And I'm wondering what is going to happen. Is there a phasing plan? Does half of Bay Street stay open for bus service? As you know, Bay is one of the busiest pedestrian corridors north-south between the city and the waterfront. So that's the first question. The second is I am not convinced about the, I don't know, functionality, I guess, of the connection to the ferry terminal. I'm not, you know, as you all know, there's huge volumes of people that come off and go to the ferries. And I'm not so sure people are going to be readily anxious to use the pedestrian tunnel and go up an elevator. I can see so many people with strollers and carriages and, you know, equipment and all that kind of stuff. So I'm wondering, have you looked at the opportunity, just simply a very powerful at grade connection crossing? So that's the second question. And the third basically is the Queens Quay streetcar service to the west going to be still functional at any point in time, or is that closing down for 5 years too? So those are some of this is practical questions.
Vincent, do you want to take a kick at that? They're very astute, practical questions.
Yeah, I can try to answer your question, Paul. So to answer your question, because the project will be envisioned to be implemented as cut and cover, as previously discussed, we will be providing construction staging strategy to maintain the traffic throughout the Bay Street corridor and Queens Quay as much as possible, specifically at Union Station location, where due to the extreme tight constraint imposed by the railway corridor there, it's extremely tight, and as a bare minimum, based on feedback from the City of Toronto, we are required to maintain as a minimum one lane in each direction during construction. Now, in the Bay Street and Queens Quay station the area, due to the slightly wider right-of-way in the area, the design team is currently considering the possibility of a full closure during construction during certain stages. However, that discussion we'll need to have with the City of Toronto Transportation Services, really to demonstrate how a full road closure during construction and for what extended period of time, how its impact to the local traffic in the area, and how especially pedestrians in the summer can still safely and easily access the ferry docks area, right? So that's key. Okay. In terms of the pedestrian tunnel question, yes, we've heard, actually, we've gone through a few public meetings, and definitely one of the comments some people say they love it, but other people, they're just, to your point, Paul, they're saying, well, if people can access the agri easier, why not just use the agri? So from TTC perspective, we don't need it from a service or operational perspective. However, I understand it is a key importance for the city to provide an underground path connection, and that is why we're including that in our current scope, and certainly it offers TTC customers and others an alternate route across the street. And with that objective, our design is currently basically we trying to make it as a comfortable underground path environment as possible. And so this is what I can say about that.
All right, well, maybe we'll make some comments on that later. And the third question, what happens to the Queens Quay West streetcar service
so
while all this is going on?
During construction, it's envisioned that the service into the underground stations to Union would need to be shut down as soon as we start digging up holes at the intersection of Queens Quay and Bay. So that is why one of the City Council requests to this project is for staff to look at the potential of having the east-west through service to be open earlier, while the heavy-duty construction work is still ongoing at the stations. So certainly, if there's opportunity to, let's say, once the Yonge Street slip is built, and with that we can commence the portal and tunnel construction, and as soon as the portal and tunnel and the tracks are built, then we're going to be looking at opportunities to open up the east-west service earlier than having to wait until everything's done. So certainly the staff will be investigating that closely in the coming months.
Okay, thanks for that. I wasn't clear. Okay, so let's move to comments. And I'm not sure who wants to start, but I'll go down my list. Betsy, you want to kick it off?
Sure. I know there's going to be a ton of comments, so I'll try to go quickly. Thank you for the presentation. I don't envy the amount of work that this has taken because it is a very complicated proposition. I appreciate Paul's questioning of whether you need the pedestrian tunnel to begin with. My first comments to the TTC portion was that I do appreciate, Jim, the work to continue the TTC branding through, open up the pedestrian experience on the platform itself, and with an eye to wayfinding, because since you have to snake these different pieces through, wayfinding is really critical. So the part of the user experience is making sure that's really concise. For the tunnel, I mean, it's where you come outside. I don't know if it's important if you come outside on the one side versus the other. And if all of that money could be spent to make the best street crossing imaginable, you'd have probably the best one on the planet to be able to get to the ferry terminal. The tunnel experience would be really important if you have to build it, because it is the gateway to the ferry terminal, and it's a really important kind of terminus. So it can't just be a walkway. It would have to be elevated, and I think that the panel would start kind of gauging our criticism about the elevated experience once that comes back. And the glass pavilion is going to be so hard to do right next to that entry to the parking area that it's next to the Westin, and how it's going to impact the pedestrian path to the ferry terminal. So both of those things, I think, need to be really scrutinized for the next presentation. The portals, it's funny because I love all the precedents you showed, and then the design for the portals for the east and west seem to be kind of a composite of pieces. So you have some kind of heavy timber ribbing, but it's colored the way the steel is colored at the Portland or at the new bridges that have just gone in. So if these pieces also, if they have to go in, what is the kind of the design intent as opposed to a collection of design intents from other places? How can you kind of, maybe go back a bit in time to looking at more specifically what West 8 designed, which was just a timber lattice, very simple, see-through, rain would be able to come down, but it would eliminate the reflection of the glazed, the dirt on the glazed. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of issues that come up relative to the layered design that you have, given its susceptibility, and it's probably, from a maintenance point of view, cleaning it's going to just probably never happen. So it's probably going to go translucent very quickly, and then it won't be this kind of wonderful glazed filtered light experience I think that we're kind of all imagining it could be. The Bay Street is really tough because, I mean, the question that came into my head, the rhetorical question was, are we at a point where we are applying standards now to pieces of the kind of prominent visual corridors that are coming through to the waterfront? I'm not sure we're there yet. I'm not sure we're at a point where we're just saying, okay, this was used somewhere else. This means it's appropriate for this location. The Bay Street is also, and again, I don't envy you, it's a very difficult design proposition. It has some existing buildings, but mostly new buildings. You have to navigate the underground and covered portions coming from Front Street through the kind of transit zone, which really needs to be improved, past Air Canada Centre, under the Gardner. I mean, it's kind of like this sequence of experiences that I'm not sure the paving plan and trees are capturing the complexity of it. So I guess this would be a question to put towards other people on the panel and hear your comments, that it may need a much bigger idea and a much larger kind of design scope, and whether that is what the TTC is kind of prepared to do, or whether it needs to be something different. I think I would throw that out there. So, but
Okay,
it's
thanks.
yeah.
Thanks, Betsy. George?
Okay, I Am I muted again? No, I'm not. So
No, you're okay.
Okay. Well, the first thing I would say is just to sort of back up Betsy and her last comment there about the need for a bigger idea for Bay Street and whether the TTC is prepared to take that on or not. Because if they're not, then they should relinquish responsibility for the surface to Waterfront Toronto, who knows how to do it. I have three other comments. The first one just goes back to my initial question about the plan of the of the platform level at the Union Station end. Those pinch points that we talked about are really bothering me. And on the west side, at a minimum, it seems to me that I'm not disputing that those three columns that Jim talked about need to stay because they're holding up the east side of Union Station. But at least people ought to be able to move on both sides of them rather than to move all the way around them. So that would be a marginal improvement there. But on the east side, I'm not sure you shouldn't be trying to bite out a corner of the subsurface condition under the building on the southeast corner of Front and Bay. You'd still need a column, but at least you could sort of widen the zone of pedestrian flow. When I'm leaving Waterfront Toronto meetings in the afternoon, when we actually meet in the flesh and make my way up Bay Street, I mean, I feel like a salmon in the Fraser River when I get to Union Station. I can hardly make it through the wave of pedestrians coming in the other direction. These pedestrian volumes they're probably the heaviest in the entire city. And this thing's going to cost multi-millions of dollars. So for heaven's sake, let's not have, avoidable pinch points at key moments in the pedestrian flow below grade. I mean, it's just counterintuitive to think that you'd go back and try and fix that after the fact when a project of this magnitude is in play. Then to come to the question that Paul and Betsy both raised about the escalator and the elevator up to grade on the south side of Queens Quay. To say that the TTC wants to have a convenient tunnel experience and access up to grade is to fly totally in the face of the common sense that it's the same issue of pedestrian flow. The pedestrian flow at grade in that zone is overwhelming, and you're putting an impediment that's a quarter of the width of the pedestrian zone between the edge of that parking ramp and the hotel. That's a blockage to pedestrian flow. The cure is worse than the disease. So get rid of that tunnel altogether, or the only, if you have to have it or it won't give it up, then move it over to the west side of the entrance into the parking garage, where there is area at grade where it can be accommodated without interfering with the pedestrian flow to the passenger terminal, to the ferry terminal. It will make a longer tunnel, but you may want to get rid of the whole thing. So, and doing it the way you're doing it at the moment just makes a bad situation worse, wasting public money. The last thing is the landscape presentation showed an extension of the above grade path system from 10 and 20 Bay into 11 Bay. If this panel has its way, that bridge will never be built. And if you expect to get a favorable reception when you come back, I would suggest you remove it from your drawings. We will not consider having yet another pedestrian bridge over Bay Street, only half a block north of one that's blocking people's view of the water already. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Claude.
Yes, few things. I guess I will be more towards the public realm aspect. I like the TTC pavilion that you're proposing on both sides. It seems to frame Yonge Street very well. Clears the view with towards the lake, toward the Jack Layton. It fits with the language of the families of object that we have on the waterfront and the new bridge, for example, that on Cherry Street. So I think it's a kind of I feel very good about it. It's more like of a question, comment, and worry about the public realm that will be coming. The challenge of building streetscape and beautiful street and trees and blah 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 blah. It's always the ongoing unknown surprise that we have when we excavate, even if we have survey. By the fact that I look at found your drawing at page 36, I believe that you have a cross section and you start showing underground infrastructure. It's more of a strategy of how to move on next to create this amazing idea of a streetscape. Are we going to get rid of a lot of underground infrastructure and they're going to be relocated for a certain area? And if it's the case, can we start planning, placing them in the right place so you keep some room available for salt volume unobstructed? So I see there's some gas. I think there's some hydro. Hydro is always in the way, and they are so not flexible. So I think you need to start to be very strategic about doing a PUCC plan of the whole thing. And I looked at between 20 Bay and 11. I understand everything's going to be cleared up. So there's a good place that you could establish a kind of a nice distance for trees to take place right there at the connection with the Quay, which would be excellent. I believe in front of 30 Bay maybe not as possible because it would be more of a tunnel. And I think it's probably be possible also near Front Street. So I think you need to start putting your foot in the machine right away of mapping these infrastructure and which one can be moved or where, or maybe not. But to make sure that you have a plan of what that public realm could be and start matching it with visibility right away. Because when the whole streetscape is open, it's possible to move gas. It's possible to relocate element to create the value that we want on the public realm. That's my comments. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, Claude. Peter, you're next.
Yeah, I've got three comments. On the understanding that the City of Toronto is prepared to reduce vehicular traffic on Bay Street to one lane in each direction for the next 5 years, why don't you make that a permanent idea and take all of that surface area for an enhanced pedestrian and bicycle realm that actually not only makes what's there much wider but much better, but could also be your north-south route out of the train. So you could bring everybody directly to the surface as soon as they get out of the trains. You could have vertical escalators, elevators, and stairs that go right to grade because now there's plenty of room. And you could also have daylight come from grade down to the platform levels if you do that. So rethink, instead of building this long tunnel to connect to Union Station, usurp some of the surface for more pedestrians and use it for direct access to the platforms down below. That's the big idea that Betsy was alluding to. It's there, take it. And if somebody says, well, in 5 years we need to have 4 lanes again, they're wrong. And fight it out. You'll get support from us. The second is a much more minor element, and that's I do need to see some full understanding of water resiliency and with respect to your equipment at your next. This is issues identification, so it's an issue. Again, I refer to the hurricane in New York and what happened to the electrical systems that drove the subway there. By the way, if you like my first idea, there's plenty of horizontal space below Bay Street to put equipment that's not at the bottom of the hole instead of pedestrians. And my third comment is on the wood thing for the canopy. So I built the Brentwood SkyTrain station 15 years ago, and it's a hybrid wood and steel structure. The steel has been repainted twice. The wood has never been touched. it's still immaculate. And so that's the long and the short on what lasts better, wood or steel. Those are my comments.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Bridget.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's a tricky, complicated thing, and I feel I totally agree with Peter that there really needs to be a big idea for this whole area. I think accessibility, you know, we all talk about it. This is kind of like the key area where accessibility kind of is so essential. Like you know, there are strollers, wheelchairs, people dragging coolers, barbecues, like, you know, to kind of get to the island, people bring a lot of stuff. And this kind of issue of it being totally accessible to large groups and families and all of that stuff just has to be easy. And in a way, it has to kind of be built into the program for this area. We've also seen from, I just remember previous studies where people have looked at issues of graphics. There have been so many studies of this little, that little threshold at the foot of Queens Quay and Bay. And I guess I feel that because Waterfront Toronto is involved, because the TTC is involved, and you have this big honking hotel, I just think there needs to be maybe a broader strategy for how to deal with the hotel, because, you know, our first presentation today was looking at the east side of the hotel and drop off. There's kind of a whole negotiation there. And then in a way, there should be some bargaining chips to at least have another discussion about the hotel on the other side, on the west side, where it's actually at a really critical threshold of Bay Street and Queens Quay. That these are kind of like really important public access points. And I just feel like there's a bigger conversation that needs to happen that isn't just about where does the elevator and the stair come out, but how do we actually address this critical threshold in the city that interfaces between different agencies, different private and public stakeholders. And there needs to be a kind of bigger way to kind of achieve a big vision for these critical, like such important parts of our city, as opposed to seeing each little problem as a kind of separate, you know, contained issue that needs to be solved. It actually can be addressed in a more comprehensive way, with the hotel actually being a kind of key part. We've talked about the hotel, we've walked all the way around the hotel between our various sessions, but there hasn't been a kind of a holistic way of seeing the opportunity of its revitalization actually benefiting all of the other kind of adjacent conditions. So I really feel that that's something that Waterfront Toronto could actually be a steward for and kind of help to make happen. I think the issues of the two portals for me they're really about identity. So they're going to solve a problem, but the issue of what they look like is really critical to a kind of signal about public transit on Queens Quay. And the fact that we're even discussing public transit on Queens Quay after so many kind of iterations is so important. Like you know, so the fact that we're doing this, I think they should be really important at the portals, and I want them to be exemplary in terms of their design excellence. And then we're actually dealing with this project as an issues identification item. So I would say in the future, what I would really love to see is actually a cross section through Bay Street, looking north and south. So that, and taken at several points so that we're actually seeing the entire streetscape edge to edge, you know, at the convention center, at, you know, all the different buildings, so that we're actually seeing this kind of expansion, contraction, and then we're actually understanding what is the public right of way above grade and what is happening below grade. Because I feel like that is so critical to being able to have a really holistic discussion about the visitor citizen experience from Union Station all the way to the water's edge. And I would say that we probably, Paul, want to have the same thing for Yonge Street, from the Gardner all the way to the water's edge, because each of these links are really the kind of critical public links between the city and the waterfront, and just how, and they're all different, they all have constraints, but what is that experience for citizens of the city is kind of critical. And I find that sometimes there's so many drawings, everyone's done such a good job, but the issue of being able to really understand that physical experience, we need to be able to see that and to assess below grade and above grade, particularly in terms of Bay Street. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Bridget. Fadi.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. I too recognize how complex the site is and the issues are. I want to fully support Peter's suggestion of taking over parts of Bay Street and the idea of kind of coming here with a big idea. I'm reminded again of the conversations we had when we looked at the Lower Yonge Public Realm Master Plan and the discussions that we had about the sheer number of pedestrians and people who are, on the one hand, moving into these 90-story skyscrapers at Pinnacle, and then Mankey's just a few blocks east of here, plus the millions of visitors going to the ferry terminal, the Queens Quay. So, you know, the idea that we are still somehow treating streets with this sort of equal weight put on the value of all kinds of transportation networks in a kind of somewhat kind of what feels like a bit of a dated hierarchical level in an area that is so critical and so important needs to somehow be reconceptualized with some pretty big, bold ideas that are really not that hard to imagine or implement, specifically knowing that Bay Street will be closed off. So I think something like that would make a huge difference. And I think you can have the numbers to back it up by just simply quantifying the sheer number of people who are going to live here throughout the year, but also the kind of crazy amount of numbers of people who will be going to the ferry terminal. So the combination of those things make a difference. And then I'm reminded, you know, like on page 32 out of 50, there's this grass strip, for example, that you see all the way around the perimeter of the portal that I could totally imagine being, you know, trampled on and made into a muddy mess. And that goes to the kind of accessibility stuff that Bridget was just mentioning, you know, so kind of thinking about easing every single surface element, no matter how tight it is, and maximizing it to its full circulation and accessibility potentials would make a huge difference. So I just wanted to just reiterate the idea that we could think of this not in part and parcel as these separate streets that are each of them getting their own somewhat master plan, but that there is a real cohesive, thought out, integrated plan for the public realm and on circulation that goes hand in hand with each other. You know, that it's not a circulation plan and a public realm plan, but something that is thought of as one real continuous, highly active surface in a really, really important part of our city that is changing very quickly. But thanks again for your presentation.
Okay, Fadi, thanks very much. Nina Marie.
Yes, thank you. In the interest of time, I will not repeat my colleagues, but just highlight those points that I think are really critical, particularly those made by George, Peter, and just now Fadi and Claude. The public realm is such a key part of this project. Obviously, we've heard that a few times, and I really appreciate that there is an opportunity now at this stage to really connect this to other aspects of public realm planning that were just mentioned. And I think, you know, the big idea, yes, critical, and I will only emphasize from my perspective, please invest now in roots in the ground and in the tree canopy rather than in more bridge infrastructure, for example. We want to invest in trees. We need the money and the capital space investment in proper tree health. And I think we've talked about that in previous projects, but here I think Claude's comments are really particularly important too. You have the opportunity to open the street, you have the opportunity to make space, and that's exactly what we need to capitalize on that investment. I don't think I need to say more. I really appreciate the effort to mix materials, the use of wood, and the extensive possibility for linking the public realm through the green infrastructure is critical. Thank you.
Great. Jana, please.
Yeah, thanks, Paul, and thank you for your presentation. Again, I agree with the comments from my colleagues. There's just one thing I'd like to focus on and to return to a question I had, which is the user experience. And I feel it's absolutely critical that at the next presentation, you start off talking about what your aspirations and goals are from a user experience, talking about sight lines and passenger safety is a part of user experience, but it's not the user experience. And just like we were talking about advocating for a continuity in the public realm, we need to have a continuity in the stations and the experience of the stations. And it has to be baked in at the issues idea. It's not something that comes later on. I think Matt's question about natural light is just another way of asking, did you think about natural light? Was your goal to have natural light come down to the stations? And if it wasn't, here's what we're doing with lighting to create a fantastic user experience. The fact that you can't do it is not the issue. The fact, what we're looking for is what you are doing and what is the coherent expression of user experience. Also, I think it's absolutely essential that at Issues ID moving forward, you bake in your ideas about the priorities and weighting of wayfinding, signaling, designated waiting areas, and in particular, the handling of advertising. There's a kind of thing, a lingo with advertisers about station domination, and all that means is it's a visual mess if it's not controlled. And I think what the goal should be is that anyone can come use these stations and find their way out to the waterfront without having to sort through and sift through a whole series of conflicting wayfinding. I love the idea of mitigating the stormwater with the canopy design and the portal design, but you didn't show anything. And I think that's at Issues ID, surely you have some kind of idea about what that is, what the civic opportunity is, what the public opportunity is. And I think it's really important that you show it. And finally, I think with respect to the landscape, you had a lot of really great aspirations, but they weren't illustrated. We watched the same slide over and over and over again, and you talked with words about what you wanted to do. And at the end, you showed precedents. Next time, I would ask you to start with your precedents and illustrate your goals in situ. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thanks very much, Pat.
Yeah, I really don't have much to add to that other than I think Jana's absolutely right that the public realm is what we know of it on the street, but it actually extends right to the station door. So if you have that kind of lens, it's a huge opportunity for kind of revisioning a TTC stop. That's one of the most important in Toronto. Other than that, I really just concur with my colleagues. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
Thanks, Paul. I think, one of the things I want to highlight is that with the streetcar system and the way you pay and not having to have fare controls at the gates, it's a huge opportunity. I think from user experience, the permeability of a transit station is one of the biggest benefits it has. So the ability to get right in and out in the shortest possible distance, for most commuters, that's a huge win. And I really want to emphasize the northern exit from the Queens Quay station, because I think you're going to get a lot of people coming in from Queens Quay, maybe going up to the Air Canada Centre, Scotia, whatever, 30 Bay, other buildings who aren't going to want to go up to Union and backtrack and get in that huge pedestrian mess. And so giving people that northern path directly, I think sending them into the atrium, up around the elevated path through the food court, like that's not a direct path. I mean, maybe in wintertime people will like it, but people will want to move north. And so, play up that permeability. I think more small entrances are worth far more than any sort of grand entrance in this case. Because it's Issues ID, I also want to think really broadly about some of the opportunities around sustainability for this project, which we didn't really talk much about. There's some talk of resilience and stormwater and features, but I want to see a couple things. One, how is this project contributing to the City of Toronto's zero carbon goals and ambitions? This should be a net zero project. It's not a conditioned space, really, but there's ventilation. There's lots of opportunities to make sure that there's heat recovery in this building. But don't just think about the operation of the building. The biggest impact of this is by far going to be the construction and the materiality and the concrete and the embodied carbon that's associated with all of that materiality. And so I want to see real innovation around what are you doing with all the demolition waste and that material what are you doing around specification of new materials? There's low carbon concrete. There's real interesting innovation around aggregate that sequesters carbon. This could be groundbreaking projects in that regard. If you're doing cut and cover, you're going underground. Are there potentials to look at geothermal systems? Maybe talking to Enwave now and say, hey, while we're down there, do you guys want to throw in some geothermal loops to help support your district energy system? So let's start looking at some really innovative ways to tap into renewable energy projects and things like that. So that's where I'd like to see a lot more thinking and innovation, and in particular at this stage, the goal and the broader vision. I think net zero at least, maybe even energy positive, and feeding energy to the the surrounding community. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks very much. Real serious technical challenge, and the comments already made are, I think are super relevant. I just want to reinforce the adoption and very serious consideration of low carbon concrete. Thanks very much.
Okay, and Matthew.
Yes, I'm going to echo my colleagues, and I mean, it's quite complex what you're working on, but also this provides us what I would say is a once in a lifetime opportunity to deal with not only transit, but what's happening above it. And the Bay Street corridor, a lot of people leave Union Station and walk down that surface in the summer, and there's kind of a split there. You have the opportunity to increase the user experience, not only underground, but above ground. So take those opportunities where you can, and use the fact that you have control over both of them to do the best you can do for both. I will say I would like to see just an acknowledgement that the Gardner does go across this public realm as well. It's kind of dotted in your drawings, but you don't really understand that there is that barrier there. So make sure that that's showing on future drawings. And I will echo Betsy's comments that I'm a little bit concerned about the portals and just the size, the form, the reflectivity of them as well. And then obviously the issues of maintenance with their materiality. But thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I've got everybody, so I'm going to try and summarize a lot of very good comments, I think, that are absolutely right for issues ID. And I guess the starting point is everybody has certainly acknowledged this ain't easy. It's a very complex project, and it's got a lot of moving parts, but at the same time, it's an opportunity of a lifetime. It is the big idea for Toronto in many ways. And I think several starting points have been suggested that might be useful when this work comes back. In no particular order, what's the user experience? Where do we want to end up? What are the goals? What's the whole feeling you want to create here when this is all done and put to bed and everything is wonderful? In terms of the opportunities that this opens up by doing the cut and cover on Bay Street, which I personally didn't appreciate before, but like this is a total rethink of Bay Street. And when you get a chance to do that from Front Street down to the waterfront. And the second starting point is that there's a hell of a lot going on in this area and around this area, from Yonge Street over to Bay in particular. And what we're all saying, I think this is an opportunity to develop that master plan strategy to connect all the pieces, both now and in the future. And I one of the things I would love to see, I don't know what the answer is, if you were to document the total number of pedestrians now going through Union, using the streetcar, just pedestrians on the sidewalk, all the ferry traffic, all the projected population of live work people that are going to be in all these new development projects on Yonge and on Bay Street, et cetera. What's that total number? And it's enormous. It's like a small city. And so I would say, and everybody here has said, think big, think bold, think of the future, not just today. We're paying the price now for the tunnel that was built many years ago. And we've all seen it. I've certainly seen it. When you go down, you want to get the streetcar to the waterfront. I get off the subway and I've seen people not only backed up through the tunnel to the subway, but up the stairs into Union Station, trying to get on the goddamn streetcar. So no question, this is long overdue. We all agree with that. So in terms of some of the specific comments, and again, these are no particular order. I have and others have raised, really take a hard look at the need for the tunnel to the ferry docks. I don't think it'll be a great experience. I don't think it's going to be big enough. I think, as many people have said, in the nice weather, obviously, when people are lining up just to get to the turnstiles to the ferry dock, there's enormous volumes of people with tons of equipment and strollers and young kids and everything. So I question whether that tunnel is actually going to be well utilized at all, if at all. So I think we'd love to see a very strong, powerful at-grade connection from the ferry on the south side of Queens Quay over to the north side into the future station. With respect to Bay Street itself, doing the cut and cover all the way, and I appreciated the answers about phasing, et cetera, there'll always be one lane in each direction. Peter came up with the right solution. Just keep it one lane in each direction and keep the surface bus connection down there, one lane in each direction. I think most of us know that, believe it or not, Toronto City Council just a month ago adopted a strategy for Yonge Street, south of Gerrard down to Queen, of one lane in each direction, and take out two lanes and widen the sidewalks. I mean, that was adopted by council, so it's not a radical idea. This is right in the heart of the downtown core. So I think that opens up a lot of different possibilities. In terms of mapping the infrastructure, very essential when you're redoing and ripping up an entire street, because you have new opportunities to develop a new and much improved public realm in the placement of street trees, et cetera. The volumes that are going to be on that street in the future are, again, I asked for this documentation, enormous. And you're going to need those very, very wide sidewalks by taking out two lanes of traffic. I think clearly there is a need for a much bigger vision for the public realm or for the streetscape of Bay. And quite frankly, I think it almost begs a design competition to take a look at that as one entire unique exercise. And I would humbly suggest that Waterfront Toronto has had a lot of experience in that, and I think they would be more than willing to take carriage of that. I think with respect to the actual proposed station, excuse me, the width of the platforms is important in terms of the new station. And there's been some suggestions there by George and others about look at every conceivable opportunity to maximize those platform widths, because again, the volumes of people are going to be huge. And I would also suggest once Union Station is finally completely opened again, the stair and elevator access from this new station into Union has probably got to be a lot larger because there's going to be a lot of people coming back and forth, especially in terms of the commuters and all the GO train traffic that I haven't even added into this. So those are important considerations. In terms of the connections to the path, George hit the nail on the head, and I think I speak for the entire panel. I know the above-grade bridges were shown across Bay Street. This panel will never endorse that, ever. In fact, we want to get rid of the connection between the Westin Hotel and 10 Bay. So there's no point in continuing to show those, quite frankly, but, you know, I'll leave it up to you. In terms of two very important diagrams that the panels asked for, that we would find very helpful, and I think it'd be helpful for you. A cross-section through Bay Street from north to south that shows all the elements above and below grade. same sort of thing for Yonge Street, and tying the entire public realm strategy for both Bay and for Yonge together. We need to understand and we need to see all the pieces. In terms of some other comments that were made, again, wayfinding being very important. What's the signage strategy that you're thinking of down the road? It's going to be, again, so many people coming here wondering, how do I get from A to B, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's really critical. And just on energy and waste demolition of the existing structure, there's going to be an awful lot of embodied carbon, of course, in that structure. And I think the panel would like to see what the strategy is for that and renewable energy opportunities that are there. So there's probably many other things, but I think the bottom line big message here that the panel is sending is think big, be bold. This is an opportunity that we're never going to get again, probably, certainly in our lifetimes, so maybe for 100 years or more. So it's a 100-year decision that we're all looking at. And we would only encourage you to go all out and coordinate all the pieces. And we have one chance to do this right, and we're going to be very supportive of your work if we can get all this before the panel. So I hope that summarizes most of the comments, and I appreciate your presentations, and we certainly are with you in terms of trying to understand the complexity of this initiative and how to challenge it. So this is only here for issues ID, and we've raised a lot of issues. I hope it's helpful. There's not a vote taken at this point in time, but we do always give an opportunity to the proponent to respond to the comments that you've heard. So over to you. Whether Richard, Jim, I'm not sure who wants to respond.
Well,
sorry, I was on mute.
I don't quite know where to begin. I think all of the ideas are absolutely incredible. There is no question about it. They're all ideas and goals and objectives that we endorse. I just one simple matter, the pedestrian tunnel, that's been kicked around many times, you know, in the office during this. And I think we see that it is not something that is really vital to this station. I love the idea of trying to reduce Bay Street and the traffic and introducing wider sidewalks. I love the idea of trying to incorporate natural light. It would be marvelous. Believe me, we will take all of these comments seriously. The energy aspect, again, is extremely important, especially in today's world. So we're listening, we heard, and we will, in concert with our client, the TDC, see just what we can move forward with.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else care to comment?
Sorry, I'm just going to add to that as well. I think there was a lot of sort of specific information in there that we can take away, but are all part of a much larger concept, which is again, how the public realm extends not just to the streetscape, but down into the transit system and across, so that there is no sort of set line between where you stop being in the public realm. And I think we appreciated hearing that we needed to have that continuity through all aspects of what we're proposing, and to illustrate that better. So I think that's, that comes down to the finishes, the experience, safety, and also the quality of experience that's happening there. That at no point do you feel like you've left a conceived space and gone into secondary, or tertiary environments as you make that journey from destination to arrival. So I think those are extremely valuable and I appreciate it. And I think we've got a lot of takeaway to work with. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate all your commentary and all your work, and you've got lots ahead of you. So we look forward to it.
The image I'm going to carry home with me is all of the strollers and the barbecues and all of that we have to really, address. And George raised, the two of the nastiest problems we have encountered. And that is that little detour we have to make at 141 Bay Street, and the other is at the northwest corner. And that has occupied so much time and energy, but you are 100% correct.
Well, George is smiling.
Good.
Okay. Again, thanks very much. So we look forward to this coming back at some point in time.
All right. Thank
Much
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Bringing the project to
Okay.
the panel.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Chris, it's 10 after 2, and I don't know, you want to break until 2:30 to grab a bite?
Yeah, probably.
And then resume at 2:30? Is that possible?
Our next item. So thanks everybody for sticking around. This is really just for information. And I wanted to, I guess, just introduce David Costern. I'm not sure he's ever actually presented through the design review panel before, but David has been with the corporation for almost as long as I have, and has been responsible for overseeing the construction of a lot of projects that have gone through the panel, like Queen's Quay and Corktown Common and many others. So David is a veteran of Waterfront Toronto. And after all the questions I got on how the river was being built, I thought really the person to answer that was David, since he's much more in the middle of that than I am. So I think David's got some of his team helping him out today too. So would you want to take it away, David?
Sure, and David's still not going to be presenting to the design review panel because Don, who's actually building the river, is going to be doing that for you today. Don has all the background and expertise, and Mira Schenker has also joined us. Mira helped to assist in all of our communications materials, so helped put the package together. But what Don is going to present to you, and I'm here to answer questions as well, but Don will take the lead and present to you some of the technology. Let me just actually turn that on. Present some of the technologies and the various, the various things we're doing to deal with all of the issues surrounding this site in constructing a river. So all of the issues associated with soil and environmental and lake water and groundwater. So I'm going to not spend a whole lot of time because we're already running late. So I'm going to let Don jump right into this. So Leon, I guess you're driving the bus here. So I'm going to turn it over to Don Forbes, who's our director of one of our directors on the project, Portland's Flood Protection Project, who is literally responsible for building the river. So take it away, Don.
Thanks very much. Leon, do you want me to share a screen?
Either way works, Don. I have it open here, but if you
Okay.
want to,
Yeah, might be easiest if I share a screen. That way, I can move on to the next slide. Anyway, thanks a lot for having me present here today. It's a really interesting and technically complex project that we have from an earthworks and environmental standpoint. So I'm happy to walk you through what we're doing. So how are we building this new river? Here you can see one of the aerial drone images that we have showing, the existing conditions and then what we are building. You might recognize this from the video that was created by Mira's team a couple of years ago now. So the 5 key technical design details that we had to come up with solutions for include, creating some cutoff walls, dealing with water management, creating a horizontal RMM, which stands for risk management measure, which is the engineering features that will keep contamination out of the river valley in perpetuity, soil remediation so that we could reuse the soil to create the landforms in the parks and avoid having to dispose of as much soil as possible, and then ground improvements to ensure that all the parks and the river valley features that we were constructing were stable long-term in a very complex geotechnical environment. So the cutoff walls that we had to create. We need these cutoff walls, both structural and non-structural, to support the excavation sidewalls, to isolate the river valley from the adjacent lands and high water table and the adjacent Lake Ontario, right at the Atlas Crane. You can see in the background of that photo, so that we can achieve a dry excavation. And the cutoff walls in many areas of the river valley also form a vertical risk management measure, preventing the migration of contaminated groundwater from the upland areas getting into the new river valley that we are creating. Also, these cutoff walls extend down to bedrock, and bedrock varies anywhere from 20 to 45 meters below ground surface, and the cutoff walls have to be keyed into that bedrock so that we can prevent seepage of groundwater coming through the fractured bedrock layer and getting into that river valley during construction activities. So here you'll see the key diagram showing what types of cutoff walls we're using in which areas. The red are the structural secant pile walls, and those are the interlapping piles, similar to a condominium foundation construction. In these areas, we've installed the structural secant pile walls because we don't have the ability to create a sloped excavation sidewall, so we need that sidewall excavation support. The areas in blue are slurry walls, and in the areas where we did have the geography to create a sloped excavation, we were able to use slurry wall technology, which is cheaper and faster and just as effective for that purpose. And then we have a small area in the northeastern portion of the property where we created a hybrid slurry wall to maximize the cost benefits of the slurry wall, but we couldn't quite get as shallow an excavation bank as we wanted to, so we did install some structural components. Then on the west plug area, in the vicinity of the Polson Slip, we had a contractor who proposed a diaphragm wall in that area. So we'll move on to a little bit more detail on these features. I'm sure many of you are familiar with secant pile cutoff walls, but for those of you who aren't, what we do is we drill a series of overlapping tubes in the ground, essentially. The primary piles, every other pile, is drilled and filled with low strength 5 MPa concrete. And then we come back once that concrete has set up, and we drill the secondary piles overlapping by about 20%. With the primary piles, and we fill those piles with 30 MPa structural concrete and steel reinforcement, and this gives the secant pile wall the structural support to maintain that vertical excavation sidewall. The photograph on the bottom left shows the formwork that was constructed to guide the caissons, and a couple of pictures during installation. Here you can see those vertical structural secant pile walls once we had achieved excavation depth. That's approximately 6 to 8 meters from the top of the pile down to the excavation surface. Here you can see, for scale, a few of us doing some inspections on the secant pile wall. This was early last summer, I believe. Now, our slurry walls. This is not a construction technology that's used much in Canada, and particularly in Ontario. So we had a specialty contractor come out of the States to complete this work. And during the construction of the slurry wall, we dig a trench as deep as we need to. In this case, it's also down to bedrock. And we actually dig into the fractured bedrock surface by, on average, about 0.7 meters to achieve that key into a competent bedrock to prevent the seepage of groundwater into the excavation. And as we're excavating, we are continuously pumping a cement bentonite slurry mixture. It's a very, very thick, viscous mixture that we continuously pump into the trench to keep the trench sidewalls from caving in. And as you can imagine, the depth of slurry wall is really limited by our ability to get an excavator down there. This image on the left is what they call the ripper bucket on the excavator. It's fairly narrow but very, very aggressively toothed bucket so that it can dig into that bedrock surface once it's achieved. Back a slide actually. This excavator that we brought in from the States, the boom and the stick and the bucket could reach 95 feet below grade, which was about as far as we had to go to hit bedrock in this area of the property. The image on the right is the hybrid Franken slurry wall that we created. You can see the slurry wall below the structural steel that we placed. And before the slurry sets up, it wouldn't hold up the mass of that structural steel that we had in place. So we had to cut holes in it and suspend it in that slurry mix until it's set up. And when that slurry mix sets up, it's impervious to the movement of moisture across the boundary.
I would just, sorry, Don, just point out that excavator is also Rocky the Rock Ripper. And if any of you paying attention to Twitter will know of Rocky.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we've made good use of Rocky for at least the last year, if not more, giving a lot of information, publishing a lot of information online about the project. And thanks to Mira and her team for dreaming up this particular issue.
The googly eyes, I think, are the best feature on Rocky the Rock Ripper. So moving on to the diaphragm walls, again, construction technology that's not well known in Canada, and particularly in Ontario. It's similar to the secant pile walls, but a different construction technology. And we luckily had a specialty contractor with a lot of expertise in U.S. operations who were in the GTA completing another project. So they kept their equipment in the province for us to implement this. And what we have is a series of panels that are excavated with a hydro mill. I've got a couple photos of that coming up, and then that's filled with rebar cages and structural concrete. So the blue outline is the outline of the panels that they excavate into the ground, and then the pink is the structural steel. And these were formed into mostly these buttressed panels in order to achieve the structural integrity that it needed to hold back Lake Ontario when this thing is in a full dam configuration with an empty river valley on its east side and Lake Ontario lapping against it on the west side. So here you can see the Polson slip. North is to the left on this, just to orient yourself. Here you have the Polson slip in the center lower portion of the image. And then the future Cherry Street and Cherry Street Bridge will run diagonally through the image. And then parallel to that, you see our diaphragm wall with the buttresses offering the structural structural support. And there's a water gap and a scarified concrete edge between all the panels to get a mechanical connection between individual panels. Similarly to the slurry wall, what they do for the installation of the diaphragm walls is they excavate. They call it a bite, and it's usually about 3 bites to a panel with this hydro mill. And as the hydro mill extends into the ground, the spoils that it grinds up with its cutter heads are sucked through some tubing and then back to a piece of equipment they call the desander. And at the same time, slurry is pumped into that trench to keep it open. And they're continuously recirculating this material. So what is sucked out by the hydro mill goes to the desander. It takes out the granular materials and the fines and the soil, and then sends clean slurry back to keep that trench open. Once they get to the bottom of a bight, they install a piece of structural reinforcing steel cage, and then they tremie pour concrete into the bottom of the panel, and then they displace the slurry that's in there and pull that slurry back into the desander while they're doing it. It's a remarkably clean and quiet operation. What they start out each panel with a clamshell excavator. It's a little bit quicker, a little bit cheaper to operate. And then they finish it off with a hydro mill. In the image on the right, you can see the cutter head on the hydro mill. And this on the left is the concrete form of one of the buttressed T-shaped panels. So this one's been excavated down just a couple of meters, and they'll bring in the clamshell first, and then the hydro mill second to install this panel. So in the areas where we have a structural secant pile wall or the diaphragm wall, that also acts as the vertical risk management measure, preventing contaminated groundwater from getting into the river valley. But in the areas where we've installed these slurry walls, those don't have the long-term integrity to ensure that the groundwater is kept out of the river valley. Over time, that material will degrade. So in the areas where we have a non-structural slurry wall, we are going to be installing a clay plug vertical berm, and that's represented by this wedge-shaped feature. And that'll be at the water lot boundary up to the top of bank line. And that will ensure that contaminated groundwater doesn't migrate into the river valley, basically in perpetuity. So water management, one of the really critical components of achieving this construction successfully. We have a very high water table in the Portlands. It's only about 4 or 5 feet below grade. We have a direct connection to Lake Ontario, so we have basically an infinite source of water, pouring into these excavations as soon as we get to that water table depth. And what we need to do in order to more simply and more cost effectively complete the excavation is remove the pore water in the soil while we are excavating. We also need a dry excavation long term in order so that we can place all the finishes in that river valley. Many of you deal with various aspects of construction, so you know that in order to get compaction and overall stability of the soils that you need to place in the river valley, you can't do that in a saturated environment. So to get the appropriate compaction and stability of the river and the wetland substrates, that dry working environment is absolutely necessary. We also need to control water quality and water quantity when we put the plantings in the river valley and we go through those establishment periods for the plantings. We've got very narrow timeframes available to achieve establishment of the plantings. So it's going to be key for us to control the water quality and water quantity. And getting those plantings well established within the project timeframes that we have is critical to the long-term success of the habitat that we're trying to create, as well as ensuring that the erosive forces of river flow don't erode the newly constructed banks of that river valley. So we have a series of design solutions to achieve this, including dewatering sumps, a long-term underdrain system, on-site water management, and then how are we going to flood the river valley in the future. So you can see the image on the top left. That is one of the early activities where we were using a sump, which is the green trailer in that image. We're using a sump to do some localized dewatering to support excavation of that area. That was actually during some obstruction removal. And then you can see the 2 other images showing a very dry environment for the excavators to work in, because we have used excavation sumps and underdrains to draw the water level down from about 5 feet below grade to, in this case, probably 15 or 16 feet below grade. On the left, you'll see some of our construction sumps, the big steel caisson that's been inserted into the excavation, and then the pump sending water to our treatment system. On the right, you'll see the underdrain trench that we've constructed throughout the entire river valley system. Once we hit excavation depth, we could install these trenches, and they're filled with granular material, filter cloth, and then piping to convey that water to centralized pumps to get it out of the river valley. All this dewatering effluent runs through a pre-treatment pond on site, where we take out any oil product that has accumulated in the water, as well as dropping sediment out of the water before it goes into our on-site water treatment system. This system has the capacity to treat 2.5 million liters per day of this groundwater before discharging it to Lake Ontario in the shipping channel. And in order to do so, we have to meet what's called the provincial water quality objectives. So the water we're pumping through the treatment system is actually cleaner than the Lake Ontario water. We go through 2 large holding tanks through the process, and then through a series of active media filters. We've got, weir tanks to take out sediment. We have air strippers to take out volatile components. We have clay filters and carbon filters, as well as our other various media specifically designed in the treatment train to take out all the different contaminants that we have on site. Once we have all of the finishes built in that river valley, and we're continuing to dewater that river valley through our underdrain system, at some point we do need to actually flood the river valley. But doing so can cause a couple of problems. If we were to just turn off the underdrain system and let groundwater seep into the river valley naturally, without filling on top of it, then what we would do is we would create a hydrostatic uplift pressure on the horizontal environmental barriers, the horizontal risk management measures that's shown in pink on this image. And that would basically float the barrier layer and destroy its structural integrity. We'd end up with the seams would come apart, and we'd end up with opportunities for contaminated groundwater to get into the river valley in the future. It would also undermine the structural integrity of the levee cores and all the planting soils that had been created. But we also can't just keep the underdrain system on and flood the river valley from above, because that would create a weight and a pressure differential that would cause differential sediment throughout the river valley, and again undermine the integrity of the risk management measure and all of the river finishes that we just installed. So this is one aspect of the project that we are still currently working on, is figuring out the appropriate mix of underdrain shutdown and river valley filling from above to balance the pressure and the forces between the subsurface and the new river valley. So just let this image load. In order to help us through a lot of these activities, we created a 3-dimensional soil model of the subsurface conditions that we have on site. This was based on about 2,500 data points, different soil samples collected over the years and integrated into a model. Each cell of the model is sorry, it's just taking a moment to load. Each cell of the model is 5 meters by 5 meters by a half a meter thick, and we use this information to guide our excavation. The cells are color coded based on particular soil qualities. Nope. We seem to be having some technical difficulties here. All right, maybe we can come back to that. I don't want to take up too much time. So that soil model, allows us to excavate with GPS-based equipment that tells the excavator operators what cell they're in and what quality of soil they should be excavating that, so that it can be directed to appropriate stockpiles for one of the different management trains, which could be direct reuse, it could be remediation, it could be offsite disposal. Now, here we are working on the establishment of our horizontal risk management measures. Lots of soil needs to be removed. About 1.3 million cubic meters of soil will be removed from the excavation, and we need to reuse the vast majority of that to build up all of our landforms in the parks, build the roads up to the new necessary elevations to achieve flood protection, and also to create a more sustainable project where we're not sending everything off site. So this contaminated soil, a lot of it can be reused directly because of its quality, but some of it does need remediation. But we're not taking all of the contaminated soil out of the river valley. Underlying the new river and on the sides of the river and under the parks, there will be residual contamination, both soil and groundwater. So we need to protect the human and ecological receptors that we're going to have in the river valley and in the parklands through the implementation of risk management measures. You'll see here the white surface is one component. It's called the geosynthetic clay liner. Then we have the black layer is a geomembrane. So we've taken the underlying remaining soil conditions and groundwater conditions, and we've optimized the different horizontal risk management measure configurations based on those chemical concentrations. So the bulk of the river valley, the blue area, is going to have a geosynthetic clay liner, a geomembrane, and an activated carbon reactive treatment layer placed to protect the future river valley from impacts. In some areas, the darker blue, we only need a sand and activated carbon layer. Some areas, the red, we just need a sand cap. Then there's an area in the pulse and slip where we used a different type of liner called a reactive core mat. Further refinement was done in the dosage of the activated carbon reactive treatment layer. This is the central river valley, and we had 5 different dosages, different quantities of activated carbon that would be necessary to achieve the level of protection that we're seeking in that river. This is the full RMM configuration. We have all of these components in most of the river valley, but some of them are deleted in areas where we can. You can see we have the underlying native foundation. Then we have the drainage layer next, and that drainage layer is what allows us to keep the river valley dewatered. This is where the underdrain system lies. Then we have the geosynthetic clay liner, which is 2 sheets of a geotextile with a powdered bentonite in between. It's only about centimeter and a half thick. Then we have a 60 mil geomembrane atop that, and the geomembrane is welded together at the seams to ensure its water tightness. Then the treatment layer is the granular activated carbon layer. Again, at a prescribed dosage for each area of the river valley, and that's overlain by a protective cover, and that protective cover allows the heavy equipment to come in afterwards and run on top of that without disturbing the treatment layer and the geosynthetic clay liner and the geomembrane while it places all of the river finishes. Here is an image of the geosynthetic clay liner being installed by the crews. You can see it's overlapped by about a foot or so, and then powdered bentonite, the gray product, is placed on those seams. Here's the black geomembrane being placed, and again, it has sonically welded seams that are tested by our engineering team during installation. And then this black granular product that is being raked out by the crew, that is our reactive treatment layer. which is the active ingredient is activated granular carbon there, and they take a little piece of pea gravel and they coat that with a bentonite powder, which is like a clay powder, and then they coat that with the activated carbon to create a product that is easily installed and raked out by these crews. This is a few weeks ago. You can see the the progress that they've made. The black areas are mostly where the reactive treatment layer, the aquagate, is being installed, and then the brown is the protective sand cover being placed on top of that as they work through the river valley. They actually completed the installation of the reactive treatment layer in the central river valley on March the 5th, and I think tomorrow or Friday they will have completed the sand protective cover in this area. So as noted earlier, we do need to undertake a lot of soil remediation in order to reuse the soil on site. We have a community-based risk assessment and a series of site-specific risk assessments and associated soil management plans that have been developed to give us a strategy and a path forward to reuse as much soil as possible on site. Unfortunately, we can't directly reuse all of it, so we do need to remediate some to a safe degree so that it can be placed in the river valley or in the parks. For bioremediation, we are targeting approximately 210,000 cubic meters of soil to go through the bioremediation process, about 75,000 cubic meters to go through our StarX facility, and we're looking to reuse directly about 800,000 cubic meters. And offsite disposal, of course, as little as possible so that we can keep our costs in check and also improve the sustainability metrics of the project. But this is out of an overall 1.3 to 1.4 million cubic meters of excavation. So offsite disposal, I think we're originally targeting for about 200,000 cubic meters to be disposed, and that's the worst of the worst from an environmental standpoint, but also the stuff that's full of debris and really bad fill material. So here's our bioremediation area. This is in the what we call the soil management area on the south side of the site. See that in the image on the right. These long linear piles are the windrows of soil that's undergoing bioremediation. In the image on the left, you can see an excavator sitting on top of one of the piles, and they're continuously turning the soil in the piles in order to keep the oxygen levels high enough to promote the biodegradation of the hydrocarbons in soil. And then here, this image, this is a tractor towing a trailer with a water tank on it, and they're spraying down the piles with not only water to keep it moist, but the water has a series of nutrient additions to augment the natural biodegradation processes. The bioremediation is typically used on site to cost effectively remediate mildly impacted to moderately impacted soils. These are impacts due to mostly petroleum hydrocarbons, but also some polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which are sort of heavier, more nasty products than your typical gases and diesels, largely drawn from either heavy oil or the asphalt industry. Here we have some of our soil stockpiling areas. This is actually the MT35 area of the property. Oh, good, this one's working. And this is the future Promontory Park South, which I'm sure you are all familiar with. But right now, until we start constructing Promontory Park South, it's a large soil stockpiling area for us. Each one of these cells has a poly liner and a berm system to prevent any contaminated runoff during precipitation events from getting into the lake. And it may not look like it in this image, but all of these stockpile areas are actually coded for different qualities of materials coming out of the river valley for either future remediation or future reuse. The other soil remediation technology that we're using on site is it's called smoldering combustion, and the trade name for it is StarX. And what they do is they pack one of these cells, one of these steel containers, with more heavily contaminated soil. Contaminants that this will address are again hydrocarbons and polyaromatic hydrocarbons, but higher concentrations of those. And once the soil is packed into this area, they insert a series of probes, electric probes, into it, and they start a combustion process. And this smoldering combustion process begins to sustain itself and consuming all of the petroleum hydrocarbons that are in the soil. And after approximately a week, we get very clean soil that has no hydrocarbons left in it, and it also serves to combust, burn up all of the organic content in the soil, which makes it far more suitable for geotechnical reuse. So they pack the soil in that center top image, and then they cover it with just a tarp, and then a week later we have clean soil to remove and reuse. Each one of these cells on our site will treat 250 cubic meters at a time, and we have 4 cells. So our maximum productivity is about 1,000 cubic meters a week with this process. Ground improvement. As I'm sure you guys are all aware, the Portlands were quote unquote reclaimed from the lake by infilling the mouth of the Don River, where there was a very large marsh in that spot. So millions of cubic meters of heterogeneous fill was unceremoniously dumped and deposited in amongst retaining walls and dock walls that were constructed in the Portlands. All this material was placed directly on the lake bed deposits, and those included, peats and organic silts and flowing sands. And this resulted in a very, very poor geotechnical substrate to construct upon. There is very significant amounts of short-term settlement and long-term settlement and creep when you build anything in the Portlands. And we're talking, up to meters of short-term and long-term settlement. Another problem is when you're constructing in the peats, when we're digging the river valley, we're actually unloading that weight on those underlying peats. So the peats will rebound a little bit. They'll swell up when that weight is relieved. But then when they're reloaded with fill material, they will compress. And figuring out the exact amount of compression and settlement is a very challenging endeavor. The other issue with the soils in the Portlands is that they have very poor lateral stability. And even though we're not in a hugely seismic part of the world, we do experience seismic events, and there is a risk of liquefaction of those underlying flowing sands, those old lake bed sands, in the event of a seismic event, which could undermine not only the parks and the river finishes that were constructed, but future buildings as well. So we needed to devise various solutions for ground improvement. Those include surcharging, rigid inclusions, using lightweight fill, and geogrid. Here you can see the Cherry Street lake filling activity, and this is future Cherry Street in the middle. And you can see the large mound of surcharging soil that has been placed above the future finished grade in order to compact the underlying soils. This material has been in place for up to a year before we achieve the necessary degree of settlement to allow us to strip the surcharge. As you can see where the excavator is, he's just beginning to strip the extra meter or 2 of surcharge that's on top of the final finish grade. And now we're fully into stripping this surcharge so that they can carry on with the future Cherry Street road construction. Here's some more images of surcharging. This is the intersection of Cherry and Commissioners, where they've placed about 3 meters of fill. Another image. In this image, you can see some steel tubes, corrugated steel tubes that come out of the surcharge piles. Those are settlement monitoring points. There's a reflector on top of there that they take survey measurements on a daily or weekly basis, depending on what phase of the surcharging period we're in, so that they can monitor the settlement and start to strip soil once settlement has been achieved. The lower images are the surcharging on River Park North and River Park South. In areas where we either don't have time to use surcharging as our method of ground improvement, or where there's a more sensitive structure being placed, we use rigid inclusions. And you can see the equipment on the right. They basically drive this tube down into the ground into a competent substrate, either a firm sand or a silt layer, or even sometimes the bedrock. And then as they pull this out of the ground, they inject either concrete or granular in order to create a series of piles in the ground. They then install a cap on top of those piles, and then a load transfer platform on top of that will carry the load of, in this instance, the Fire Hall 30, which will be relocated from its present condition a little ways south onto that new rigid inclusion supported platform. We're also using rigid inclusions to support certain sections of the Dawn roadway and Commissioner Street. And also in the Dawn roadway, it will be supporting the future flood protection landform. Other things that we're using for ground improvement in the parks are geofoam, which you see on the left, cellular concrete, which you see on the bottom right, and those are being used in some of the areas of River Park North and Promontory Park South, where we have high landforms, but we have such poor geotechnical substrates that we can't just create those landforms with soil. We would just never achieve the settlement and stability necessary to keep other sensitive features that are on top of those landforms from coming out of alignment, like the connections between stairs and walkways to meet AODA compliance, or the stability of retaining walls, etc. And then, of course, in areas with lower susceptibility to failure, we can use different types of geogrid to try to hold some of those slopes together and maintain the alignment of those superficial features. And I guess we have a great little shot of the future Canoe Cove here, which is the end goal that we're all trying to achieve with all this design and construction work. And that's all.
Just point out, you'll need to come back 15 years from now to see that particular view.
Maybe 20.
Maybe 20. Trees will not be that large on completion of the project. So thanks, Don.
No problem.
If
That
you've
was
got
unbelievable. That was fantastic. Oh,
thank you. We can't give, unfortunately, we can't give any tours right now because of COVID. The site is closed to all but essential personnel. However, we do have a current drone video if you'd like to see the current status of construction for the entire site, and it's pretty impressive. You don't get the feel for what we're actually dealing with from these little pictures that we're showing you. It's actually pretty spectacular. So if you don't mind, I will spend 2.5 minutes just to run that drone video here. So let me just open it up. Bear with me for a minute.
It is really remarkable, going back and watching some of the early drone videos and then a current one. It's remarkable the amount of work that's been done on this site over the past 3 years.
It's such a great archive and so helpful for public communication.
All right, let me share.
How much money was spent today?
We're closing on $500 million. Okay, here we go. So starting with the river valley, Don mentioned we're actually, the black you can see here is the reactive treatment layer. It's actually now been covered pretty much fully with the sand. You can see the dozer doing the sand there. This is the area that the diaphragm wall is being constructed in. That contractor is now complete their first phase of work and is demobilizing. And we will be beginning work on dock walls very shortly so that we can then get back in later this summer and start Canoe Cove, which will be all along here just to the west of the Atlas Crane, and cutting the dock wall out to this area, which is, as Don mentioned, you saw this particular part of the video, the Promontory Park. So this is our soil storage, also working to help with settlement, although not as scientific as the engineers would like it to be. And then we get into the Cherry Street Lakefill area. You can see the west wetland. So there's a couple of carp gates there, and we've got the wetland. There have been quite a number of new fish species seen there. This is a temporary stormwater swale, which will get filled in the future once the storm system is complete, the work that we're doing on it. And of course, you can see our new Cherry Street LRT bridge here in place, and then the abutments for the Cherry Street vehicular bridge. Pay no attention at all to the graffiti you already see on those abutments, please. We will be removing the existing Cherry Street bridge once the new Cherry Street is open, so that will be in a couple of years. And we've got a little bit of work to do, not a whole lot of work to do, but a little bit of work to do in Keating Channel to put some new habitat in, and to do some revetment work to stabilize the banks of the Keating Channel. Off to our left, behind the Toronto big renewing the Gardner tents, is the sediment management area. So we've started work there. We've started doing site clearing. We have to remove this large sign billboard very shortly, as soon as we take ownership of this area from Infrastructure Ontario, and we'll be able to begin that work. Also, we will be demolishing these two ramps right in front of us starting in September, ramps from the Gardner to Logan Street or to Lakeshore. Heading north, you can see we've started excavating the ice management area. Right in front of us here in the orange, and where the hole is, are the abutments and foundations for the Commissioner Street Bridge, which will begin, the Commissioner's Bridge will begin arriving in May in two sections. And then here we are again coming at the Central River Valley from the other side. It'll be about a year and a half before the entire valley has been excavated and work starts, but we'll certainly be starting the planting, or not the planting, but the structural materials, the levee core, and we'll start planting some of the Central River Valley later this year. And then of course there's the glamour shot of the city of Toronto skyline, which we always end our drone videos with. So that's about a week and a half old, that particular video. So you're up to date on where we're at. And that's it for me.
I have one question. Everybody asks me when I talk about it, when's the water going to start flowing?
In about October, November 2023.
2023, okay. All right.
Yeah, that will be one of the very last things that we will do, is open up the north plug and have the river start to flow into the inner harbor. We will open up the west plug mid 2023 and have the lake flow into the river valley. But the opening up the river to the lake will be a end of project milestone.
Can we open some champagne on site together for that?
I fully expect that will happen. Nina Marie.
Please tell me that's going to happen. It's in my.
It absolutely has to happen.
Yeah, and we may not wait till then. There's lots of milestones. We've got 23 different projects that we're doing.
Yeah.
So as you know, in November or October, November, made a big splash of the first of the bridges coming, and lots more stuff happening. And Mira is working on our team, is leading that charge to engage the public and engage our stakeholders to be able to celebrate those milestones.
Great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That's fabulous stuff.
Is there going to be a documentary film about this, like making the river? Like,
yeah,
there should actually be a film that actually really, captures the various stages, because it's so impressive. You guys are awesome and such skill, and but the whole, moving the soil, remediating it to bring it back. It's like there's so many parts to it, and I think you can only, cinema is such a great way to capture the kind of breadth and the scope and the extensiveness of it. I just think from a Waterfront Toronto perspective, you really want to have, a kind of a cinematic kind of experience.
I don't know. We're already a little worried about losing Don to Hollywood, given his his first film venture with Mira last year. So I don't know, Mira, are we going to be able to do something pretty spectacular at the end of the day?
Oh, well, yeah, we'll see. One of the things we are already doing with our two photographers who, as I think you all know, have been documenting the progress on site and the transformation on site from pretty close to the beginning of construction. They're working in multimedia, and they've been taking a lot of video, which is great because we don't want to lose those moments. The site is in constant transition and flux, right? So there was a period of time actually last March when we really were not able to allow them on site while we sorted out, how to get them on site and what was going to work safety-wise. And when they got back on site after about 2 months, they couldn't believe how quickly the changes had happened, right? So yeah, we want to make sure that we're taking every opportunity now as we progress through these stages to document, and then we'll have those as assets, right? And we can sort of work, if opportunities come along, to use those visuals in different ways. We're already setting up for our second installation with Contact. So we'll do another series with on-site installations, and then a companion piece online. So those kinds of things to kind of promote those visuals that are so striking.
Can I ask a sort of technical question? It has to do with two things that Dawn said that I am having trouble putting together. Because midway through the presentation, you talked about the challenge of filling the water portion of the river valley up in relation to the subsurface water. And then at the end, you talked about taking out the two plugs, the one to the harbor and the one to the existing Don River. Do I understand that there will be some water? You'll be putting some water in the new river valley before you take out the plugs, so it's like not going to be like a tsunami coming through.
We have to.
Exactly
we
right.
have to equalize the pressure on either side of the plugs before we can take out the plugs, because we wouldn't want that sort of Bugs Bunny catastrophic dam failure kind of image happening.
Blowout.
The other issue, George, is
the taking out of the plugs is not going to be quite as dramatic as it might at first have seemed.
No, it won't be the Mediterranean filling up for sure. But the other thing is we need to make sure that the planting we put in establishes. Part of that is structural. So we want to make sure that we have to have it have it growing for about 12 months actually, before we start pulling the plugs specifically. So we'll so that's something that we have to do. So you'll actually start to see water probably around sometime in 2022 certainly by early 2023.
Great. Anyone else have any other questions, or else we can probably wrap it up and thank David very much.
So could I ask, who's the design genius behind this? It's pretty astonishing.
Multiple.
Yeah.
We've got MVVA, we've got WSP, Geosyntec, Don, who else?
Well, Geosyntec designed the cutoff wall system, as well as the horizontal and vertical risk management measures, and they're also the ones who crafted the underdrain system and are working on the flooding sequencing process. So they have been our primary design engineer for those components of the River Valley. But MVVA has been hugely involved, and also the team that we have at Waterfront Toronto and the team at Ellis Don. So it's been a really collaborative endeavor.
Is Geosyntec a Canadian company?
They're based primarily out of the U.S., but they have several Canadian offices.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I used to work for them many lifetimes ago.
Very cool.
If anyone has any other questions, I mean, feel free to reach out to me directly or through Leon if you have his contact info, and we'd be happy to answer them, or even do an update if we have anything in the next few months.
Yeah. So of course, none of this gets seen by anybody. All they see is what you ultimately approve is or recommend as the design review panel. So we think this is probably 90% of what the project is all about. What is seen and experienced is literally 10 to 15% of what goes into this. So I think it's important that we tell the story.
Yep.
It's so important. We've been saying this many times at DRP, and I so appreciate the opportunity to see into and under what ultimately will be, a very legible landscape, but not necessarily revealed, so to say. So this story is just critical, and I would love it if we get the opportunity to see these updates on a regular basis. It really helps our understanding, of course, not only technically, but to really literally be the foundation on which all the design happens. So thank you for that. It's very special to see it and really important.
Yeah,
it really is kind of amazing, and I think, Bridget, your idea of a film is brilliant. I mean, it is a manufactured landscape, but it is not in the Ed Bertinsky way, the kind of cataclysmic story. It's a kind of story of incredibly positive. So I don't know. I think there's some people out there, including Jennifer Bashwal, that actually would be able to, I mean, they should come on, I mean, they could have the benefit of your footage, but I think it's something to think about. Yeah, it needs a, well,
it's worth it.
But I think that just, given that the investment of infrastructure is coming from public dollars, I actually think there's a certain obligation to share what is just such a remarkable, impressive story. And, in the end, there'll be a neighborhood, but they won't actually get it unless there's a kind of record of how it came to be. And I just think for all of, Toronto, Ontario, sort of North America, it's just a really amazing thing to be able to capture that in cinema. It's just such a powerful tool, and not that so the photographs are great, the videos are great, all of that's wonderful, but I just would love to see a kind of documentary film. It'd be great.
Yeah, I think we're all there with you, and start buying the champagne.
Getting alcoholic before.
So thanks, Don. Thanks, David. We really appreciate it. So I guess back to you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you.
I think that's it. I don't think there's any more from me. I want to thank all of you for hanging in there. I know we ran over. Thank you, David, and your team, Don, and everyone else who helped put that together. It was great. I kind of want to see it again because I don't think I'm going to remember every bit of it. So are we going to be able to make that presentation available, Leon, to the panel members at least? If not public?
Yeah, I mean, that already has been made available to the panel members.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Great.
we've got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess, are we officially concluding the public session? Chris?
I think we are. I think so.
Okay, well,
All
happy
right,
to
thanks.
move
Bye-bye.
adjournment.
Thank you, David.
And
Thank
you want to
and
go
Don.
into camera, Chris, for a very short period of time?